You ready?
Yes.
It started, right?
Yeah, they started. I sent the information also.
Did you?
So 57 for you. Start. I will put that here. You know.
How are you guys? Everything good?
Yeah.
You guys enjoying Madrid? It's nice. You go to the market?
No.
Try to go to San Miguel Market.
Okay.
It's 10-minute walk.
Oh, okay.
And it's really nice. Just a lot of little food. I went there today with my wife at like 4 for an hour, got some food and stuff. It was nice.
Okay.
Yeah, it was lovely.
It's Estonian company with
Oh, how cool! That's why I said a bunch of those, man. They're doing well, so there you go. I didn't get a start time. 57? Trying to get that door closed over there.
Yeah.
Just like flood, I closed it, then the security camera opened it, and I closed it again, the security camera closed it, I closed it again, I just keep doing it. Because it feels like so much smoke. It's like, I don't want to die in here. I feel like if this... Plus we have to collect for like 10 hours, I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah. Sometimes I go here and I wouldn't push back the recording with the push back.
Christian's great. I mean, they're both great. But Christian, he knows right away, he figured it out. He's good, really good.
He really loves poker as well. So
Huh?
he loves poker and
You can tell him he gets good.
And he actually has been a commentator for.
Okay, good.
So he knows this part of the job as well. So.
Gabriel also cool.
And 5 or 6 years ago,
I don't
he was a professional poker player.
Yeah, so he knows everything.
Doesn't get hangovers. That's awesome.
Very good.
Like, okay.
Right.
like here, yeah? On the...
Hello, 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 and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. Well over 1,000 entries in the main event. I'm David Tuckman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. Before we get started, let me wish you all a happy Groundhog Day. Hello and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. Well over 1,000 entries in the main event. I'm David Tuckman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. Before we get started, let me wish you all a happy Groundhog Day. Hello and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. And let me wish you a happy Groundhog Day. You get it, Nick?
Yeah, because of the groundhog is the same thing over and over again.
Right.
Yeah. But it was a whole day. So, yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah, thanks.
I
worked on that all day.
That was really good.
Yeah.
That was your best opening of the whole Madrid festival.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Nick Wealthall alongside me. I am David Tuckman. That is Chris Moorman. Gentleman has, $4 trillion in lifetime earnings, a World Series of Poker bracelet to his name, Triple Crown winner numerous times, just all-around crusher. This is day 2 action. We got 1,067 entries. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy good.
Just insane numbers here in Madrid.
Is that our biggest main event ever? It must be up there.
Feels like it. It's either that or Barcelona. I'll find out for us.
They love us in Spain.
I think it's us.
Just our, natural Latin physiques.
Yeah.
Or something.
Probably, yeah.
Our love of tiny plates.
Probably that. Nick Wealthall here. And these players, we do not have a prize pool just yet, but that should be coming very shortly. As we take a look at our featured table. And a little bit about all of them.
Información para decir que mantendremos los niveles de 40 minutos durante el día 2.
Seat number 1, as you can see in the far bottom left corner of your screen, that is Gabriele Sutgoy from Italy. Don't know a lot about him, but we'll see if we can get anything. Obviously, you know Chris Moorman. Stephen Fitzpatrick right there. That is from the UK. He's 50K in live earnings. But get this. Apparently, he doesn't get hangovers. Stephen
Really?
Fitzpatrick. Just not a thing for him.
Does he get drunk?
Well, I didn't get into that, but he doesn't get hangovers, so I assume it's because he does get drunk.
He doesn't get hangovers. He's teetotal. It's not that remarkable.
Right.
It's like the... yeah, move on.
Action folds around to Fran in seat number 8. That is Francisco Lopez from Spain. He has 60K in live earnings. Most notable was a first place from an 888 Super Stack series for $25,000 a few years ago. A little blind on blind. And how about if you're Gabrielle and you've got Chris Moorman on your left? I'll just give Mr. Moorman a walk.
I mean, it's good strategy.
Probably. See the shot clock in the bottom right corner of your screen, that little iPad thing that's splashing 0-0. That's because each player has 30 seconds stacked on their hands. If they need more time than that, they use one of their time chips. And they can get an extra 30 seconds. Keeps the game moving along, and it's a lot of fun. Seat number 4, who's looking at his cards right there with the lightning bolts on his sweatshirt. That's Carlos Lopez from Spain. Primarily an online player with no notable cashes. Enjoys running and long walks to the beach.
Who doesn't? The second one.
Right.
Not the first one. Running's horrible.
Seat number 5, by the way, is got a kind of a nice story here. So John Gudurakska, and I apologize if I butcher his last name. I'm not going to try to say it again. He's from Spain. Professional online poker player. His first live cash was $65K from a WPT Barcelona. He's accumulated $100K in cashes in his first year playing live poker. Biggest online score, $120K.
That's a big score online.
Another notable story about him is he lost his father last year.
Wow.
And he is playing this tournament to honor him. And he has said that he is very confident he will win it in his father's honor.
Wow. It's a lot of pressure.
Putting it on himself. A lot of diamonds out there. Nobody with a diamond in their hand. And a fourth diamond out there. Who wants it? I mean, I feel like if you're Fran L, you kind of have to go for it, don't you? Oh, he's got the queen of diamonds. Pardon me. Never mind. I'm blind. So if you're Fran L, you definitely have to go for it. You've got the queen of diamonds. But it looks like John G is going to bluff at this, and it will almost definitely not work.
Not quite going for it, but more sort of calling with the third nuts type.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
The board is paired.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. So we have this funny setup here where we can't quite see the board on our monitor, which is going to make some interesting commentary.
10 seconds. Call.
And Fran eventually does make the call. That's Francisco Lopez from Spain. Again, his biggest score, first place in the 888 Super Stack Series for $25,000. I want to welcome all of you who are joining us. Dr. 662, Milan Roca, Damian Stan, Francisco Javier Jimenez, Santicia Mortimer, Mark McCann, Chin Fernando. Thanks for joining us, guys. We will be here for the next 5-6 hours, something along those lines.
Cool.
It's a special Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday for many of you out there.
Super Bowl Sunday. Very exciting. You need to multi-screen. I do slightly understand if you choose the Super Bowl as part of your evening's viewing.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect day to have like poker and American football open.
Right.
I mean, in today's day and age, does anybody have the attention span to watch one thing for 5 or 6 hours straight anyway?
It's got to be a good thing, hasn't it?
A really, really good thing. Generally speaking, even if I'm watching one of my favorite things, like I'm checking my email, I'm playing poker, I'm doing something. So today is no different. Vasil takes that one down. A little bit about, do you want to say this gentleman's last name?
Yes, I will get it right. Gilead Sedinov. Gilead Sedinov.
Vasil, by the way, who just won that hand in seat number 7 wearing the blue shirt, he has, I'm not even kidding, I believe 19 letters in his last name, which I didn't think was possible until just now. He is from Russia. He has 2 live results, and he's a 3rd place and a 1st place for $15K. He has won the crocodile on 888, not to be confused with the alligator.
So he's an accomplished player.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times he's played this deep stacked for an extended period.
We're not quite as deep as we were yesterday, but still fairly deep for a poker tournament.
A lot of our players are doing well in this tournament, by the way. Kara Scott messaged me. She started today. She's up to 200K.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kara's crushing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think... I believe of our ambassadors, I believe all of our ambassadors are still in there. And in terms of our guests, our invited guests, say Ebony Kinney, Brad Owen I know is here as well. I believe only Brad Owen is eliminated so far. He came in with like 9 big blinds. And he was already...
We got a chance of, can we please get one of our beautiful faces onto
making the final table. Yeah.
That's all we ask.
We have yet to, by the way, and we have done many 888 live events, main events. The poker ambassadors, the 888 ambassadors, have made the final table of the high roller before. In fact, they've won that event. But we have yet to see one make the final table of our main event.
The PLO, the ladies event, all fine. The main events.
No, we have not seen that yet.
Nothing. We're bereft.
Stephen Fitzgerald on the button with 6-5.
He opened. John defended out of the big blind. This went check, check on the flop. Stephen way ahead right now. Kind of a little bit of an equity protection bet. There are 2 hearts out there. He can get some value now. If you're just new to the broadcast, you'll see in the bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the players' pictures, their likeness, how many chips they have, their percentage. That's how often they'll win the pot if it goes to showdown. And as you can see, John does river the backdoor flush. He checked it, hoping that Stephen would bet it. And you can see the grimace on his face when it went check, check. And he was hoping to get a little bit of value out of that one. Schnick's Hottie, good evening. Lemonade 197 says, any Brazilian in the field? Well, I know Vivian Saliba.
Yeah, she was doing really good. She was around 200,000 as well.
She's there. We do have a free roll that is starting in, I believe, 52 minutes.
Yeah, nice run up to some free money.
Yep. So make sure you get in on that. 52 minutes till the free roll starts. The registration is open right now, and the password is Madrid. That's right.
M-A-D-R-I-D, Madrid. What distinguishes Madrid from any other major European city, David? From any other major European capital city? What distinguishes Madrid?
Well, it's specifically here, and it's the only city that is here.
Have a characteristic that is unique to Madrid.
Something unique, that like, for an example, it would be like the only city that has subways that run 24 hours, theoretically.
Yes.
It's not that, but
yes.
I see where you're going.
Exactly.
Chris, by the way, raising with Queen Jack from the hijack. Carlos looks like he's cutting out 3-betting chips.
I'll give you a clue. It's something that can't be changed. It's something that can't be changed. Chat, if you get it before David, you win an 888 toaster. Do we have those? We should have T-shirts to give away or something.
We should. You know what? You know what? That's what I'm going to do. During the break, when the players go on a dinner break, I'm going to talk to
your man,
our bosses, and see if we can get some 888 swag to give away.
If we're going to keep people's attention during the Super Bowl,
I think we need something like that.
We're going to need bribes.
This is a bad flop for Chris Moorman. This is a 3-bet pot, so it went raise, 3-bet. Chris decided to call flop's top pair. 2 diamonds out there, and unfortunately, both Chris and Carlos have a diamond. So I say unfortunate. It's unfortunate if you're a Chris Moorman fan. Quite fortunate for Carlos. Chris is going to almost definitely lose at least 1 more street of value here, and possibly 2. Check call. Pretty standard. Moorman looking for a queen. That is not a queen. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs. You see the Queen of Clubs is somewhat shaded out. That is because we know it's dead. So Chris probably thinks he has 3 outs. We know he actually only has 2.
Yeah, the odds we showed do take account of folded cards. And Kara Scott is up to 265k, so she'll probably have this thing won by the time...
10 seconds.
Well, she gets tired at about 10 o'clock, so she needs to win this before then.
She's a young mother.
I know.
And she has media production duties. Like, I said to her, she should absolutely not play the last 3 levels and just bag what she has for optimum.
It might, I mean, if she were up to like 600,000-700,000, it actually would be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if the last 3 levels. It's only 40-minute levels today.
Imagine being a young mum and having to play poker till like 5 a.m. That's kind of tough.
Oh, well, it's tough for anybody, but yeah, especially if you're a young mom. Look at this fold. That's just a great fold from Chris. Chris called a 3-bet. Had to pay off 1 street. I think a lot of players are losing 2 streets there. But Chris finds a fold on the turn, and that is a heck of a laydown by him. Lost about 37,000 chips, but it certainly could have been worse. And you just see, that's one of the things about Chris Moorman. I think a lot of people think he does things people think he's fancier than he actually is. And the truth when it comes to Mormon is he just doesn't make mistakes. And he just allows other players to make mistakes, and he capitalizes on each and every one that you make.
Yeah, we discussed this before, didn't we, about Chris and about good players generally, and that that phrase that I love, they're slightly tricky. So obviously he has bluffs in him, and he's generally playing aggressively, but he's also incredibly solid, like you said.
I mean, yeah, he just, he raises with Queen Jack, he calls a 3-bet, he check calls one street, and then he's like, I don't think this is good, now I fold.
He's using that old trick of being incredibly good at poker. It's a really good trick. If you can use that, I recommend it.
Right.
It's really going to help your game.
Just count on the fact that other people aren't incredibly good.
Incredibly good, yeah. And weirdly, you win $20 million.
I think for a lot of amateurs out there, when they watch the best players in the world, they assume there's a lot more trickiness than just...
Of course they do.
The 3 to 5% of trickiness there is.
I really don't think YouTube helps too much either.
No.
Because, like you look at the hands that get huge views on YouTube, they're like massive bluffs or soul reads or whatever.
Right.
You don't get
he called him with Queen High. What?
Solid 2 streets of value with top pairs, not making the YouTube playlist, you know?
Right, or just check fold Queen Jack on a Jack High board.
Right.
To a barrel on the turn. That's a pretty solid flop for Ace Deuce.
I can honestly say I have never flopped that with Ace Deuce.
Well, I don't know if... We know Stephen Fitzpatrick does not get hangovers. We do not know whether or not he drinks. But if the cards keep falling the way they are so far, he might be driven to it.
Yeah. For real.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Thanks so much for joining us. I know many of you are watching this on Facebook. Many of you, of course, on YouTube. But if you want to join the chat, we are closely monitoring the YouTube chat, and I see you in there. Demick, Mitch, Jason Frey. What's up, Mitch Hecht? Philippe Nielsen. Once again, the password is Madrid. That free roll in 46 minutes. Please let us know how you did. I'm going to check on the turn, I think. Steven probably realizing I'm not going to get an ace to fold. Probably not going to get much to fold at all. And frankly, Steven is actually kind of in this situation of he doesn't have that many chips anymore. Vasil going to take that one down. There it is. Password in the background, Madrid. And I will tell you, if you have never been here, this is my first real trip here. I've been here once before, but I didn't get the chance to really see the city. It is phenomenal. I've had an amazing time here this week.
Nice. Had your wife in town?
Yeah, my wife came to our first 888 live event.
Quality couples time?
It was really nice. I mean, the food has just been outstanding. What is the Super Bowl spread right now? We're talking gambling. We can talk a little bit of sports betting. No big deal. What do we have it at?
Well, the spread hasn't moved.
Is it 1.5 still?
Yeah, 1.5 hasn't moved. But the points, I thought the points would get bet up today, like with the public money.
The sharp money is
points.
going down, though.
Well, apparently the sharp money obviously outweighs the public money, which is a little bit of a surprise. But the points have been going down because I liked the under before. And
what's it at, 53 now?
It looks 53 or 53.5. At one stage it was 55 it touched.
That would have been nice if you can get it on those tops. And then it's San Fran minus 1.5. Who are you picking tonight? Who do you think?
I think the line's more or less right, and it's just like really close to a pick-em game, which is fantastic. That's what you want, right?
You do, of course.
I don't have a strong feeling. Like I
I have
I think
two bets that I like, and I'll put them out there for our audience.
Okay.
If you want to throw a nickel on a game or something, my bets are, if you can find a prop bet, I really like the over 40.5 receiving yards for Emmanuel Sanders.
You know what that is now on my UK side?
What is it now, like 52?
43.5.
I still like the over, but yeah, I mean, when I got in, I got it at 40. I got in at 40.5.
I took it out of solidarity with you so we can both root for it.
43. Wow, it really moved up. I like that bet, and I happen to like San Fran to win the game. But I'm more confident on the Emmanuel Sanders side than I am the San Fran side.
I don't think anyone that says they're confident on this game is
Yeah.
you can't be super.
I think San Fran is.
They're both very
I will
good
put it this way.
teams.
In the scheme of things, could KC win? Of course they can, as we look at a chip count here. And yesterday, our chip leaders had 600 big blind. This is more reasonable.
If you were with us yesterday, like this is a much more normal tournament spread of stacks.
Yeah, levels, by the way, we lowered them. Normally, they're an hour or 50 minutes on day 2. We actually have made them, the tournament director has made it 40-minute levels.
We had to.
Simply out of necessity, this would have turned into a 4-day tournament otherwise. And a lot of people didn't plan on that. Obviously, our crew did not plan on that. So,
but it's not fair on the players as well. Like they have
No.
to like get hotels and et cetera, et cetera. It's just like no
people
one,
have work.
It's been overwhelming, but no one forecast we'd have over 1,000 entries. So
Right.
it's
So,
great on the one hand, but we had to deal with it on the other.
right, so they made it 40-minute levels.
I think everyone understood.
It's a very good compromise. Still
It's a
plenty
great
of poker.
It's still a great structure.
Right. Anyway, so in the realm of things that could happen, like San Fran wins a tight game, KC wins a tight game, KC blows them out, San Fran blows them out. I actually think one of the, I would say, reasonably likely scenarios, and I like it better than the other side, is San Fran blowing KC out. I could see this being like, I could theoretically see it being 24-7 at halftime, and then the final being like 38-24. I'm not saying that's a likely scenario,
Okay.
but I think San Fran blowing them out.
That would qualify as a blowout in your head.
Well, 24-7 at halftime, then like, the finals 38-24 type thing.
It's very hard to keep Kansas under like 20-odd points.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
hard.
Which is why I like Emmanuel Sanders.
I have a small bet in San Francisco plus 1.5. I'm like with you, but like in the smallest way.
Right. Got a little bit of a hand developing here. Alex in there with pocket 8s. He is in the lead right now. Carlos has got a flush draw. He's got some backdoor straight equity as well. Oscar just with overcards and no real suits to speak of. So imagine he'll find a fold. I don't think Alex can go away just yet. Not with 8s. And he's going to make this call. That should get Oscar out. It does. And we got a heads up here. Carlos, the original raiser. He made it 9K pre-flop. Again, blinds are 2,000, 4,000. And Carlos is still behind, but picks up more outs. He can now catch a 3. Look at the outs in the top center of your screen. Any 3, any heart, any ace. And I would have double-barreled this if I was Carlos. I think that's a mistake.
I think it's firing again would be pretty standard here.
I mean, your opponent just called you pre-flop. Like, the best hand he has here is really like a 10. Right?
Yeah. I think you should bet again, for sure.
Especially with Carlos's stack. He can really actually put a little bit of pressure on Alex. I know Alex has got chips, but...
This bet here is not going to be an easy decision for Alex, though.
No, not at all. I mean, a hand like Ace-Queen is Ace-Queen, King-Queen. Those are the hands that he could most certainly bet flop, check turn, and then, well, I got a queen now, I'll bet.
And he does get it through?
No, it looks like Alex called.
He does not get it through.
No.
Okay, nice call. He was getting a decent price. And Alex is getting monstrously stacked.
By the way, our chip leader going into day 2. You want to guess who it was?
Yeah, I know who it was, so it's funny.
Our Chinese gentleman, Ruida, who's just... you give Ruida, like, he's like the MacGyver at the poker world. You give him, like, 6-4 offsuit, and somehow he makes it 100... And no pair, right? He has no pair, no real draw, and somehow he gets into, like, a 300 big blind pot that he ends up winning.
If you didn't watch the stream yesterday, you did miss some real fun. He was pretty manic, but quite interestingly so. Hopefully we'll get to see him play again, because he was fun.
We are not in the money yet. We are awaiting the prize pool. It should come momentarily, I would imagine.
Ask me how many bets I have on the Super Bowl.
How many bets do you have on the Super Bowl?
So I do it with my wife every year. Super Bowl betting, not anything else. And so we do it together, and we have like lots of small bets because it's fun. So we have 19 this year.
19.
Not our record because we're not together, but we have 19.
Is it like 19? Like, are they like £5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
They're fun, right?
Yeah, we probably have like $150 bet, like, or 100 and something. Not very much in total, but a lot of really dumb bets. However, the word on the street is coin toss this year. The sharp money is on heads. You don't have to act. You don't have to act on that. I'm just saying that's where.
We're going to have a couple. We have to have a
is.
couple of friendly bets, don't we? On like the dumb thing, on the dumb
Sure.
things.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
fair
sure.
enough.
Sure.
We've got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. So Carlos has been very active. He's picked up some hands. He raises with jacks. Oscar calls out of the small blind with tens after John G calls as well. 3 very strong hands. And
bingo.
Yeah, that's a tough flop for Carlos and Oscar to get away from. Not just one queen, but 2 of them.
Just an insane flop. It's the perfect flop for ace queen.
Yeah.
With tens and jacks, I suppose.
I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Carlos and Oscar to both think they have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, most of the time they do. Like, almost all the time they do.
Carlos is going to check. John is going to bet. I imagine this is going to be weird. So Oscar probably calls. And then what is it? Does Carlos overcall? Does Carlos then get rid of the jacks? I mean, by checking the jacks, he might actually save himself a straight.
I'm trying to think what I'd do. I think it's too tight just to fold, isn't it?
I do, too.
Like, you could definitely have the best hand.
I mean, what the player in position bet means nothing.
No, right, exactly.
And Oscar could have any pair.
A lot of fun turn card potential.
Or not at all.
It's fun from a poker analysis point of view, I suppose, because it's like, what
Nothing
would you do
changed.
what would you do with your tens or your jacks here?
As crazy as it might seem, I don't think it's a terrible play to do like a check call lead type play if you're Carlos. But, I mean, there's just not much out there you're worried about. Way ahead, way behind scenario.
You're way ahead, way behind, of course.
So, I mean, I'm more likely to just check it again if I decided to take that line, but this is a fun little spot. John G, once again here, just in the driver's seat. He's got to realize that, there's a decent chance one of his opponents has a queen, right? We know they don't, but he got called by 2 players, so.
You're not going to get called on that board with nothing very often. Like maybe ace high once by one player, but
especially the overcall.
But the overcall obviously means that they have something. So
nines plus.
So you should be thinking there's a decent part of their range is another queen, even though it's card removal makes it unlikely. But even still, the action makes it more likely.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to blow anybody out of the water here, but 62K. I think he's getting a little bit greedy here. The 10s go in the muck. And Carlos goes in the muck. I think John got just a little bit greedy. I think you've got to realize that your opponent has like 9s plus here, maybe has a queen. And you're trying to get one more street from the pairs. You're going to get it all if he has a queen. He only had 120,000 left. You can bet 40, even 39, I think, on the turn, and then move all in on the river.
What did he bet? I missed it.
Bet 62 into 90.
Oh, right, yeah. That's pretty sturdy.
I just think it's a little bit, it's a little bit greedy. You're only going to get, I think, basically you're getting jacks to fold, which is what you don't want.
I've realized over later years that one of the biggest gaps between kind of my level of no limit hold'em and like a high stakes pro level limit of no limit hold'em, like Chris Moorman, is bet sizing.
Oh.
Like they just think so much about their bet sizing. They think so hard about exactly what the right bet is. They debate it. They analyze it. Do you know what I mean? And I think as you go down the poker scale, you get to a recreational player, they're putting almost no thought into what their bet sizing is. They're just like, it's random. They're reacting to the moment, like,
or they're just playing copycat. They've seen the pro do it, and they go, okay, well, I guess 2.5x pre-flop is standard, and post-flop I'll just bet half, and then half pot and half pot, without knowing why the pros are doing it. The pros have reasons.
Yeah. And when you see the top players, like hopefully we'll see Mormon at some point, make a value bet, he will have thought, okay, what is this guy's range? What hands am I getting called by? What bet size is the maximum I can bet to get called by the part of his range that will call me? It's just that next level of precision, I think.
And it's key. What you just said there was some of the best players in the world are constantly thinking about what my opponent's range is and how do I get called by that range? Rather than, okay, what am I trying to accomplish? Obviously that's in the back, but they're not. Their first thought is, how can I get called? How can I get value? Chris is going to 3-bet this, and this is a little bit tricky. This is not something you would normally see out of the big blind. Most players in the big blind are 3-bet, especially when there's nobody else in the pot. There's no dead money in there, basically. Most players are 3-betting out of the big blind with what is a polarized range. Their absolute top, and then the garbage.
Yeah, but like, look at how good he is at picking his spots. Like, we haven't seen much of Vasil play, but I guarantee Chris has thought, this is a guy that I think is going to fold too much. Like, he won't just have suddenly gone, oh, I'll just 3-bet from the big blind today.
But how many I mean, King 9, I would think that I'm calling that 99% of the time. I'm 3-betting that particular hand is probably not even a thought for me. And it should be. So
well, it's a I'm surprised you say that, because it's a hand.
I haven't read the book you bought me yet. Give me a few days.
You haven't even redeemed it.
I haven't redeemed it yet. Give me a few days. I'm going to read it on the airplane on the ride home.
But I mean, it's a hand that doesn't play well post flop. It's like one of those reverse implied odds hands we talked about yesterday.
I'm not talking not like 3-4 ways. I mean, heads up from a late position open. King 9 does okay. King high is oftentimes the best hand.
It's just not. It doesn't play great. Sorry, I'm getting messages from Cara. Keeps interrupting. She's over.
Good.
She's over 300k.
Wow.
She wants everybody to know, which is fair.
Please, this is great.
Real-time updates.
I love real-time updates. I mean, I understand. I mean, the king blocker and all that stuff, and I guess my thought process would be I might be turning more like my king 4s into a bluff, and I might be calling with my king 9s. It's just, hey, I'm actually suggesting that I'm clearly wrong because Chris Moorman is doing it this way.
Well, like one of the amazing. I know everyone takes the mickey out. There's a guy here who really doesn't like betting 3-betting king 9.
Yeah. Take a look at the leaderboard here. Alex with 469,000 chips. Chris Moorman very healthy at 152. Sorry, continue.
No, I was going to say, I think like everyone used to take the mickey out of learning from TV because TV shows used to just show highlights. But when you watch live streams, I do think you can improve your poker by watching live streams if they're good players. And one of the so for you, the king 9 thing is really interesting. One of the interesting things for me is the stack that Moorman was prepared to 3-bet out of position out of. So he must have had about 30 big blinds or just under before that 3-bet, right? Maybe 30, 31 big blinds. But he's prepared to 3-bet out of position because he thinks the spot is a profitable spot. So that's interesting to me as well, because that's when I probably don't 3-bet enough on the rare occasion I play a live tournament.
In all fairness, I mean, I think obviously I love this, and I think it's incredibly entertaining to watch these players play poker. But from a learning perspective, this is what it's all about. If you want to be a better poker player, if you want to do better in tournaments, watch Chris Moorman for the next couple of hours. Watch what he does. Watch what he doesn't do. Alex has raised under the gun +1. Carlos calls out of the big blind with king 10. Ace-king still in the lead here. Carlos has picked up a gut shot. Check, check. Carlos checks it once again.
I do have a prop for you for the game, which is not mine. Two people I really respect have said the same thing independently. So
nice run out here for Ace-king, and Alex looks like he will win this. It checks down, and Alex does win. What is it?
It's Mahomes under rushing yards, because he had that spectacular run in the championship game, which was on every highlight show. However, he doesn't usually rush.
No, he's an incredible athlete, and I think the public perception is that great athlete, clearly he runs the ball, like Lamar Jackson, and he's just not that guy. He's much more of the stay in the pocket. Now he will run.
He'll move side to side.
Right, and he'll also, he'll roll out. But generally he's looking for one of his dynamic receivers downfield.
And rushing for a quarterback against this San Francisco front, which is incredibly quick, is really hard. So anyway, his line's around about 32 yards rushing.
I kind of like
so
that.
Under.
I mean, he could break it in one run, but it's more likely.
That's from two really good sports bettors.
Well, there you go.
So
I got the over Emmanuel Sanders. I gotta jump on these.
Got to jump on these before you lose the prospect of a 50-50 proposition.
They're not 50-50.
They're
okay?
at least 55-45 in our
exactly. Favor. Steve just moved all in here for what is just 12 big blinds, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Not going to get called. It's just so funny how deep we were yesterday. I wasn't necessarily expecting it, but... Another thing that strikes me about Chris Moorman that it's just amazing is here's a guy who plays high rollers, plays some of the biggest games in the world, right? And then he plays, he'll play an 888 euro buy-in tournament and treat it just as seriously.
Only has one way of playing.
Once again, the password for tonight's free roll, which is in 27 minutes. Registration is open. Password is Madrid. Go to the restricted tournaments tab and get in there.
I've told you my Jake Cody media tournament story, haven't I, on stream? I must have done.
I'm sure. I don't know.
So
I love Jake Cody.
Yeah, me too. This was like 2 or 3 years ago when Jake was an ambassador for a poker site, and we were doing some work, and we were in the same media tournament. Now, bear in mind, the point of the media...
Is this the same flailing poker site that seems to be getting rid of everybody?
Let's not go into that. Bear in mind...
What a terrible site that is. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bear in mind, listeners, the point of a media tournament is to give members of the poker media a good time, right? So you get some pros in, there's some prizes for them to win.
It's like a golf pro-am.
It's like a golf pro-am. So if you're a pro in that tournament, you're supposed to be showing everyone a good time, whatever. And so, like, we get down to the final table. I'm on it, Jake's on it. And Jake gets bad beated in fourth, I think. He gets bad beated in fourth, like a really horrible beat against this guy from, I think actually not even from a poker publication. And he gets so tilted, he has to go for a walk, because...
It must have been a joke.
No, not at all.
Really?
No, not at all.
Wow.
No, not at all. And trust me, if you know Jake, he is so competitive. There's a reason he was the, first ever live Triple Crown winner and one of the youngest, most successful tournament players we've ever had live. He's just so competitive. And don't get me wrong, Jake's super polite, lovely person, came back, shook the guy's hand, all of that stuff. But he couldn't help but not be so gutted. And the kicker to the story is he couldn't win anything. He wasn't allowed to take any of the prizes.
He couldn't even
win. He
win.
wasn't eligible.
But he
still wanted to come first.
That's fantastic.
He can't play for fun. But that's what all these guys have in common. They can't. Very few of them can play poker as for jokes.
Right.
They're competitive all the time.
I just had a wonderful opportunity. I played on Poker Go. I played in Doyle's game. And it was really fun, actually. So I was in Las Vegas, and I got to play, it was horse.
Okay.
We played 5100 horse. Got to play with Norman Chad and Ali Najad and Brandon Shaq Harris and some real, notable players in the world. And Todd Brunson came out to play. I will say that it was a very, very light-spirited, fun atmosphere, but it was mixed games, which is a very different thing.
Yeah.
There's no winner. It was a cash game as well.
Okay.
Mitch Hecht wanted to know how much the masks are in Madrid. Funny you should ask, because I was at the flea market today, and I did actually buy my mother a mask. It was 20 euros for a nice little mask. But I assume depending on what
mask, what do you mean, like one of those opera type masks? Or?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the question is
Well,
how much are the masks in Madrid?
You bought one.
I bought a mask.
So what? But I don't understand what a mask.
I'd have to show it to you. I don't know. It's a handmade leather mask, but it's completely original. This woman who makes them, she said, I don't make any two the same. and I saw what she had up there. They're not the same. And they were ranging in price from 10 euros up to like 30. And I picked out one was 20, and it was really beautiful. My mom collects, so she'll put it on the wall, I would imagine. Michael Myers in the chat. What's up, Michael? Welcome. Luis Guillen. Good afternoon to you. Good evening to you. Good morning to you, wherever you might be in the world. Have you ever been to a proper Super Bowl party?
I have a Super Bowl party at my house every year, but there's usually only 4 or 5 of us, so it's not like... I don't go to like big parties.
No, you live in the UK too. No, but Super Bowl's different because you can do the whole squares thing, and...
Yeah.
I'm sure I said this story like probably last year when we were covering a Super Bowl during a Super Bowl time, but when my son, who's now 6, was 1.5, I went to a Super Bowl party with him, and we did the squares. And they were like, I don't know, it's $10 a square, whatever it is. And if you win, if you're new to this, the way it works is if the score is, you get numbers, and if the score is lines up to what square you have, you can win. Anyway, my son won like end of half and end of game. So I have a picture.
Swept.
I have a picture of my 1.5-year-old with like $120 in cash with this huge smile on his face. Carlos has raised it up in the hijack with 5s. Alex just calls with ace queen. Francisco comes along for the ride as well with queen jack on the button. King high flop. 5s still best. I would imagine on a dry flop like this, only one real overcard to your king. Why not take a shot at it? You can represent ace-king, king-queen. If your opponents don't have a king, it might be difficult for them to continue on. Alex has the chips. He's in position. He's got some backdoor equity. He's not going to go away just yet, though. And he does make the call. Francisco will relinquish his hand. And that's what Alex is hoping for. Give him, whether it's a big card, his opponent shuts down, or, of course, he picks up a flush draw. Carlos is going to fire again here. And this will be really interesting if it goes to showdown and nobody improves. So after betting 30,000 on the flop, he bets the same on the turn. Or did he bet less? I don't know. The graphics might be a little bit off because Francisco is already out. And the turn is the deuce of spades. $96K in the pot. Well, let's see if we get the graphics up. At this point, we know, there it is. Okay, so there was a bet on the turn, another call. The river's a blank. Okay, that was pretty cool. I apologize for the graphics mishap. But that hand was pretty cool. So it was a king 7-4, 1 spade flop. The gentleman in seat number 4, if I get his name right exactly here.
Didn't we watch him yesterday? Is that not the same guy?
I don't know.
He looks very like somebody we covered yesterday.
Anyway, the gentleman in seat number 4, wearing the 888 patch, he bet the 5s on the flop. Gentleman with the black hat in seat number 6 called with ace queen of spades. On the turn, he picked up a spade draw with deuce of spades. It went bet again, call.
Yeah.
The river was an 8, which meant very little. It went check with the 5s, and then the ace queen of spades, who had missed, moved all in. Got him to fold. It's pretty cool.
The old strong right arm.
Yeah. Samuel asking, hey fellas, what city is this event being hosted in?
Madrid.
Oh.
We didn't have any answers to what is the unique thing among major capital
what is
cities
it?
in Europe that cannot be changed but applies only to Madrid. I'll tell you, Madrid is not situated on a major waterway.
Oh. And
No.
every other city is.
either a port or a major river. Very unusual.
Some access to some water.
Yeah.
Now, most cities are, right?
Yeah.
In the whole world.
Yeah, and especially big cities, because that's why they are where they are. But Madrid has no major river or port.
Vasil. Going to move all in here from the small blind. 27 big blinds. I don't believe he's going to get called by anybody.
Yeah, pretty standard, but a nice bet. Alex isn't automatically folding. Alex has got all the chips, by the way.
I don't think he certainly thinks that he's probably flipping, but threes, tough hand to do it with.
It's 99 to call into a pot of 133, so he's getting 1.3 to 1.
If his pair was slightly higher.
Yeah, he does fold.
I just don't think threes are quite... The times you're not flipping and the times your opponent has fives or sixes or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just crushed. Got a message here from Munir Habib, two-time EPT tournament winner here. Couldn't make it to Madrid for the tournament because of my 3-month-old. Congratulations. Make sure to bring him along next time. Yeah, what a fantastic tournament this is. 1,067 entries.
Yeah, somebody's going to win a boatload of money. To state the obvious. Needless to say, we've smashed the guarantee. We don't have final payouts yet, but we'll get them at some point this evening. Chris Moorman, one of the most successful poker players of all time. Sadly not with big chips yet, but he'll be patient with what he has. We want to see him with big chips so we can see him making moves, putting pressure on.
I would say, I mean, as much as I'd love to see Chris make a deep run in this tournament, I'm really happy to kind of see him in that 30 to 40 big blind range because that's my trouble spot. Like, I feel like under 25 big blinds, okay, I've read some books on it. I've talked to some people. Over 50 big blinds, I feel like my cash game acumen can kind of come in. It's that, like, 29 to, say, 40-ish big blind spot that I'm just, like, lost. Pretty big flop here for ace-7 of hearts. He's got a gut shot, he's got overcards, and he's got the flush draw. He is up against top pair, though. I'll tell you, Carlos Lopez, he must have gotten some sort of memo that said he needs to play 70% of the hands, no matter what. He's in there every time mixing it up. Very entertaining.
You don't drive to the tournament to fold.
No.
That's one thing I've always loved with poker, which always used to drive me crazy when I started playing and played in cash games and was trying to make money and stuff. It's like one of the principles of poker, in my opinion, is that everybody pays their money to either buy their cash chips or to enter the tournament, so they can play how they like. And it always will be a hot button for me when people try and tell other people at the table what they've done wrong or how to play. It's like, if he wants to play 70% of hands and see what happens, that's up to him. You know? This is the craziest thing when people go, why are you playing those hands? Why are you doing this? It's like, it's not your money, it's their money.
It's mind-boggling.
And if you think they're playing bad, then that's good for you, so shut up.
Right.
It's just like, it's the weirdest thing.
So
everybody wants to be proved right all the time.
Yeah, we apologize for the technical difficulties with the graphics the last couple of hands. And that will be rectified very shortly. Password, once again, is Madrid. That free roll starts in 14 minutes. Get your free money.
And Kara Scott's up to 375.
Are people just giving her chips?
Yeah, I think she might. Seriously, I think she might have final table chips by the end of today.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that we're going to be close to the final table after today. I mean, the final table is tomorrow.
She's going to go to bed with like 900k at about 1 a.m. Everyone else has to play till like 4 a.m. She'll get up tomorrow and come back and win.
She'll come back with like 600 just to have lined off like half her stack.
Guys, I'm a young mum. I've got a serious sleep schedule crunch here. I'm going to have to get this wrapped up.
Francisco raising in the cutoff with ace-5. Oscar, new to the table. Or we just haven't seen him, really. He's actually not new to the table. That is Oscar Gironella from Spain. Online poker pro with 2 live cashes totaling 25K. His best online score is 95,000. And Oscar has been very quiet up till now. And this is interesting. Look at this here. We have a cutoff open from Francisco. A button 3-bet from Oscar. And I thought Chris Moorman certainly thought about 4-betting cold there with the king-jack of spades.
Yeah, and the irony is would have worked.
Yeah. I mean, you can see his instincts are like, something's not right here.
Doesn't look super strong to me. Late position, open and 3-bet. That kind of play is much less common in live poker than it was kind of 4 or 5 years ago. There's way less pre-flop aggression nowadays. Like, it definitely went through a phase where you see loads of those kind of squeeze 4-bets and stuff. Actually, maybe more than 5 years ago, in fact.
Andre Garrett says, where is Kara Scott? She is in the tournament
She's
field.
playing poker, yeah.
She's somewhere, I mean, I don't know, there's probably
Just
300 people left in this
Just
thing.
look for a massive stack of chips somewhere.
Yeah. A massive stack of chips and a great smile.
Yeah.
John G. wearing the red alligator shirt.
Oscar not getting involved with the ace-10. Gabriel not getting involved with the 4s. No marginal hands at this table.
But Steven's going to get involved with king-jack, and I imagine he'll just call this from because it's an early position open. Steven just has about 10 big blinds right now. Not a lot of room.
Call and try and make a pair. Nothing going on.
He doesn't care. He doesn't need a pair. Well, he's got a pair, just not on the board. He is just, I believe, moved all in. No, he bet 25K, essentially all of his chips.
He's just saying, I hit a pair.
And he might do this with like a hand like, I mean, if he had ace-5, ace-6, even like a weak 10, like 10-8 or something like that, he might just say, you know what, I want the hand over. I don't want you to call off.
John G's
I don't want you to check it back. John doesn't believe him. He calls. And Stephen Fitzpatrick is 2 cards away from being eliminated. He needs some help here. King-jack versus ace-high on a 10-6-5 rainbow board. No hearts out there either. Little stop-and-go play from way back when.
Yeah. I think there's a reason it went out of fashion.
We agree for a queen of 10.
There's a 3, not help at all. Steven looking for a king or a jack on the river. You can see his outs in the top right corner of your screen. 8 of spades on the river. That is not a king or a jack, and Stephen Fitzpatrick has been eliminated. John G. adds another 62,000 to his stack. And I imagine the reason it's gone out of vogue is, like you said, it just doesn't work very often. If you had a 10, wouldn't you want your opponent, like, don't you want your opponent to put a little money in there?
Well, that's why John can just sit there and go, okay, wait a minute. If he's strong here, like, he's going to let me bet, and because he's got so little chips, he's going to let me bet and then put his money in. So, like, he's probably messing about, and if he's not messing about, I've got backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw, ace over card. Like, if he just happens to be playing weird, but probably I've got the best hand.
Hey, maybe he's got a 5.
Yeah, like maybe.
Like maybe that's the hand.
And then I still have equity.
Right, then you have 2 overcards and... No, nonetheless, though, Stephen Fitzpatrick
It was a nice
has
try.
been
It was a
eliminated.
nice try. It just,
All the chips at this particular table are right in the middle, seat 5 and seat 6.
Okay, I'm not making this up. Kara Scott update.
Another one?
490,000 in chips.
Okay, she needs to get new friends, though. Why does she only text you? I don't understand this.
Because I'm on the stream, so so this way she gets her props.
Right, but her update is like every 3 minutes. Is she playing every hand?
It's pretty much. She said she was going to play fast and see what happens, so there you go.
But it's like every 3 minutes she gets an update. Oh, I mean, his hands take longer than her updates take.
Yeah.
490. And she's, by the way, she late regged.
Yeah.
What a boss Kara Scott is.
Yeah. I've said this before, but the thing about... So for those of you that don't know, I taught Kara how to play poker many, many years ago. And the thing about her is she's always had, like, that natural aggression that is very hard to learn, I think. You know, when you take up poker, like, most people are not naturally aggressive. And if she has one of her days where, do you know what I mean? Like, she's had some really deep runs in tournaments because she can be a bit of a truck. And it doesn't
well, and I think people give her
like it, does it?
No, well, I was going to say, I mean, people probably give her a lot of credit because I know, especially earlier on in her career, before they knew who she was, maybe, I think they probably assumed, oh, she's got it.
Yeah.
How many times does this girl get aces? This is ridiculous.
Right, exactly. But would you agree with me? Like, it's hard to. I'm not saying it can't be done. It can definitely be done, definitely. But it's challenging to learn to be aggressive if you're not naturally aggressive when you start out.
I think it's much easier for somebody to be overly aggressive and then you can pull them back than to be overly passive and then teach them the aggressive.
I agree 100%.
So I would much rather have, it's like the same thing like if you're teaching a kid athletics. Give me the kid who's just a little bit crazy. I can pull that back,
Yeah.
The kid who's shy, it's tougher to kind of take it out of him and bring it out. Not impossible, of course, but yeah, much more difficult, I agree.
But especially in No Limit, because there's so much premium on, A, if you can get the other person to fold, you've got 2 ways to win, obviously, but B, it's just so much easier to play an aggressive image as well.
I know we just started, but obviously things tend to start late here in Spain, obviously, and... coffee shops don't open until 10 in the morning.
I love Spain.
It's just...
The breakfast here is on till midday. Spain's just the best.
I will tell you, my wife's schedule since she's been here, wake up at 11 in the morning, have breakfast, go upstairs, have a nap. It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Wake up at 3:30 in the afternoon and then have your day. But anyway, poker doesn't start till 5 p.m., These players are actually going to go on a dinner break. So we only started the stream, I know, an hour and a half ago. Mm-hmm. We're actually going to go on a dinner break in about 20 minutes. It'll only be an hour, and then we're going to come back for a good 4 or 5 hours of poker. Hopefully we'll keep this table. I don't know if we will or not.
Just a reminder that the free roll is starting in 5 minutes. There is a late reg as well, so you don't have to completely panic. But if you want a shot at some free money, get on to 888. And the free roll password is David. No, it's
Madrid.
Not Madrid.
It's not David.
It's not David. It's Madrid.
While I do believe the world does revolve around me and I am egotistical, I have not made the password David. 88 Live Poker Bucharest. That's our next stop. If you think the poker is good here, just wait for Romania. The cash games are fantastic. The poker is great, and it's kind of a cool little party city. So you can join us in March in Bucharest. Lawrence Bren saying, "Let's see Kara Scott on the TV table." I'm going to tell you something. If Kara Scott sticks around and she continues to accumulate chips, I can almost guarantee you that she will be at the feature table at some point. Begrudgingly, by the way, because she does not want to be at the feature table, but she will.
I mean, I can pretty much guarantee she doesn't want to move table.
Right. She doesn't want to leave. She doesn't want to change anything.
She's gone from 80K to 500K. It's like...
Please don't do a thing.
Yeah.
Chris is raised from the hijack. Well, looks like he might just pick this one up. And he does. Agroff asking where are the girls? We plenty of women still in the field.
And women we know.
Yeah, I mean, Anna Marquez still
Vivian,
there. Cara.
Ebony Kenny.
Ebony Kenny had 270,000 after day one. So, we have plenty of women at the field, just none at this table.
Which I'm strongly against.
World Series, so is Agrov.
Yeah, well, he's right. Or she's right.
You saw in the background, by the way, the WSOP Road to Vegas mega package. That's right. You can win that on 888 Poker. This year we're offering a mega package worth $15,000 with buy-ins to not only the World Series of Poker main event, but also the Crazy Eights. You get buy-ins to 2 bracelet events.
It's a mega package.
Plus flights, plus 12 nights accommodation.
That's basically a rent. That's like
12 nights
awesome.
Accommodation. Online qualifiers will start soon only on 888 Poker. And the steps start at 1 cent. So really, no matter what your bankroll is, if you get lucky, you play hard, you play well, you can possibly win your way to Las Vegas. Thomas Bending and Tanbir asking what the password is. Once again, password is Madrid. You have 2 minutes. Get in there. Free roll.
free money.
What's up, AC Racing?
Where do they find the free roll, David, on 888 Poker?
You go to the restricted tabs. The restricted tournaments tab, sorry. There'll be another free roll, by the way, tomorrow, so make sure you join us for that one. But, yeah, you go to the restricted tournaments tab, type in the password Madrid, and get in on there. We are giving away $888 free dollars. By the way, interestingly enough, you know how many players we had coming into today? 887.
Oh.
I feel like somebody should have registered.
Somebody should have registered, yeah, right, exactly. Let's keep this on brand, people.
Jason Frey says 888 Poker is the best. I know I'm biased, but I've got to tell you, I've worked with a lot of different sites and stuff, and I've always been impressed by what 888 Poker has done. You know, obviously there aren't the super high rollers, but I feel like 888 Poker is more about the regular poker player. It's more about, you and me and all of us. And, these approachable kind of numbers. I mean, where a high roller might be 3,000 euros. Mm-hmm. And a main event is 1,000.
Yeah, it's great. And look, obviously we're biased, but you can't dispute the value. Like, look at
But not 1,067 players,
and the
of which I guarantee 800 are terrible.
That's harsh.
I'm not going to tell you which 800.
Right.
Everybody I'm talking about is fantastic. No,
Yes.
and I just mean you're pointing out there's value. There's 1,067 entries. Certainly they're not all pros.
There's not 800 pros, right? Exactly.
Right.
It's a fun tournament that everybody's got a shot in. Well, not really, because Kara's just going to win it in 6 hours. But in theory, everybody's got a shot.
At second place.
At second place, right. Chris Moorman's opened here. And
by the way, Kara is
called in a couple of places.
I believe Kara is the only 888 ambassador to have ever made an 888 main event final table. It was before we started live streaming, though.
Oh, yeah.
It was the first one.
Is that the only one that's done it?
I think so.
Wow. That's terrible.
It is. It's awful.
Come on, ambassadors.
Step it up. I mean, and our ambassadors are all like top players, too. Alex, our chip leader at this table with Pocket Fours. A little bit about Alex, by the way. That is Alex Montgomery from the UK. Over 200,000 in live cashes, playing mostly small stakes. Local tournaments. His best live cash is 40K. He did that in Manchester. Pretty impressive to have your best live cash only be 40K and have over 200,000 in live cashes. Means he's doing it a lot.
Let's check round on the flop, and Chris has bet the turn here.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I think it's like a value bet, actually. I think he's just like, I've got the best hand a ton of the time here.
He might, yeah. A little bit of a protection bet. If I'm Alex, I'm going to call one time, I believe. I'm just going to give it up, though. Certainly reasonable, I think.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Like, he can be crushed right now, and also he can face another bet on the river, and like, there's no cards he likes on the river, and you know, I think folding's.
And it is Chris.
It is Chris. Yeah.
It's like, is Chris capable of checking a king there? Absolutely, on a king-jack-jack board. Is he capable of checking a jack there? Yes. Is he going to give up very often? No.
If he's bluffing, right? Yeah, exactly.
Big smile from Chris Moorman. What can we say about the man that you don't know?
Well, it's quite interesting. Alex was just saying that like I could have called for 13k and I would have had a story to tell if I'd beat you in a pot. And Chris said, "Yeah, you got to go for it." Like so, like Chris is like, "Yeah, I want you to think like, please think like that. Everybody, please think like that."
Blinds are 3,000, 6,000 for another, say, 13, 14 minutes. Then we go on break. When we get them back, blinds will be 4,000, 8,000. The one thing we haven't mentioned about Chris Moorman, and I'm sure we have through the years, but he's incredibly nice. I mean, just...
This really bothers you, doesn't it? You're like...
He's just... Yeah, but like that you want, like, come on, where's the wart? What do you have? Come on. He's got to have a skeleton somewhere, right? It's just like not only is he just a tremendous poker player, and he's won millions of dollars, and
yeah,
he's a super nice guy.
He's a great person. You will really, really not find anyone who's got a bad word to say about him.
I've never heard. I mean, he's definitely on the list of people where I'm like, is there somebody you want to have a beer with? Yeah, I mean, he's definitely on that list.
1,000,000%.
You're not on that list, by the way.
Don't want to be on the list.
I'm just pointing out.
Don't drink beer. So,
Nick Wellfell, David Zuckman here for 888 Live in Madrid. Thanks for joining us.
You can still get in the free roll. The password's Madrid, and it's just started, but late reg is happening. Somebody's going to win some money.
Go get it.
More than one person is going to win some money.
And I'm going to come out and say it. When it comes to the free rolls, I don't think it's all that important if you register on time.
Right. Late regging rocks. Kara Scott late regged.
Yeah.
She's got most of the chips in play.
I think she has 60% of the chips already.
Yeah.
Players started this tournament, by the way, with 88,000 chips, if you're wondering why there are so many chips in play right now. Lots of chips, lots of play early on. Day 2 has become more of a traditional tournament, and we're picking up aces in the small blind. What's the play here? Well, I'm just going to shove it. Yeah, we don't know much about Gabriel. Gabriel does not have, he's from Italy, has no handed mob results or anything like that. I believe he's a new player. And listen, he certainly didn't maximize his value with the aces, but I think you've got Chris Moorman on your left, and you're thinking, well, do I really want to play a hand out of position against one of the best? So I get it.
Yeah. I still think you've got to, you've got to give yourself a chance to make some chips, surely.
Yeah. I mean, if he had 9 big blinds, you can't really do much, but he had about 13.
Look, it can never be completely wrong to shove aces. Shoving 1,000 big blinds with aces cannot be completely wrong. It's the best hand.
Yeah, it is.
However, I think there you do want to, and like, look, I'm not a fan of slow playing in general, but there I think you want to do something to increase your chances of playing a pot.
I mean, the problem is, like, if he limps, it's just Chris doesn't make. If he limps, the odds are Chris is probably just going to go check and see a flop.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Right, you give Chris a chance to, like.
Best hand. It's not like Chris Moorman's never lost a pot. I know that you think he's never.
Never lost a pot. No, I mean, yeah, right. But by checking, you give Chris the chance to hit a pair and lose one street of value.
How deep was he? He was like 30 big blinds deep.
13.
Oh, 13 big blinds deep. Sorry, I misheard you and I didn't look.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Like I said, under 10.
I think limping is right.
I probably limp there.
I would probably limp from like the cutoff and the button with that situation.
Yeah. If you do want to if you do want to put together a limping strategy from late position, which I think is really good on that stack size, aces is certainly the hand you probably want to be doing it with.
Sometimes it's going to blow up in your face, but I think you just accept that sometimes it'll blow up in your face. Most of the time it won't, because you're probably going to be heads up a lot of the time, or just with 2 blinds out of position. I think it's fine.
I mean, let's be honest. Most of the time, you're not going to win a poker tournament, so just
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
it is what it is. Jack's in the lead here. Now open-ended to go along with the best hand. Oscar just content to go to showdown at this point. Figuring if I've got the best hand, well, it's hard for me to get value from anybody. See if he can kind of induce. I imagine Oscar goes for a little bit of value here. See if he can get called by a 9. Possibly even an ace-high type hand. Or is he content to go to showdown? No, he's cutting out some chips here. Looks like 17,000.
17,000.
Yeah, blue chips are 5K, yellows are 1. Yeah, Alex makes the call. Oscar ekes out a little bit of value. He's now up to 359,000 chips. Alex down to 403. Both obviously very healthy. I mentioned 888 Live Bucharest. That is March 23rd to March 29th. After that, we will be in Barcelona from May 14th to May 25th.
Yeah, it's a great slate of events, isn't it? It's really good. Amazing first half of the year.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. They also moved Barcelona up about a week.
Yeah, really good.
So it's now ready to run up to the World Series.
Although I feel like we're going to be swamped, man. Like, I just feel like there's going to be a huge amount of entries. Like,
we'll get even more than normal.
Big anyway, but like, you're right. The week earlier is a better slot, and
maybe the extra whatever. Maybe it's 75 people that would have gone to were going to Vegas and didn't play.
Yeah, it's going to be huge.
Darko Pavlovich just busted the free roll. He had kings. I'm sorry.
Boo.
Darko, I feel you, man. You got a cool name, though.
Bad luck.
They might, hey, they can take your chips, but they can't take your name.
That's fair.
Ace high flop here, 2 hearts, and not much for either player. Another one blind on blind. Carlos bets the turn and takes that one. Darko, we love you too. There's another free roll tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can get in on that action. It's the same start time. Nick and I will be here live streaming. We will let you know what the free roll password is tomorrow as well. Got a nice turnout here on the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us, guys. And Mormon in the cutoff seat with 184,000 chips. Little gap-suited connector, the 7-5 spades. It's going to make it 13K. Just a little bit over a min raise. He is not afraid to kind of raise Alex's big blind. He's done that a couple of times.
Yeah, I think mostly as a function of just he's in the cutoff, and if it's folded to him, he's going to open a lot. I mean, one thing for people watching to observe is how Chris has taken his stack from around about 100K to 200K in the time of this stream without turning over a hand. He hasn't shown down a hand.
No. And by the way, that was with a hand where he called a 3-bet, paid a bet, called a bet on the flop, and then had to fold turn.
Yeah. Just, precision poker.
That was kind of a tight laydown. I mean, 8-3, obviously not a great hand, but 8-3 of hearts in the big blinds to a min raise pretty much.
I think my old school poker brain would kick in at that point. Like, if Chris Moorman had opened and I had 8-3 of hearts in the big blind, I'd be like, I see no way to win this pot.
Right. Why am I getting involved with 8-3?
I just don't care about the maths. I just don't see how I win any chips here. Like, it's an average person I don't know, fair enough, but it's Chris Moorman. Probably all right. Probably wait for another hand.
Charles Kowalski thanking us. No, thank you, Charles. Appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. Yeah, Nick and I will be here probably around till like 2 in the morning tonight, local time.
Enjoy the stream while we're talking about poker, because in about 2 or 3 hours, this is going to become a Super Bowl watch-along.
I think it's going to be great. I mean, if you are home and you are at all interested in poker and Super Bowl, this is the place to be.
Double screen it.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's clearly what we're doing. I assume you'll find a place we can watch it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
On some.
We'll get this done.
Yeah, we'll get it. Although it doesn't start until past midnight or something here, right?
Right.
So
we'll get we might have the first half here.
Yeah, we might.
King high flop.
By which time most of my bets will have lost, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm counting on the Emmanuel Sanders bet, having already won by that point.
I like the over on the national anthem. I'm just saying.
You said that yesterday. You are really you're all over the over 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
I'm locked in on the over.
Has that line moved?
Do you know? I'm in this ridiculous position. I can't check because I'm out of the country and I can't access my UK betting sites, which is actually good because it means I can't go crazy during the game.
It's 2020. What world are we in?
A world of borders and barriers that shouldn't be there, David Tuckman.
Oh. Charles says, I'm watching poker, not the Super Bowl. Well, that's good. We'll watch the Super Bowl for you. That's why we're here. We'll just let you know.
Don't think Charles. Never mind. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what he wants yet.
Why?
Charles is going to mute us and keep watching the poker.
I promise you that we will only talk about relevant bets. So it'll be a gambling type show more than anything.
Nick going on tilt when the anthem is under 204 and then the coin tosses tails will be something to hear. Because even though it's like about $5 on each bet, I still freaking
scream and be
losing.
Like, hold that note, stop, no!
Why? This is the biggest moment of your life. Why are you cutting it short?
I mean, if they ever hire me to sing the national anthem, and they never will.
Yeah, you're going.
I would for like 6 minutes.
Yeah. Just pause. And the home.
That's about right. Yeah. Nick Welthall, folks. Thanks for joining us.
I'm here all week, unfortunately, for you.
But in front of the chip leader, Alex Montgomery from the UK. Again, his best live cash, 40K. Played a tournament up in Manchester. That is not Alex Montgomery. That is Francisco Lopez and Oscar Gironella, both from Spain. Players are going on a dinner break, I believe, after the next hand. Might be 2 hands.
It'll be the same table after the break, so you'll get to watch Chris Moorman play some more poker.
Fantastic.
Straight after the break.
I kind of like this table. It's a nice mix of a couple of amateurs and what seems to be more pro-y type players.
Pro-y.
I don't know what level of pro. I know what level Chris is, clearly.
Yeah.
But I feel like, Oscar.
Well, we think,
Alex Montgomery.
Alex is clearly a live pro.
Yeah, John is as well. You've got some players who are playing online a lot. Mm-hmm. Whether they're only playing poker for money or supplementing their income with poker.
I just would second what was said in chat earlier. It's a bit sausagey. It lacks the fairer and better sex. That's
Well,
the only weakness in the feature table.
Well, maybe we can get. I mean, somebody's going to get eliminated, and hopefully somebody gets moved.
Get me a woman.
Queen 5 deuce, two clubs
in the
out
nicest
there.
possible way.
Nothing for either player. And look at Francisco. Talk about defending light. Jack 6 offsuit. Just one of those, any two. I'm getting a good price.
I'm also getting really bored of not having any chips. Trying to make something happen.
Yeah, and I don't think. I mean, listen, when you're getting 4.5 to 1, it's never terrible to make a call there. I think against a good player from out of position when I've only got, 13 big blinds, I'm probably going to save that one big blind and fold. But it's just me. AC Racing, for the record, it says he is detrimenting his income with poker. But hey, think about how much enjoyment you're getting, AC.
Well, I hope so. And I hope that soon you increase your income with poker.
Yeah.
All right.
So what do we do here? We've got ace jack under the gun with 15, 16 big blinds. I think shoving is the only real play, right? I don't like raising.
Raise call off, raise fold. They both sound terrible, don't they?
Yeah. He decided to raise.
I mean, it is going into dinner break, and maybe people want to get up and leave.
That's
so you
true.
kind of.
That's true. That's a good little live quirk for sure. Although my counter argument would be that there's 3 or 4 pros behind him still to act, so I don't know how much they're going to influence by that. I don't know. Shoving de-risks this hand. Dinner break. Where are we going for dinner?
13.
You don't care.
Food.
Well, I look forward to the pleasure of company. Oh, we've got to defend here from the small blind. Fran is clearly getting impatient. Loose defend in the big blind, and I'm not sure about this defend with these stacks either.
Yeah, we just saw Francisco defend the Jack 6. And here he's going to defend the 10-7. From the small blind, I think that's especially against an under-the-gun open, I think that's just a bit optimistic.
And they're really short stacked. He's
Yeah.
got 11 big blinds, I think.
It's just a little bit optimistic. Oh, and then again, you just spike your...
Well, you've got to know when it's coming.
Yeah.
That's the gift, isn't it?
And he just moved all in. So, I mean, he makes his hand, and he's going to force his opponent to play correctly and fold. I believe Gabriel has folded. Unfortunate turn card for him. The Italian losing his last hand, but the Spaniard wins it. Adds some much-needed chips to his stack. And as I mentioned, the players are going on dinner break. We will as well. We'll be back in 1 short hour. Don't go anywhere. Well, go get yourself some food, walk your dog, get yourself a drink, whatever you need to do. But come back in 1 hour. It'll be an exciting finish. We'll have 4 more hours of live streaming when we come back. Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us At Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Win picks up aces. Win wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not
Is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against you?
definitely more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously. But
hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
Wow.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah.
Got a big hand here. I think Ruda can definitely call. I mean, this is the great thing about it is you can actually 3-bet and then call 4-bets when you're this deep. You're obviously not going to fold to 1-bet here because the pot's going to be, I mean, depending on what your opponent's sizing is. But you've got to be comfortable playing post-flop poker. Frankly, it's a great flop for Erling. I mean, 2 spades out there. He has the ace of spades.
Amazing flop.
4-bet pot. Your opponent never has a 5.
So he should bet like small here, and he has 5.5. Do you know what? It's interesting because Erling, he said to our researcher that he plays poker for fun.
Mm.
And Norwegians that say they play poker for fun and make small bets in 4-bet pots post-flop, I find them suspicious.
Well, he's having fun because he takes your money. That's what
Exactly.
It's a lot of fun taking your money.
Exactly.
This is a kind of an unconventional raise from Ruda. You basically get all of the ace-kings and ace-queens to fold, I suppose. I suppose Ruda could have a 6-5 suited in his range occasionally, but he's very rarely going to raise it, though, here, would he?
I think it's a absolutely bizarre check raise. What's he represent?
And then what does he do? What's the play now?
I mean, in general, I love check raises. And I don't think most players have enough check raises in their game, but
It's a big bet, too. 26 into 45. I mean, I'm never folding if I'm Erling. And do you just shove all in here?
I think so. Yeah.
Or, I mean, do you call and then call the river?
Well, you have to call the river now, right? There's no... You can't...
No, you have the ace of spades. Your opponent doesn't really have very many flush draw. Well, look at this.
It's just going to make him feel better. He's going to give up. And I think he's going to have to try and make this look convincing. But we can see he's not going to get more chips. This is why you want to watch a player like Ruida, because clearly, as we said, he had 300k. You don't get that by playing tight, and you're going to see some fun pots like this one.
Madrid, end of January.
Oh.
Do you want to come?
Birthday month.
Would you like to be my guest?
I would love to come. Madrid. I've never been to Spain, actually.
I mean, not my guest.
Just to reaffirm, you can come without being
awkward.
David's guest.
I was going to say this is really awkward.
Even,
I'm married.
Or even having to talk to David. Is
Hashtag
fine.
me too. I'm sorry. Did I cross the line? I feel so weird now. You can just come.
No, we're at that level in our relationship where it's not weird. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'd love to.
Yeah, we totally
January.
partied in Montenegro together.
Oh God, yeah. Did you come to the wrap-up party at the end?
I did.
Okay.
What do you? I was there next to you the entire time.
I was fucking so drunk.
Okay.
You rode down with? Oh God, that whole night was a blur.
I was holding your hand.
That's why I ask. Cause we did. And then we got some food together, and then we flew out together within hours of arriving
didn't create
back.
quite the impact that David was hoping
Clearly.
it would have.
Dude, I was
Right.
so fucked. Can I say the F word on here?
You did twice.
You did, but it's a reflection on you.
Can I?
Like people are judging.
I mean, we're on the internet.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
say whatever
we're
you
good.
like. Yeah.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Seligman was waiting for a hand, finally found one. Unfortunately for him, he has walked into a bigger hand. Saliba looking for the elimination. Only a jack.
Oh!
And there it is. The jack of hearts.
That's unbelievably gross. Unbelievably amazing for Seligman.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where, like, the difference that makes to... She's thrilled.
Yep.
I love that.
That was a great
Someone
close-up.
should clip that. That's amazing.
That was a meme.
That is a definite. Yeah, you could use that for.
She,
Oh my-
she
that was
looks
a
like
gif.
she's going to knife someone.
That is a gif.
You know, a really good tournament player is going to have about 120% ROI, 20% return. That's a 200% return for cashing in this tournament. So it's a really, that's a big bubble. And like I said, if you satellited online, which you should absolutely be doing because you can qualify for these things for a few dollars, you could be looking at a really big return. So I would expect the play to be tight at the money bubble. It should be.
Yeah, I mentioned Maria in seat number 1, obviously, has had some huge scores over her career. And the other player that we were talking about that I had mentioned, Gary Miller in seat number 7, won $114,000 in the WPT 500.
On stream.
Were you commentating on that? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember his face now. He's in shot and he's got a few chips. 600,000?
Yeah, and
Squeeze me?
Yeah, I've got the story behind that as well. So Christian Zecchi, who I said does a great job for Poker News, seemingly traveling all over the world. Interestingly enough, so he and the chip leader, Kafera Levgi, who is still in, was chip leader last night. They were going back and forth and battling and battling and battling. He was the chip leader heading into the day with a 419. Gary had 259,000. They ended up getting involved in what is still the biggest pot of the tournament, where he lost a massive pot to Gary Miller when he flopped 2 pair with 10-3. Miller had ace-10. It was 2 pair after 2 pair, over 2 pair on an ace-10-3 board.
Jesus.
Yeah. So
that's a horrible cooler.
yeah, and it was just 2 of the big two of the big stacks. Gary Miller doubled up there to over 500,000, and has obviously just added to that. This is a pretty aggressive play from Khatri against the chip leader, so close to the money.
Yeah, no fear.
And I imagine Miller's got to be just feeling all sorts of confidence. You know, I mean, coming off of a win earlier this year. Kotri does have the king of diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he doesn't bet the turn. Maybe he knows his man. He knows that Miller will fire, come what may.
A little bit of pot control. He likely has the best hand right now. He's got a really nice hand to check call with, I imagine. Doesn't want to get raised, that's for sure. And he's going to call here. It'll be interesting to see if the river is a blank. How it plays out. And while that's not a blank, you're not really worried about the ace so much as you're worried about your opponent just having a queen. Miller clearly needs to bluff at this if he wants it. And you wonder, you know, if a bet of, say, 135,000 comes out, what do you do with king jack?
Well, I mean, there's a 3-bet pot, which makes it an interesting situation because he goes all in, David Tuckman.
Yeah, and I love this play.
Screw 130,000.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he says all of it.
You want to play for your, you want to call off for your tournament. This is what happens when you 3-bet the chip later, buddy.
I mean, Miller is a strong player.
Just understanding the dynamic, understanding what you can do to your opponent at this point. Yeah.
That's pretty strong stuff.
You mess the bull, you get the horns.
Is it?
What's they say? David Miller. Gary Miller, sorry. It's a bull.
Not his first rodeo.
No, not at all. That's just great, you know.
I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stack still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5s under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where you know it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not going to work out for her.
Bingo for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the overs. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn card. Not only is the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
for sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so you, he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like a really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket 5s.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for...
So you're not worried about being balanced at all in that particular spot if you're earlying. You're checking back the draw, but I assume you're betting... I assume you're betting anytime you have a set, if you have a set of 3s or a set of deuces?
Yeah, and I can't... There's... I'm checking that hand there against 0.5% of the players that I'd be playing against.
Just that particular...
just that kind of... Because almost no players with almost no hands would 3-bet out the small blind, continuation bet, and then check raise the flop. Like, that doesn't really happen.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that most of the time. And most of the time, his play of like, which you are taking exactly the right line, like smallish bet, turn, and then you can shove the river. That was absolutely fine. But against that guy, you're just exposing yourself to his random mentalness.
Well, anyway, you cut it here. Ace King's going to win this hand. Hugo decided not to bet the river. Scared about the 9, I assume.
Just while you wait.
AC racing if the blind's gone down. No, the blinds went up. Not by much, but we were 200, 400.
If the blind's gone down, that's pretty funny. That's really funny. It's one of those, it's a Benjamin Button tournament, they call it. The blinds slowly go down over the course of the event.
That'd be a fantastic structure. I like that. We've never tried that. The Benjamin Button tournament.
The blinds, everyone starts with 10 big blinds, but
Right.
the blinds slowly go down.
You just need to somehow figure out a way to survive.
Yeah.
Get a raise here. Del Puy with queens.
Literally 5 playable hands. And usually in this situation, it's hard for the flop to hit anyone because all the same cards are kind of out. Nice flop for 9s. Nice flop for 9s, but hard to know what to do in a 5-way pot.
Yeah.
The queens are winning.
And Jorge also with the 9 of spades. Del Puy with the queen of spades. I mean, the only one who absolutely hates this flop has got to be Jose on the button. So, okay, the tweet is up. If you wanted to see where Nick and I are commentating, you can go to Tuck On Sports. It is there.
And it's literally a staircase.
It's a really nice staircase.
No, it's one of the best staircases I've ever worked from. My long career of stairwell work.
Jack of spades. Jorge has picked up a little bit of equity. He can now catch a 9 or a 10.
He's
10 of spades.
I can catch a 9, a 10, a spade. No.
No.
Can't catch a spade.
Del Puy's going to check this back. He's got the queen of spades. Running jacks.
I'm not sure about that check. I mean, why would you check that turn?
Don't want to get check raised.
After seeing the...
I'm scared of Ruda.
Yeah.
He's not in the hand. I'm scared of him anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He might check raise even though he folded earlier. I think you should bet that turn. I mean, it's a pretty good card for your hand. I don't know.
He checked the river as well.
Yeah, I don't like how he played that.
It's one street. And then he's like, I don't think this is good now. I fold.
He's using that old trick of being incredibly good at poker. It's a really good trick. If you can use that, I recommend it.
Right.
It's really going to help your game.
Just count on the fact that other people aren't incredibly good.
Incredibly good, yeah. And weirdly, you win $20 million.
I think for a lot of amateurs out there, when they watch the best players in the world, they assume there's a lot more trickiness than just...
Of course they do.
The 3 to 5% of trickiness there is.
I really don't think YouTube helps too much either.
No.
Because like you look at the hands that get huge views on YouTube, they're like massive bluffs or soul reads or whatever.
Right.
You don't get
He called him with queen high. What?
Solid 2 streets of value with top pairs, not making the YouTube playlist, you know?
Right, or just check fold queen jack on a jack high board.
Right.
To a barrel on the turn. That's a pretty solid flop for ace deuce.
I can honestly say I have never flopped that with ace deuce.
Well, I don't know if... We know Stephen Fitzpatrick does not get hangovers. We do not know whether or not he drinks. But if the cards keep falling the way they are so far, he might be driven to it.
Yeah. For real.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Thanks so much for joining us. I know you, many of you are watching this on Facebook. Many of you, of course, on YouTube. But if you want to join the chat, we're closely monitoring the YouTube chat. And I see you in there. Demick, Mitch, Jason Frey. What's up, Mitch Hecht? Philippe Nielsen. Once again, the password is Madrid. That free roll in 46 minutes. Please let us know how you did. I'm going to check on the turn, I think. Steven probably realizing I'm not going to get an ace to fold. Probably not going to get much to fold at all. And frankly, Steven is actually kind of in this situation of he doesn't have that many chips anymore. Vasil going to take that one down. How about it's an 8? I mean,
yeah, the wind's in the hand.
It's got some showdown value now. He just went from 12% to 56%.
And this is such a big pot. Erling only has like less than 2 pot-sized bets left.
Yeah, now Ruud is going to check here. Probably figures I'm not getting a 10 to fold. I've got a little showdown value. I think Erling has to bet here, try to get an ace-king or an ace-queen to fold, right?
I suppose. I mean, how much would you bet? And then what are you doing on the river? Like, what are you doing on blank?
You bet like 22 right here. And if your opponent has ace-king or ace-queen, what's he doing with ace-king? If you bet 22?
Ruido would probably jam on you.
He could, but I mean, if he jams on you, you're probably beaten.
He bets 22.
That's just a good bet.
Oh my God, you guys are so close.
We share the same. Like we share the same brain. I think it's a really nice sizing here because again,
and I was right. Oh, I was right. He basically puts them all in.
Yeah,
that's why you check.
I don't like the check. I like betting here. It's a really weird play from him. Like,
yeah, but I knew he was going to do it. You've got to be specific to the guy. He's just looking to pressure you.
Right. I mean, you've got to know that he has I mean, is Rueda doing this if he has ace-king or ace-queen?
Possibly. I mean, this guy is like really out on a limb.
Erling makes the call. He still has 37,800 behind. What does Rueda do on the river? Well, he just shoves all in. How about? Well, you wanted to know how somebody gets 600 big blinds. This is one way.
Like, against a normal player, I think you're 1,000,000% right. I think you should always bet that turn the way the betting's gone. But against this guy, I don't think I would have for that reason. Because he's one of the few players that you're going to play who's proved he'll just make check raise bluffs, check raise semi bluffs, check raise. Like, I don't even know what this check raise was. What is that, a bluff?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what I don't know what a check raise is. I assume he thinks he had the best hand, but I don't know.
And now Erling's like thinking, like, I could have the best hand here. And he's right. He could easily have the best hand here. Because Rueda could be... Rueda would absolutely do this with nothing, in my
that's
opinion.
what I don't know.
In my opinion.
Remember, he shut down earlier with the 9s.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. I mean, you might be right.
He's...
Anyway, you cut it.
He's making this table fun. And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing,
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's got ace-jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace-queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
She really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King Jack here.
Yeah. He could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though.
Oh, bingo.
There you go.
We approve of this message.
Well, and this is the interesting thing. We talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah,
You know, we try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely.
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount.
Yeah.
And also he's going to call her with worse. However, the word on the street is, coin toss this year. The sharp money is on heads. You don't have to act. You don't have to act on that. I'm just saying that's where.
We're going to have a
that's where
couple.
our
Of,
money
we have to have a
is.
couple of friendly bets, don't we? On like the dumb thing, on the dumb
Sure.
things.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
fair
sure.
enough.
Sure.
We've got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. So Carlos has been very active. He's picked up some hands. He raises with jacks. Oscar calls out of the small blind with tens after John G calls as well. 3 very strong hands. And
Bingo.
yeah, that's a tough flop for Carlos and Oscar to get away from. Not just one queen, but 2 of them.
Just an insane flop for. It's the perfect flop for ace queen.
Yeah.
With tens and jacks, I suppose.
I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Carlos and Oscar to both think they have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, most of the time they do. Like, almost all the time they do.
Carlos is going to check. John is going to bet. I imagine this is going to be weird. So Oscar probably calls. And then what is it? Does Carlos overcall? Does Carlos then get rid of the jacks? I mean, by checking the jacks, he might actually save himself a straight.
I'm trying to think what I'd do. I think it's too tight just to fold, isn't it?
I do, too.
Like, you could definitely have the best hand.
I mean, what the player in position bet means nothing.
No, right, exactly.
And Oscar could have any pair.
A lot of fun turn card potential.
Or not at all.
It's fun from a poker analysis point of view, I suppose, because it's like, what
Nothing
would you do with
changed.
what would you do with your tens or your jacks here?
As crazy as it might seem, I don't think it's a terrible play to do like a check call lead type play if you're Carlos. But I mean, there's just not much out there you're worried about. Way ahead, way behind.
Yeah,
scenario.
you're way ahead, way behind, of course.
So, I mean, I'm more likely to just check it again if I decided to take that line, but this is a fun little spot. John G, once again here, just in the driver's seat. He's got to realize that, there's a decent chance one of his opponents has a queen, right? We know they don't, but he got called by 2 players, so.
You're not going to get called on that board with nothing very often. Like, maybe ace high once by one player, but
Well, especially the overcall.
But the overcall obviously means that they have something, so you
Nines plus.
So you should be thinking there's a decent part of their range is another queen, even though card removal makes it unlikely, but even still, the action makes it more likely.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not going to blow anybody out of the water here, but 62K, I think he's getting a little bit greedy here. The 10s go in the muck. And then Carlos goes in the muck. I think John got just a little bit greedy. I think you've got to realize that your opponent has like 9s plus here, maybe as a queen. And you're trying to get one more street from the pairs. You're going to get it all if he has a queen. He only had 120,000 left. You can bet 40, even 39, I think, on the turn, and then move all in on the river.
Especially with this big blind.
Moldova in the house. Have you been to Moldova? I have not either.
I have not been to Moldova. How many countries have you been to?
I counted it like recently, somewhere in like about 32-ish.
Good luck, Elvis, huh? Let me see if I made it.
I think that probably puts you in like the top 50 Americans.
I would imagine so. I've been to all 50 states now.
Okay.
Which might be a bigger accomplishment. But I did a South American tour, so I did basically all of South America. Got an all-in and a call here.
Oh, Miller might call.
Yeah, that knocked out like 9 countries right there.
Miller might shove here.
Yeah. You got an all-in, another all-in. The issue is The first all-in is not the issue. That's only 59,000. It's the second all-in, which is 206,000. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now, right?
Yes, that is correct. There he goes.
Makes the call, and he's in great shape here.
Wow.
Look at this. So we've got a main pot.
What a setup.
Which is going to be about 170,000. And then a side pot, which is another 300,000. Miller has everybody covered.
Uji's pretty unlucky here to have Miller wake
There's a
up
10, though. Unlucky to lucky.
Indeed.
Watts, by the way, still at risk. He needs a jack. Or a queen to eliminate 2 players.
Wow. Miller hoovering chips.
Miller might have. He has like a final table stack
very
right now.
close to a mill ball.
Yeah, he has got like pretty much like what somebody will have when they make the final table.
He has 200 big blinds just before the money. That's ridiculous. Must be nice.
Yeah, he is in a weird situation where he could almost just shove any time it folds to him.
Toaster. Do we have those? We should have T-shirts to give away or something.
We should. You know what we're gonna? You know what? That's what I'm gonna do during the break. When the players go on a dinner break, I'm gonna talk to
your man,
our bosses, and see if we can get some 888 swag to give away.
If we're gonna keep people's attention during the Super Bowl,
I think we need something like that.
We're gonna need bribes.
This is a bad flop for Chris Moorman. This is a 3-bet pot, so it went raise, 3-bet. Chris decided to call flops top pair. 2 diamonds out there, and unfortunately, both Chris and Carlos have a diamond. So I say unfortunate. It's unfortunate if you're a Chris Moorman fan. Quite fortunate for Carlos. Chris is going to almost definitely lose at least 1 more street of value here, and possibly 2. Check call. Pretty standard. Moorman looking for a queen. That is not a queen. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs. You see the Queen of Clubs is somewhat shaded out. That is because we know it's dead. So Chris probably thinks he has 3 outs. We know he actually only has 2.
Yeah, the odds we showed do take account of folded cards. And Kara Scott is up to 265k, so she'll probably have this thing won by the time.
10 seconds.
Well, she gets tired at about 10 o'clock, so she needs to win this before then.
She's a young mother.
I know.
And she has media production duties. Like, I said to her, she should absolutely not play the last 3 levels and just bag what she has for optimum.
It might. I mean, if she were up to like 600,000-700,000, it actually would be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if the last 3 levels. It's only 40-minute levels today.
Imagine being a young mum and having to play poker till like 5 a.m. That's kind of tough.
Oh, well, it's tough for anybody, but yeah, especially if you're a young mom. Look at this fold. That's just a great fold from Chris. Chris called a 3-bet. Had to pay off 1 street. I think a lot of players are losing 2 streets there. But Chris finds a fold on the turn, and that is a heck of a laydown by him. Lost about 37,000 chips, but it certainly could have been worse. Well, thank you for joining us here. 888 Live Madrid. 750 players, give or take a few, have each ponied up just under 900 euros. 888 euros was the entry. All playing for a lot of money. And first place will get a World Series of Poker main event seat and a package to Vegas for the summer. This is just day 1 action. We'll be calling the action for another hour or so. I believe at the end of this level we'll call it. And then we're back at it tomorrow for day 2 action. And then, of course, on Monday, the plan is to crown a champion.
Lots of connected hands and a slightly connected flop.
Yeah, Jorge under the gun +2 with a flush draw. Ruda, of course.
I think he needs to work on his poker face. That's giving me the giggles. Literally just looked at his cards and went.
I think you're just more in tune than the rest of us. I mean, I didn't pick up a thing.
Oh, really? He just did like this real kind of. Oh, I've got none of that. Sorry, that made me laugh.
Well, he has some now. He's got a pair of 10s. Jorge has a 10 as well.
This is enough for him to put 50k in the pot, I know, but on the flop he was such a sad panda. There you go. Let's get busy. I've got a pair. Sorry, it's really making me laugh.
You should. By the way, I mean, if you're watching him, if you picked up the same read that, if you were at the table and you picked up that read, you'd probably be thinking, okay, this guy's either sandbagging and he's got a monster, or he's got nothing. So at this point, well, since he's raised the turn, it's almost more likely that he has a monster.
He's just one of those players that if you're going to play a pot with him, you've just got to accept a lot of variance, and you've got to trust your judgment. You've got to try and be analytical, and you know you're just going to have to call a lot more than you'd be comfortable against a lot of players.
To his credit, by the way, we've now seen him raise a couple of spots in very unconventional places, but both times he was ahead and got value from flush draws.
That's true. I think you might be attributing like results to.
Yes, I'm clearly doing that. I'm just pointing out that he's been able to do this where he has gotten value from a worse hand. And he checks the river in this spot.
It's just a
and look,
chip harvesting machine. 400k.
It's amazing.
He's got enough to enter the next 6 888 events quite deep.
I mean, I would go on a limb and say that if he stopped playing now, and they still have, I want to say, 4 or 5 hours left in today's action. If he stopped right now and didn't lose any chips, he'd probably have a top 10 stack. Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Wynn picks up aces. Wynn wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not good.
Is it more depressing when your opponent flops top set against you?
Definitely more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously, but
hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
Wow.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah.
big hand here. I think Ruda can definitely call. I mean, this is the great thing about it is you can actually 3-bet and then call 4-bets when you're this deep. You're obviously not going to fold to 1-bet here because the pot's going to be, I mean, depending on what your opponent's sizing is. But you've got to be comfortable playing post-flop poker. Frankly, it's a great flop for Erling. I mean, 2 spades out there. He has the ace of spades.
Amazing flop.
4-bet pot. Your opponent never has a 5.
So he should bet like small here, and he has 5.5. Do you know what? It's interesting because Erling, he said to our researcher that he plays poker for fun.
Mm.
And Norwegians that say they play poker for fun and make small bets in 4-bet pots post-flop, I find them suspicious.
Well, he's having fun because he takes your money. That's what he does.
Exactly.
It's a lot of fun taking your money.
Exactly.
This is a kind of an unconventional raise from Ruda. You basically get all of the ace-kings and ace-queens to fold, I suppose. I mean, I suppose Ruda could have a 6-5 suited in his range occasionally, but he's very rarely going to raise it, though, here, would he?
I think it's a absolutely bizarre check raise. What's he represent? What's he?
And then what does he do? What's the play now?
I mean, in general, I love check raises. And I don't think most players have enough check raises in their game, but
it's a big bet, too. 26 into 45. I mean, I'm never folding if I'm Erling. And do you just shove all in here?
I think so. I think so, yeah.
Or, I mean, do you call and then call the river?
Well, you have to call the river now, right? There's no... You can't.
No, you have the ace of spades. Your opponent doesn't really have very many flush draw. Well, look at this.
It's just going to make him feel better. He's going to give up. And then he's going to have to try and make this look convincing. But we can see he's not going to get more chips. This is why you want to watch a player like Ruida, because clearly, as we said, he had 300k. You don't get that by playing tight, and you're going to see some fun pots like this one.
Madrid, end of January.
Oh.
Do you want to come?
Birthday month.
Would you like to be my guest?
I would love to come. Madrid. I've never been to Spain, actually.
I mean, not my guest. Like, I mean,
just to reaffirm, you can come without being
awkward.
David's guest.
I was going to say this is really
or
awkward.
Even,
I'm married.
Or even having to talk to David.
Hashtag me too. I'm sorry. Did I cross the line? I feel so weird now. You can just come.
No, we're at that level in our relationship where it's not weird. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No, I'd love to.
Yeah, we totally
January.
partied in Montenegro together.
Oh God, yeah. Did you come to the wrap-up party at the end?
I did.
Okay.
What do you? I was there next to you the entire time.
I was fucking so drunk.
Okay.
You rode down with? Oh God, that whole night was a blur.
I was holding your hand.
That's why I ask. Cause we did. And then we got some food together, and then we flew out together within hours of arriving
didn't create
back.
quite the impact that David was hoping
Clearly.
it would have.
Dude, I was so fucked. Can I say the F word on here?
You did twice.
You did, but it's a reflection on you.
Can I?
Like people are judging.
Okay. I mean, we're on the internet.
Yeah, you can say whatever you like. Yeah.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Seligman was waiting for a hand, finally found one. Unfortunately for him, he has walked into a bigger hand. Saliba looking for the elimination. Only a jack.
Oh!
And there it is. The jack of hearts.
That's unbelievably gross. Unbelievably amazing for Seligman.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where, like, the difference that makes to... She's thrilled.
Yep.
I love that.
That was a great
Someone
close-up.
should clip that. That's amazing.
That was a meme.
That is a definite. Yeah, you could use that for.
She
that was
looks
a
like
gif.
she's going to knife someone.
That is a gif.
You know, a really good tournament player is going to have about 120% ROI, 20% return. That's a 200% return for cashing in this tournament. So it's a really, that's a big bubble. And like I said, if you satellited online, which you should absolutely be doing because you can qualify for these things for a few dollars, you could be looking at a really big return. So I would expect the play to be tight at the money bubble. It should be.
Yeah, I mentioned Maria in seat number 1, obviously, has had some huge scores over her career. And the other player that we were talking about that I had mentioned, Gary Miller in seat number 7, won $114,000 in the WPT 500.
On stream.
Were you commentating on that?
Mm.
Yeah. I thought so.
Yeah, I remember his face now. He's in shot, and he's got a few chips. 600,000.
Yeah, and
Squeeze me.
Yeah, I've got the story behind that as well. So Christian Zecchi, who I said does a great job for Poker News, seemingly traveling all over the world. Interestingly enough, so he and the chip leader, Kafera Levgi, who is still in, was chip leader last night. They were going back and forth and battling and battling and battling. He was the chip leader heading into the day with a 419. Gary had 259,000. They ended up getting involved in what is still the biggest pot of the tournament, where he lost a massive pot to Gary Miller when he flopped 2 pair with 10-3. Miller had ace-10. It was 2 pair after 2 pair, over 2 pair on an ace-10-3 board.
Jesus.
Yeah. So
that's a horrible cooler.
Yeah, and it was just 2 of the big two of the big stacks. Gary Miller doubled up there to over 500,000, and has obviously just added to that. This is a pretty aggressive play from Khatri against the chip leader so close to the money.
Yeah, no fear.
And I imagine Miller's got to be just feeling all sorts of confidence. You know, I mean, coming off of a win earlier this year. Khatri does have the king of diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he doesn't bet the turn. Maybe he knows his man. He knows that Miller will fire, come what may.
A little bit of pot control. He likely has the best hand right now. He's got a really nice hand to check call with, I imagine. Doesn't want to get raised, that's for sure. And he's going to call here. It'll be interesting to see if the river is a blank. How it plays out. And while that's not a blank, you're not really worried about the ace so much as you're worried about your opponent just having a queen. Miller clearly needs to bluff at this if he wants it. And you wonder, you know, if a bet of, say, 135,000 comes out, what do you do with King Jack?
Well, I mean, there's a 3-bet pot, which makes it an interesting situation because he goes all in, David Tuckman.
Yeah, and I love this play.
Screw 130,000.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he says all of it.
You want to play for your, you want to call off for your tournament. This is what happens when you 3-bet the chip later, buddy.
I mean, Miller is a strong player.
Just understanding the dynamic, understanding what you can do to your opponent at this point. Yeah.
That's pretty strong stuff.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is it?
What's they say? David Miller. Gary Miller, sorry. It's a bull.
Not his first rodeo.
No, not at all. That's just great, you know.
I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stacks still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5s under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where, you know, it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not going to work out
bingo
for her.
for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the overs. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn card. Not only is the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
For sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
3,600 bet.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
But he has a draw.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like a really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket fives.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for...
So you're not worried about being balanced at all in that particular spot if you're earlying. You're checking back the draw, but I assume you're betting... I assume you're betting anytime you have a set, if you have a set of threes or a set of deuces?
Yeah, and I can't... There's... I'm checking that hand there against 0.5% of the players that I'd be playing against.
Just that particular...
just that kind of... Because almost no players with almost no hands would 3-bet out the small blind... continuation bet, and then check raise the flop. Like, that doesn't really happen.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that most of the time. And most of the time, his play of like, which you are taking exactly the right line, like smallish bet turn, and then you can shove the river. That was absolutely fine. But against that guy, you're just exposing yourself to his random mentalness.
Well, anyway, you cut it here. Ace-king's going to win this hand. Hugo decided not to bet the river. Scared about the 9, I assume.
Just while you wait.
AC racing if the blind's gone down. No, the blinds went up. Not by much, but we were 200, 400.
Half the blind's gone down. That's pretty funny. That's really funny. It's one of those, it's a Benjamin Button tournament, they call it. The blinds slowly go down over the course of the event.
That'd be a fantastic structure. I like that. We've never tried that. The Benjamin Button tournament.
The blinds, everyone starts with 10 big blinds, but the blinds slowly go down.
You just need to somehow figure out a way to survive.
Yeah.
Get a raise here. Del Puy with queens.
Literally 5 playable hands. And usually in this situation, it's hard for the flop to hit anyone because all the same cards are kind of out. Nice flop for 9s. Nice flop for 9s, but hard to know what to do in a 5-way pot.
Yeah.
Queens are winning.
And Jorge also with the 9 of spades. Del Puy with the queen of spades. I mean, the only one who absolutely hates this flop has got to be Jose on the button. So, okay, the tweet is up. If you wanted to see where Nick and I are commentating, you can go to Tuck On Sports. It is there.
And it's literally a staircase.
It's a really nice staircase.
No, it's one of the best staircases I've ever worked from. My long career of stairwell work.
Jack of spades. Jorge has picked up a little bit of equity. He can now catch a 9 or a 10.
He's
10 of
hinting,
spades.
I can catch a 9, a 10, a spade. No.
No.
Can't catch a spade.
Delboy's going to check this back. He's got the queen of spades. Running jacks.
I'm not sure about that check. I mean, why would you check that turn?
Don't want to get check raised.
After seeing the...
I'm scared of Ruda.
Yeah.
He's not in the hand. I'm scared of him anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He might check raise even though he folded earlier. I think you should bet that turn. I mean, it's a pretty good card for your hand. I don't know.
He checked the river as well.
Yeah, I don't like how he played that.
It's one straight. And then he's like, I don't think this is good now. I fold.
He's using that old trick of being incredibly good at poker. It's a really good trick. If you can use that, I recommend it.
Right.
It's really going to help your game.
Just count on the fact that other people aren't incredibly good.
Incredibly good, yeah. And weirdly, you win $20 million.
I think for a lot of amateurs out there, when they watch the best players in the world, they assume there's a lot more trickiness than just...
Of course they do.
The 3 to 5% of trickiness there is.
I really don't think YouTube helps too much either.
No.
Because, like you look at the hands that get huge views on YouTube, they're like massive bluffs or soul reads or whatever.
Right.
You don't get
he called him with queen high. What?
Solid 2 streets of value with top pairs, not making the YouTube playlist, you know?
Right, or just check fold queen jack on a jack high board.
Right.
To a barrel on the turn. That's a pretty solid flop for ace deuce.
I can honestly say I have never flopped that with ace deuce.
Well, I don't know if... We know Stephen Fitzpatrick does not get hangovers. We do not know whether or not he drinks. But if the cards keep falling the way they are so far, he might be driven to it.
Yeah, for real.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Thanks so much for joining us. I know you, many of you are watching this on Facebook. Many of you, of course, on YouTube. But if you want to join the chat, we are closely monitoring the YouTube chat, and I see you in there. Dimik, Mitch, Jason Frey. What's up, Mitch Hecht? Philippe Nielsen. Once again, the password is Madrid. That free roll in 46 minutes. Please let us know how you did. I'm going to check on the turn, I think. Steven probably realizing I'm not going to get an ace to fold. Probably not going to get much to fold at all. And frankly, Steven is actually kind of in this situation of he doesn't have that many chips anymore. Vasil going to take that one down. Oh, how about it's an 8? I mean,
yeah, the wind's in the hand.
It's got some showdown value now. He just went from 12% to 56%.
And this is such a big pot. Erling only has like less than 2 pot-sized bets left.
Yeah, now Ruud is going to check here. Probably figures I'm not getting a 10 to fold. I've got a little showdown value. I think Erling has to bet here, try to get an ace-king or an ace-queen to fold, right?
I suppose. I mean, how much would you bet? And then what are you doing on the river? Like, what are you doing on blank?
You bet like 22 right here. I mean, if your opponent has ace-king or ace-queen, what's he doing with ace-king? If you bet 22?
Ruido would probably jam on you.
He could, but I mean, if he jams on you, you're probably beaten.
He bets 22.
That's a good bet.
Oh my God, you guys are so close.
We share the same. We share the same brain. I think it's a really nice sizing here because again,
and I was right. Oh, I was right. He basically puts them all in.
Yeah,
that's why you check.
I don't like the check. I like betting here. It's a really weird play from him. Like,
yeah, but I knew he was going to do it. You've got to be specific to the guy. He's just looking to pressure you.
Right. I mean, you've got to know that he has I mean, Is Rueda doing this if he has ace king or ace queen?
Possibly. I mean, this guy is like really out on a limb.
Erling makes the call. He still has 37,800 behind. What does Rueda do on the river? Well, he just shoves all in. How about? Well, you wanted to know how somebody gets 600 big blinds. This is one way.
Like, against a normal player, I think you're 1,000,000% right. I think you should always bet that turn the way the betting's gone. But against this guy, I don't think I would have for that reason. Because he's one of the few players that you're going to play who's proved he'll just make check raise bluffs, check raise semi bluffs, check raise. Like, I don't even know what this check raise was. What is that, a bluff?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what I don't know what a check raise is. I assume he thinks he had the best hand, but I don't know.
And now Erling's like thinking, like, I could have the best hand here. And he's right. He could easily have the best hand here. Because Rueda could be... Rueda would absolutely do this with nothing, in my
that's
opinion.
what I don't... Yeah, I don't know.
In my opinion.
Remember, he shut down earlier. Hello and welcome back to 888 Live here in Madrid. Beautiful Madrid. Take a look at our chip count. Blind still 3,000, 6,000. We had the same feature table we had before dinner break. Alex still pacing the field here with 451,000 chips. John G on 380,000. Our own Chris Moorman, of course, in seat number 2. The 888 Poker Ambassador on a healthy 200,000 chip stack. Again, blinds 3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. 888 events all played with the big blind ante. And, of course, a shot clock. We have a new player at the table there in seat number 3 wearing the white. Not a new player in the whole thing, but a new player here. That is Fernando Banda from Spain. Just a few live scores with about 10,000 in total cashes. Joining me, as always, my partner in crime, Nick Welthall.
Hello, David.
We've got...
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the real fun part of the tournament.
Yeah.
You know, we're still quite a ways from the money, but we're getting close enough that you can sniff it.
Plus, we're at the point where there's a variety of chip stacks. You've got to adjust your play. Most players can go broke in one hand at any time. This is the kind of period which I think separates the good tournament players from the less good tournament players a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's just so hard to stay focused for hours on end, days after day, and not make one mistake. And really, in a no-limit hold'em tournament, one mistake at the wrong time is all it takes for you to be out the door.
I don't know if you know this, but pros even won't play in a limit sometimes. They can't handle the swings. That was from Rounders.
There is our new player, Fernando. Spaniard with 197,000 chips. Levels are 40 minutes long, and our plan is to stream 6 more levels here. And then we'll call it a day. Come back tomorrow for what will be a long and fantastic day of poker. If you are worried that you'll not be watching the Super Bowl, I say This is the perfect evening to do both. Have your tablet or your laptop open, have a TV on, and enjoy all of the wonders of the world. For those of you joining us in the chat, if you're on Facebook, that's great. If you want to join us in the chat, though, we are following the YouTube chat, and I can see 88 Dogster in there, Kron Nürnberg, Lice M, Ziga, 4B, all in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Let us know how you did in the free roll. Free roll was about 2 hours ago. We will have another one tomorrow, though. John G., great story. John G. lost his father last year and is playing in his father's honor. Said he wants to dedicate this win, and he's very confident about it, to his father's memory.
Well, he said this when he had a lot less than 367k chips, so far it's going to plan. This is quite an interesting spot. Alex deciding 2 big stacks, Alex deciding to 3-bet.
Yeah, this is a kind of an interesting dynamic, early position open. This feels like a little bit of a, can I take advantage of my chip stack? Do you want to play big, do you want to play with the big boys right now?
What do you do with the ace-queen here? Just call and play a pot? Kind of sucks to have opened in early position and get 3-bet in early position. It's not your ideal outcome, is it?
Yeah, especially when it's the chip leader and he's up position on you. Well, easy to play when you're Alex M. You 3-bet, then you hit top pair. I mean, folding is just insanely too tight, right?
Yeah. It's one of those. I know, like, you can't fold, but, like, I'd rather be 3-betting. Just from a poker player's point of view, I'd rather be 3-betting trash in position than calling an early position 3-bet of my early position open with ace-queen.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I've been in this situation before. Very little good happens from here.
And that's kind of what I was getting at in the sense. I mean, it just feels so weak and so far too nitty to fold. But to your point, how often does that end in a good result? I mean, frankly, even when your opponent is getting out of line, you're just going to have to check fold so often.
Well, and obviously the lesson from this chat is, you want to be the 3-better in position as much as you can in your poker life, because it's just such a power position. Doesn't matter how good the player out of position is, you still have an edge.
I mean, let me ask you this. If you think there's a chance, and there's always a chance, but if you think there's a reasonable chance that your opponent is, getting out of line, maybe 3-betting sort of wide, why not 4-bet with the ace-queen? Is that a reasonable play?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the problem with it is you're turning it into a bluff if you get shoved on.
Of course, you're folding. If they shove on you, you're folding.
Yeah,
so
you've then,
it is a bluff.
So you've then turned ace-queen into a bluff, which is not good. So that's why you wouldn't do it very often.
It's just hard for them. I mean, remember, you block aces, you block queens.
Yeah.
And you've now put your opponent to the brink in the sense that they're the ones that have to decide, is this guy getting out of line if I shove here?
Yeah, I mean,
does he have aces or kings?
What do they do with their pocket tens? What do they do with their, like...
Well, I think pocket tens might go in the muck at this point of the tournament.
That's what I'm saying to you, yeah. So
you might get tens to fold.
You might. So it's definitely an option at times.
Yeah, Carlos was very active earlier on. Going to defend out of the big blind. He's got 105,000 chips. Lawrence Bren is on just on an absolute heater. He won another 35 cents in the free roll.
Bink.
Nice job, Lawrence.
Mormon's betting this. I can't see Alex going anywhere right now.
No. Pretty easy check call spot. I mean, keep in mind, Alex was the pre-flop raiser. He checked so he could check call. Now, Chris is going to have some kings in his range. He'll have king jack, he'll have king queen, and then again, he'll have just he'll have pocket threes, which works out really well for him, too.
I mean, that's very useful.
Yeah, that helps. I have to imagine that Chris was probably done with this hand if he hadn't hit a 3.
Well, I'm like slightly disappointed that he's hit a 3 because I was very interested to see what he did on the turn. Because he wouldn't have thought that his bet on the flop would win that often because
Alex is the pre-flop raiser?
Yeah, right. So he's checking to call a decent amount of the time. Anyway, this is now obviously going to be a difficult spot for Alex.
Yeah, and with 2 hearts out there, I mean, you have to imagine that Chris was going to double barrel some of his holdings.
So look at the sizing as well. That's a big bet. Like,
and he's setting up a shove on the river.
He's 2 things, I think. He's trying to make it look a little bit bluffier.
Yep.
And then he's also setting up an easy river shove. And this is the power position in action. Like, so imagine Chris doesn't have the 3s. The fact that he has the 3s makes it a less interesting hand. You know, that shows you that that bet is profitable as super profitable as a bluff, because Alex is folding close to the top of his range there. In fact, isn't he? Alex is close to the top of his range with Ace Jack because Ace King he never check calls the flop.
Well, that's the question I have for you. Is
almost never
when he check calls the flop after being the pre-flop raiser, and this is an impossible question to answer because we don't know enough about Alex.
Correct. Yeah.
But let's just assume Alex is a typical.
A person that plays poker.
Right. Maybe he's not the best pro in the world, but he plays.
Well, we think
and he has some success.
We think Alex actually might be a decent pro.
Yeah, he has $200K in live earnings. He said he's a pro. So I'm wondering, is he doing that with kings? I mean, I think he needs to, because otherwise he's basically capped at Ace Jack, maybe queens.
Yeah, and look, he will have reasons for his play. Without knowing those reasons in a vacuum, I don't like his line because he has folded the top of his range. So he's basically saying, what he's basically saying there is Mormon is never bluffing.
Which is clearly not true. Which is clearly not true.
Does that make sense?
Why not just, so let me ask you this, with Ace Jack on that flop, would you prefer just betting the flop?
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't bet, but...
I mean, he got value from a worse hand by checking. The problem is he puts himself in a spot where he can be exploited on the turn, where he's forced to fold sometimes the best hand.
Yeah, that's interesting. I just think when you give up, I'm pretty old school with this stuff.
Right.
I think when you give up the lead as the pre-flop raiser, you make the hand harder to play. Now that doesn't mean never do it. And actually, I think last time we did an event, no, I can't remember when, but I was talking about checking top pair sometimes as a pre-flop raiser, which I think is an interesting play in the right spot. But in that spot, he's got a connected board.
It's heads up.
No, there was a third player.
Was the blind there? Oh, the blind was still on that? No, was it?
There was a third player in that.
Okay,
on
the blind had called.
On the flop.
Okay.
But
I mean, that particular play, and there's some talk in the chat I want to get to. That particular play seems very common. I see a lot of players like flopping second pair and checking it. Like, oh, cool, I've got showdown value. I'll check it, see if I can give my opponent enough rope.
Yeah, but a lot of times that's in a heads-up pot, and a lot of times with position as well.
Good points. Good points.
It doesn't mean you can't. Doesn't mean you can't make that play. I don't think it's necessarily a bad play. I just think what he's doing there with Ace Jack is He's never checking ace king. I don't think.
I think he probably needs to then.
Now, well,
if he's going to do it with ace jack.
So this is the danger with this analysis, which is that we haven't seen enough of Alex play.
No.
So maybe Alex does make that play a lot, and maybe we're being really unfair because maybe he does check with ace king there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said from the start of this, we don't have nearly enough information on Alex, and my point is, if you're going to make that play with ace jack, and I don't have a problem with it, because he ended up getting value from a worse hand. I just think that if you are going to make that kind of play against other good players, and obviously Chris Moorman is certainly in that category, I think you have to do it with some really great hands too. Otherwise, it is exploitable.
Well, yeah, fine. The flop is fine, but in a vacuum, I do have a problem with the fold on the turn because I might be doing a bad job of explaining this, but basically, he is check folding the top of his range. So what he is saying on the turn, so by top of his range, if I'm being clear, I don't believe he's checking on the flop
any kings,
many stronger hands than that, if any.
Well, that's a problem then.
Let's say, let me put it like this. I don't know how Alex plays. Alex might do that. Let's take Alex out of the equation. If I was given this hand by an average tournament player, I would say, look, I think you're near the top of your range. You are, with your fold on the turn, you're saying that you are never being bluffed.
Yeah.
And Moorman has a lot of bluffs in that spot. It's a really draw-heavy board. He can easily be double-barreling a draw, right? Or something with equity.
I think there's no question about that.
Now, obviously, obviously, this is all a bit moot because actually Alex folded the worst hand. He's like,
no, right?
He might say, yeah, well, I had a read and I went with it. And
yeah, and obviously, again, we don't know enough about Alex to know, but I think your point is well said in the sense that if Alex is like most typical players and betting their top pair hands on that flop, and most players do, that ace-jack is going to be one of the best hands he ever has, that he plays that in that manner. And if he's folding one of the best hands he ever has in that manner, he's quite exploitable. As we move on, Chris has top pair here. He is not going to check it. He is going to bet it. Let's see if Vassal takes one off. Nope. Not going to get involved, and Chris Moorman picks up another pot. And don't look now. Chris Moorman is now up to 271,000 chips. To your point from earlier on before dinner, he has essentially doubled up without showing a hand.
Still hasn't shown down a hand.
Has not shown his cards once.
Yeah, this has been like fun to watch. I hope it's interesting for guys watching the stream and girls watching the stream because it's instructive.
Now, in Daniel Mate's opinion, the gentleman in seat number 5, John Gurukska, and I apologize again for his last name, is the best player on the table.
Well, we know he's a online pro, right?
That is what we got from him, yes.
If he's a better player than Chris Moorman, I mean, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a professional online poker player. His first live cash was 65,000 WPT Barcelona main event, 9th place. He's accumulated 100,000 in cashes in his first year playing live poker, so he seems like he's relatively new to the live scene. His biggest online score is 120K, so he's clearly a player. Adam Lowe asking how many are left and how many are paid. We are still waiting on the prize pool.
Three ways to the flop, and Fran hits a bingo. And he needs it as well, very short stacked.
Yeah, this is a great situation for him. Francisco, not only has he hit bingo, but he is likely to get action from at least one, if not both players. Alex with an overpair with the 8s. John with a pair of 4s here.
It's like an actual bingo flop for Francisco.
I don't know if there's a better flop for him.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to imagine.
Do you raise right now? Do you just call?
I think he can just call. I mean, like, it's not like he can ever fold at any point anyway.
Right.
Right, because of stacks. He's got one pot-sized bet left. So you might as well see if they'll put in a bit more first. Like, if the other 7 is out there, then it's irrelevant because you can't fold because you're not deep enough. So you might as well see if they'll bet again. Oh, this is an amazing run out. Jesus.
Yeah, this is just beautiful. I mean, again, if you're Alex, you must think you probably have the best hand here. I mean, you're a little bit...
John can have anything and be continuing on a dry board. Fran can have called with 5-6, like
a 4,
a pair of 4s, 5, something, lots of stuff.
And Alex is going to bet 31,000. Don't Hollywood, don't act.
Yeah, now it doesn't really matter what he does.
No. He goes all in. That'll save John. He gets out of it. Look.
What a dream situation. That is not going to happen very often when you get down to 12 big blinds.
No, which is the dream scenario for him, as he is going to more than double up unless, of course, an 8 hits the river. And we can see there's only 1 8 left. That is not it. Full double up there for Francisco.
A scary moment sitting in an 888 live feature table. Don't put the third 8.
Deadshot Gaming says, such table turns moments this game makes. Guys, a pair, but Francisco has 3 lucky 7s. Yeah, and that's the game. I have seen, and so has Nick, and if you've played poker long enough, you'll see it yourself. Players coming back from 1-2 big blinds, and 20 minutes later, they're chip leaders. I mean, Kara Scott came in today with 80,000 chips, and every time we blinked, it seems like she had 5, but she had more. What is she at now?
She went from 80K to 500,000 in 4 hours.
Where's she at now?
I don't know, but she hasn't sent an update, so I bet she's down.
Right. Clearly, she's not continuing to go up.
Yeah, because we'd have heard about it.
Well, thank you for joining us here. 888 Live Madrid. We'll be in Barcelona in May. And, of course, if you want to win your package, your mega package to Vegas and the 2020 World Series of Poker, you can do that only on 888 Poker. That mega package, by the way, includes 2 bracelet events. You win a seat to the 888 event, and you win a seat to the main event. Your flights are taken care of, and you get 12 nights accommodations.
Yeah, we should mention as well, obviously there's a boatload of money in this tournament, but the winner also gets a World Series of Poker main event entry, which is a pretty sweet additional cherry on top.
Yeah, it always makes our final tables a little bit more exciting. As even when they get heads up, if they decide to make a deal, they're still playing for that main event seat.
And it's cool that 888 add value like that. That's like a, significant add-on.
Oh, for sure. Unlucky flop here for Chris.
He'll get out of it, don't worry.
3 hearts out there. Checks the turn.
He will not get out of it.
Now, it's not a good run out. And Francisco decides not to bet for value.
David and Nick choose not to analyze this spot so that we can see what Chris does and then say what the right thing to do was.
That's what I was waiting for, yeah.
Yeah.
Chris still doesn't have to show, by the way. But he does lose a hand. First time he's lost a hand in quite a while. Francisco now up to 246,000. Chris on 245. So Super Bowl is going to be about 2 hours away. So what's the over-under on the Patrick Mahomes?
For what?
Rushing yards? 32 and a half?
32 and a half, something like that.
Okay. And, okay, fair enough.
And I also bet under 2.5 touchdowns. I just think this San Francisco defense, man, it's tough. But we'll see. Nothing would surprise me. It's a really close game. How come we don't have some kind of promotional discount 888 Sportsbook sign-up code for people watching the poker stream?
I don't know.
We should have some sort of Super Bowl promotion.
That could be something that comes in the future.
Well, it's only on once a year.
I mean, I would tell you that
they've missed their chance.
Well, there'll be another Super Bowl next year.
Okay, well, stay tuned, gang, because you're going to get a hell of a discount next year.
It makes the game so much more fun. Put a couple of ducats on it. Ace Jack in the small blind. Vassal in the cutoff with Ace-7. Oscar makes sure Gabriella doesn't have a ton of chips. Or Gabriel, I should say. And he will win this. I think.
Yeah, Vassal's had a crappy 2 or 3 hours. He got 3-bet by Mormon. He gets shoved on here. I'm not sure we've seen him win a pot for maybe not this feature table.
Yeah, he's has not won a pot from what I remember.
$338 remain out of 1,067 entries. We're getting there.
So I'm thinking probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 players will cash. 135, somewhere in that number.
Okay, so we're still a decent away from the money.
A great turnout here in Madrid for our first 888 live event here. Nick Wellthal, David Tuckman calling the action.
So definite 3-bet spot here for Oscar. But he doesn't take it. I mean, like, Alex is opening quite a lot of hands. He's got a really nice suited ace on the button. 3-bet that all day. This is interesting, though. 8s versus ace-queen. Alex and Chris have been jousting a little bit.
Chris decided just to call with the ace-queen. Not a bad flop for him, as he can catch an ace, a queen, a king, or a jack.
Yeah, it's not a great flop for 8s, is it, really? Like, it's one of those flops where, like, he's quite often ahead now. But there's a lot of cards and a lot of action that can happen to make you just completely be guessing where you are.
47,000 in there.
Tiny bet.
Chris makes the call. Good turn card for Alex. He's still in the lead with 8s. Alex checks it back. And, well, that's convenient.
Yeah, now he knows where he is, yeah. Chris says, I've got some showdown value. Like, if it goes check-check, I've got the best hand quite a lot of the time. It's not going to go check-check. Spoiler alert.
Probably not, yeah.
10 seconds.
This is a big bet here. 65,000 is a more than pot-sized bet on the river. Chris trying to think this one through.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Alex is really polarized here, isn't he? Because
And the fact that he checked back the turn makes it a little bit more confusing. And
yeah, it's a draw-heavy connected board. Like if you had an overpair or an ace-jack, he probably wouldn't be checking back the turn. So it is quite a confusing hand from Chris's point of view.
it'll make sense if Chris calls and Alex turns over and he goes, oh, you caught the two-outer. Okay, that makes sense. But not a lot else makes sense with the sizing.
No, so he may get seduced into calling.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, he does fold.
I just tried to build up the suspense. I knew he wasn't going to make a mistake. Here's a good trivia question for you, you American sports, American broadcaster, TV American person. In the history of American television,
History of America. Oh, yes.
part one of a two-part question. Of the 20 most viewed television programs of all time, how many are Super Bowls?
Of the 20 most viewed
in American TV history.
Wow, how many are Super Bowls?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can guess in chat.
Yeah, guess in chat. I'm gonna leave it out there for a little bit. Ask the question one more time for Twitter or chat. You can tweet us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck on Sports. Use the hashtag 888live.
In the history of U.S. television, of the 20 most watched programs of all time, how many of those 20 are Super Bowls?
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to let I'll let it kind of marinate for a moment before I guess. It feels like it's less than it, I think, but I don't know.
Okay. We'll
Phil says 17.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Heck says 16.
Mm-hmm.
Question mark says 10. Koiza is asking for payouts. We don't have the payouts yet.
On either the Super Bowl or the tournament.
Neither one we have.
The free roll we probably have.
We have a leaderboard for you, Alex M. Suddenly not a lot of chips at this particular table. Alex M with just 68 big blinds, Oscar with 56, John with 52.
There'll be some bigger stacks out there for sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Rueda came in yesterday. It came into today's action with over $500,000.
Right. Kara Scott had $500,000 at dinner break.
Yeah.
I don't know what she has now.
AC Racing wants to know, can you get the payouts for being in the chat? Of course you can.
Yeah, David Tupman will buy you a beer.
Yeah, 88 Dogster confirming what I knew already. He says William Kassouf is busted on the Poker News page. Yeah, I saw good news when I came in from dinner. I walked through the restaurant and I saw William Kassouf in the restaurant. Safe to assume when somebody's in the restaurant while everybody else is playing that they are no longer in the tournament. Brian Walker, welcome.
Raise and take it for Alex, looks like. Yeah.
And Carlos just not with enough chips to play defense.
How is that bag across his neck not annoying? He's had it on the whole time. I can't have things on me.
No.
I have to be free.
You don't. What about like one of those man bags?
That's what Alex has.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
How do you carry it?
I don't have one.
Oh.
What do you mean?
I have one like that.
Okay. But could you sit with it like across your neck like the whole time at the poker
No, I
table?
wouldn't.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll walk through like a city.
Right.
Having it like around my shoulder and my neck for,
And you think that's completely acceptable? Just man-bagging it up?
I'm not really worried how people judge me.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you worry about what people think about you.
So if I was you, I would be forced to take that position. on a continual basis.
But no, I do get your point. I would not be sitting at a table with that. When I'm sitting down, I don't want to. I also would take my backpack off.
Right. He must be comfortable. I mean.
Yeah. He looks like he's fine.
Yeah.
Chris is going to raise here. He likes raising the cutoff. Blemno says, Alex is a great player. He plays at my local casino. Some great results recently.
He has a really good track record in live tournaments, no question. And he hasn't really made a mistake in the time we've watched. That ace-jack was the only question mark we had, which was an interesting hand.
Chris is the pre-flop raiser here. John has defended. See how Chris decides to play this. He's going to check it back. And the perfect turn card. I was going to say, wow, if a 9 comes off, does he get himself in trouble? And what does he do when he misses? You know, what happens when the king falls or a jack falls? No. How about the 4? Not only a 4, but the 4 of hearts.
I mean, what can you say? The only thing is obviously he's not going to win a lot of money, but
This kid gets 1 bet out of John.
yeah.
And by the way, he might actually get a second bet. I mean, John should have way more 5s in his range than Chris from the big blind, and it wouldn't shock me if John actually double-barreled this, depending on what Chris does. And Chris does just call. I don't think this is a bad, like, double bluff card.
Yeah, Chris,
check back the flop.
yeah,
He's
Chris
gonna have
can't, he can't be super strong on the flop.
You wouldn't think.
He's capped on the flop because it's such a draw-heavy board that if he has a strong hand, he can't check it back.
I mean, unless he has some sort of a 5 in his hand doesn't make a ton of sense. And he's going to go for it. I kind of like this bluff. I mean, obviously it's not going to work. It's really bad timing, but I
think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we try not to be results-oriented, and I think this is a pretty good play.
And he makes a bet he would make with like 2 pair or a straight or something. Like he makes a nice meaty value bet.
Well, and once Chris checks it back, I mean, you would be betting 2 pair for value, right?
Yeah.
Chris did not raise?
No.
Okay.
And he doesn't raise because what worse hands is he called by when he raises? Not too many. So the correct answer was that of the 20...
Oh, I haven't said it yet. My guess.
Oh, go on then.
So the question once again is, what's the question one more time?
Of the 20 most viewed shows in US TV history, how many are Super Bowls?
I'm going to go with 4.
4?
Yeah, I think it's like less than you'd think. Maybe it's 6, but I was thinking 4 to 6. Go, what is it?
It's 19.
19?
Of the top 20.
Wow.
Yeah, because that
is amazing.
That's part 2. So if you're in chat, you can cheat because you can Google. But the question is, what's the other TV program that breaks the Super Bowl monopoly?
It's like, is it like the finale of like...
It is the finale of something.
Like finale of like Friends? Something silly like that?
It's not Friends. So the clue is that it can't be a super modern show because obviously there were less
too much
options in the past. So,
is it like
it's pretty hard to guess, I think, if you don't know this.
Like finale of like I Love Lucy.
That's a good guess. It's not that.
Carol Burnett Show.
It's a good guess. It's not that.
What is it?
Slightly more modern than those two.
Slightly more modern. Cheers?
Good guess. It's not right.
Oh, what is it? What is the other one?
It's the finale of MASH.
MASH. Oh yes, no, MASH was huge, and I loved it by the way, when that show finally went off the air, it was just party time in my house. I could not believe it. MASH. I don't know what it is about the opening music to MASH.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But no, it was like
sad.
Just absolutely made me go to sleep.
Why?
Because it meant bedtime in my house. Because my parents would watch it, and I'd be going to bed.
Oh, really?
And it was just, and that music would just be like, no matter what I was doing, I could fall asleep. I think if I was standing up and you played the music to me right now, I would fall asleep. It'd be like some sort of weird Avatar thing.
So last year's Super Bowl, bear in mind this is 2019, last year's Super Bowl was watched by 98 million Americans. That's crazy.
Now, in fairness, I don't think all 98 million people are watching it, because I was at a Super Bowl party last year.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, with absolute certainty, the game was on. We had 25 people in this person's house. Maybe 2 people were watching the actual game.
You're calling BS on these numbers.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll put it this way.
Due to beer and ribs and other fun stuff.
The games, like last year's game, sucked.
Right.
Let's not, let's call a spade a spade. The game was terrible. And of the 25 people, like my wife was at the party, she didn't care at all. I mean, she cared about her squares. That was it. That's the only time we paid attention, was like, oh, who's going to win a square? Oscar with pocket queens. Clark Griswold has tweeted in, says, live stream shout for my folks railing Mormon, Mike and Becky from Palm Coast, Florida. Thanks. Sorry, Clark, we do not do shout outs, but I appreciate the tweet. Chris Hinders guessed MASH, by the way. Well done.
Oh, well done.
Question mark said Dallas. Dallas is a great guess. I would have thought it might have been that, but once you said MASH, I go, yep. Roy Kelleg, by the way, knew it was MASH as well. Nice job.
If he knew without Googling, that is very impressive. I would not have known that.
That's impressive. Wow.
I also did not know
19 of 20.
Yeah. I also did not know that the Super Bowl still reaches like 98 million. That's crazy.
Because it's almost become a holiday of sorts now.
It's like just a thing you do. Even if you're not into American football, you go to people's houses and...
I mean, I'll give you an example. My son is playing on an ice hockey team, and they normally have practice on Sunday evenings. They actually canceled the practice today because they knew everybody would be at a Super Bowl party.
Right. That's like really is a national happening, isn't it?
It's what are you doing for the Super Bowl? Got an all-in here from Gabrielle. All-in for just 42,000 chips. Obviously a little bit concerned. Didn't want to get through the blinds again. .333 players remain out of a starting field of 1,067. And Gabriel is hoping we don't go down to 332 right now. Carson, we're playing Texas Hold'em, the no-limit variety. John makes the call. Has Gabriel dominated. Vass is now all in as well. This is the hand he was waiting for. So we have 2 players all in. We're going to have a small side pot as well.
Dream situation. Hands up if this never happens to you when you're short stacked. Here, have queens and have an all in and call in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, chance to triple up here for Vass.
I don't like Gabriel's spot.
No?
I do not like his chances.
2 undercards and one of his cards is dead.
I would not have put him at 12%, but that's where he is.
Apparently all the 9s and 10s are open or live. This is an interesting, fun little flop, isn't it? So Gabriel is going to be down to just 1%.
Diamonds.
Diamonds
he has
here.
The queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
No problem.
7 of diamonds. Clean run out. And Vass is going to triple up there.
And Gabriel can tell the story. He went out with a flush. I was so unlucky. I had a flush. The other guy had a bigger flush.
It was flush over flush over flush.
How unlucky. Nothing you can do when you're short stacked.
It's a big hit there for John G. After losing that hand to Mormon with the bluff and now losing this hand, he is now down to 170,000 chips. So under 30 big blinds for John. What's up, Kiefer? Welcome to the stream. So only 8 players at this table. We'll get a new one fairly shortly, I imagine. If you hear us choking, by the way, it's because we're commentating not only in a staircase, which I've tweeted a video of the staircase. Some of you have seen that already. But it happens to be off, the staircase is off of the smoking area of the casino. Neither Nick or myself smoke. And I would say that smoke is not necessarily the thing you want around when you're commentating for hours on end.
Not good, Bob.
Jack high flop, 2 diamonds out there. Oscar in the big blind. Has top pair. AC Racing says, what do you guys think? How about an 888 poker, an 888 poker sponsored casino sports race car? Hit me up. Season starts in April. As far as I'm concerned, we're in. I've got about €6 in my pocket. Well, how much do you need?
I'll match that.
It's 12 euros.
Straight away, I'll match that without even seeing the car.
Wow.
I live as dangerously as I love.
I actually had the opportunity. I covered NASCAR for a few years when I lived in London. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah. Great sport. Yeah, owning a racing team is quite expensive. Oscar's going to win this pot up to 389,000. I've really been impressed by Oscar's game. The Spaniard, professional poker player there on the right side of your screen. He is just kind of almost in a Chris Moorman style, just quietly adding chips to his stack, not really getting out of line. We saw 1 3-bet. We've seen him kind of avoid some confrontations that other people might not. Just very quietly and efficiently added chips to his stack. And you see here, 48 big blinds, very healthy, 389,000 chips.
See if Moorman defends here with his suited cards. He does not. See, it's not mandatory.
No, Chris Moorman actually, compared to the other top pros that I've commentated on, and I've had the privilege of commentating on the most of the best players in the world at this point in my career. And I would say that if you were to study all of their play, Chris Moorman defends his big blinds much less often than the other top pros.
That's interesting.
And I don't know, I never actually sat down with Chris and asked him the reason for it, but I'd be curious to know why. He certainly defends his big blind at a reasonable clip, but it just seems to be on the lower end.
I mean, he had 9-3 suited there, which is pretty weak.
It is, but I know some pros will literally, if they're suited,
any two suited.
If it's a min raise, from
right,
they're defending on any two suited cards. They're just not folding much when they're getting 4.5 to 1. Continue on here. 888 Live, Madrid. You see that big banner in the background that says Blast. Just one of the great promotions over at 888 Poker. The Blast Sit and Go is an exciting sit and go game where you could win big. Are you ready for this, Nick?
I'm
Three
ready.
players are in for a fun surprise as they compete for a randomly drawn prize pool in a time-limited Blast Sit and Go. The prize pool, this is where it gets crazy, the prize pool, up to 10,000 times your buy-in. 10,000 times your buy-in.
Unheard of. Impossible.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Where else can that even happen?
Yeah, it's craziness. Fastest raised to 16,000. Francisco, now that he has some chips, wants to defend. Well, Fernando in the small blind with ace-jack. This is interesting. So the blinds are 4,000, 8,000 right now. He only has about 23 bigs. Would you ever shove here?
Would I ever shove?
Well, of course you would occasionally, but I'm saying, what's the play? There's a raise and a call. You've got ace-jack suited in the small blinds. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. You've got 180.
So he's got exactly the right stack to do it. I think it's an underused play. I think it's a really good opportunity to pick up chips in a tournament. He's got the right stack. He's got the right kind of hand where if he gets called, he's going to have some equity. The only thing that would slow me down is that Vasil just hasn't opened very many hands. Now, we can see he has king 10, but when he opens from +2, he's going to look a bit stronger than that. But I do think that's a play that players should take that spot more often. It's very hard to call that shove.
I was going to say, although Vasil, while he hasn't played many hands, he hasn't had any chips all day. He's just tripled up.
Yeah.
Like he just got chips. And a lot of times when you just get chips, you're like, oh, cool, I can play now.
Like, say Vasil has ace-queen offsuit. Is he calling that shove? It's difficult to call.
Yeah, I think he might fold. It's first tournament, basically.
So I do think that 3-bet squeeze shove with a raise and a caller, and you have like 22 to 30 big blinds, I do think that's a spot that is profitable.
Idiot Dogster says, what about a 3-bet here? Well, that was our thought process on that one as well.
I mean, like with those things, with plays like that, when I say it's like a good spot, you don't always have to take the spot. You should base it on, the opening range of the original raiser and all the other factors that are in play. But it's something that, really strong tournament players will be looking for those spots where when they do start to get a bit short, 20 to 30 big blinds, they can pick up dead money with shoves like that or shoving over opening raises or whatever it is.
I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would probably be fair to say that if you're never shoving there, or if you're always shoving there, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but I'd rather make the second one. If you're never shoving there, then you're definitely playing too tight,
right?
I think. It's like so in our training site, we get kind of questions from players about, I keep going card dead and I keep kind of dwindling down in tournaments, and I end up with 11 big blinds. Well, if you're playing tournaments and you're often getting down to kind of 10, 11, 12 big blinds, you want to go back through these tournaments and make sure you're not missing spots like that, or spots where you can shove over an opening raise with kind of, 15, 16 up to 25 big blinds. Because those are the spots that you can take that stop you ever getting short stacked.
This is an interesting shove here from Carlos. It's Francisco was the opener. And it goes around to Carlos with King 8 suited.
10 seconds.
And one of the reasons why I think this is interesting is because while Carlos doesn't have a lot of chips, he has about 10 big blinds, it does represent a fairly large portion of Francisco's chip stack. So it does put him in a tough spot. I'm going to have to read this 3-bet book that you got me. I'm really excited. I'm actually quite excited about it.
It's a really good book. Let's not talk about it too much on the stream. I don't want everybody reading it.
No, I understand, of course. But I've got a 13-hour flight home. So.
Oh, it's perfect for that. And he writes poker theory in a really conversational way. It's really good.
Lou Hu says, easy call, Francisco. Quit Hollywooding. He does eventually make the call. I don't know if it was an easy call with ace-5.
Yeah, it's for 60% of his stack or something.
But he does eventually make this call. Pot is 170,000, and it is Carlos who is at risk. That is not a good start for him. Wow. 2 pair here. Carlos looking for running cards.
This is going to take all his skill.
Jack of clubs. That's what he needs. Wow.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. He's now looking for a 10 or a club, and he gets it running clubs.
When he picks
Sit back down.
When
Are
he
you
picks
kidding
up the
me?
trophy, he'll remember that hand.
Wow. Yeah, look at Francisco. Just cannot believe it. Get hit by a truck.
That really sucks. The best hand all the way through until it mattered.
It happened so quickly. I didn't catch. Maybe somebody else did. What were the odds on the flop?
He had 6%.
He still had 6. Okay. Wow.
Lots of backdoor equity. He had 6% on the flop and then 22% on the turn.
All right. I'm surprised he had that much on the flop, though.
Yeah.
Because it was all runner. He needed either running kings, running 8s,
he had
running clubs.
More than one runner, obviously.
Right.
Runner. What a film.
That was a tragedy. It's funny, Brian Koppelman, who's, obviously
top man,
a phenomenal producer, writer, and he's also very much in the poker world at this point. And he's got a great Twitter account if you ever want to follow somebody. But he's talked about runner and what it just how it could have actually been pretty good. And then how also during the production he knew it was going to be awful.
Right. Yeah, you must know, right? Still, he's given us Billions now. Do you like Billions?
I just started watching it, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's freaking awesome. It's so much fun, that show. I mean, it's completely ridiculous, but it's so fun.
No, I kind of I'm enjoying it.
It's one of the few shows as well that gets better and better. So, the first series is good, but it's by no means the best.
I'm still in season 1.
Right. It's really good. So he's given us Rounders and Billions. So as far as I'm concerned, he can come to my house for dinner whenever he likes.
It's weird. I've invited him over a few times, and he hasn't come.
He's busy. He's making billions.
That's probably what's going on. Once again, thanks for joining us here. 888 Live in Madrid. You can win your mega package to the World Series of Poker 2020. If you've never been to Vegas for the World Series of Poker, you need to go. Put it on your bucket list to make it happen. Charles Kowalski likes the ambiance in the background, the empty room. Maybe a little bit of an echo in here. A little smoky. We need like jazz going on in the background. Super Bowl just an hour away. Get your bets in.
Well,
have we established what our consensual favorite bets are?
What I've established is that I'm on the wrong side of the anthem bet. because
Really,
I'm
has it moved?
It's moved, and what I'm hearing is they did a rehearsal a couple of days ago, and she flew through it. So I may have got the anthem wrong, and that always tilts me. If I don't win the anthem bet at the Super Bowl, I get tilted.
Well, stick around. Don't go anywhere, because if you want to see a tilted Nick Wealthall, that might happen in about an hour and 6 minutes.
I hate losing the anthem bet. It just is such a bad omen for the rest of the game. Come on, Devo, give it plenty. Live your moment.
I mean, if you lose, like if it comes tails and then she comes in at 201 and you lose 2 bets, I mean, is there any? Can you come back?
It's hard to come back from that. Even if I come back financially, psychologically, it's going to be hard to come back from that.
We continue on here, but our consensus bets now. So we've gotten rid of the anthem bet is no longer. We're not confident on that one.
No, I'm not giving that out anymore. We're
wrong. Confident on the Emmanuel Sanders over 42-ish receiving yards.
Yeah, I also love the Patrick Mahomes under 32-ish rushing yards.
32.5 rushing yards.
32.5 is even better.
We're both on San Francisco, but neither one of us has that much conviction with it.
That's where I am, yeah.
Okay.
Kara Scott update. Obviously, she went on a crazy heater to get up to 490 by dinner.
So we'll check now.
She then took an hour's dinner break, and then she's played another hour and a half, and she's only been able to add another 200k to that stack.
Oh,
so
what is she doing?
Yeah,
she's terrible.
Only on 700k at the moment.
She's on 700,000 chips?
Yeah.
Oh.
She's on 700,000 chips, she said, and I just missed a river bet.
I'm not going to lie. I think I've said this many times because I love my job, but there are times when I'm hearing these updates from Kara Scott, and I'm like, I want to play. I want to go play.
I want to be on 700k.
Yeah. Can I have 700,000 chips midway through day 2? Little pot developing here. Ace-Jack, pocket 9s. And this might be a little bit of, I respect the under-the-gun open. I also respect Chris Moorman. 9s are certainly a hand when I only have, say, 20-ish big blinds. I'm probably going to be 3-betting and getting it in more often than not and not just calling. So I imagine this might be a scenario where he's just kind of respecting his opponent. Let's see what he does here, though, on a 10-10-3 flop. Fernando should have a really strong hand when he flats Chris's under the gun open. Chris checks. And is Chris just checking the foldness?
No.
It's a great read. I mean, it's uncanny. It's almost like you guys just.
I made myself laugh.
It's like some weird Avatar thing. Oh, that is a terrible turn card for Chris.
And his Chris's problem here is he has the type of hand that it looks like he has. That's his problem here.
Yeah.
It now looks like he had an ace high in showdown value and check called, you know.
I think it might be a little bit ambitious to think that you can get 3 streets of value with 9s here. Maybe you check back the turn to bet the river. Maybe you bet here to check back the river. He's going to bet 33,000. I kind of like the sizing as well. I mean, what would Fernando do if he had Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, King Queen? Would he bet here to try to get Chris off an ace? Chris's hand looks like an ace. And he's going to fold. Chris now down to 252,000 chips. Fernando up to 227,000. You're watching day 2 action of 888 Live in Madrid. 1,067 entries. An amazing turnout here in Madrid. We are down to 315. Still, I'm going to say probably 180 spots away from the money. Oh, and in fact, do we have the prize pool yet? No, we still don't. Charles is suggesting a poker fan giveaway. I think it's a great idea, Charles, and I'm going to talk to our bosses and see what we can do. Now, somebody suggested, by the way, with this the anthem singing thing.
Yes.
I know those kind of bets. There really are quite small limits on how much you can actually bet on those.
Yes.
Because wouldn't it be really easy to just kind of like find out, hey, like let's say you knew her, like, hey, how long are you going to sing for?
I mean, so I have a story based on that. I feel like they wouldn't themselves know because their performance on the day is going to vary, right?
Maybe a little bit, but
well,
maybe
it's freaking better, or I've definitely lost. She better have needed to be somewhere during the rehearsal, and then
Queen 4-4 here. Chris in there with the big blind with 6-3. Alex has nothing, 10-9, but he has the pre-flop razor. Can you imagine? He'll put a continuation bet on a texture like this. Very dry board, Queen 4-4. He's going to c-bet almost 100% of the time. Chris actually has some backdoor equity here. I don't think it would be crazy for him to kind of do something. We'll see. He's got backdoor straight possibilities, backdoor flush possibility. Very hard for his opponent to have anything. And look, he's cutting out chips. And he's going to raise. I love it. I really like it.
I don't think it's out of the realms that he gets played back at here.
Well, I can't. Alex can't play back at him. All he can do is call.
Or just fold.
He can fold. I mean, I'm just saying, even if you had a set of queens here, though, you would just call. What hand are you possibly...
No, I understand. I didn't say it was a good idea. I just said that that's the spot that I've seen players go crazy.
Right.
Just because they're like, you don't have a 4. I'm just going to raise because you don't have a 4.
Yeah. I mean, if he really wanted to... A great play. If he just flats there, then he puts Chris in a tough spot. I would imagine Chris would just be done with it. Like, I tried once, okay. That's a great check raise for him. You said it. I mean, a perfect example of what you said earlier. There's no way Chris is doing that every time.
Yeah.
But he saw an opportunity, had some backdoor equity. Very hard for his opponent to have something there. He knows his opponent's c-betting 100% of the time on that board.
Like, if you want to be better at No Limit Hold'em, you could do worse than replay this stream and just watch Chris's hands.
Yeah.
And just think about the spots he's taking, the spots he's not taking, and his bet sizing and what he's doing.
Why he's doing it.
I'm not saying he's playing perfect poker because nobody plays perfect poker, but we've seen some interesting spots and learned some stuff just from watching him. It's been cool.
Torsten Schmidt says, what a bluff with the 6-3. Kind of goes back to what you said earlier. You know, you see these top players and you're thinking, oh, they're always tricking. And that's the funny thing is that people will watch that hand and they'll think, oh, see?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the first time he's done anything that's kind of tricky.
Tricky, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's made a couple of like light 3-bets and things, but like that's definitely the first tricky thing.
How about top set here for Oscar? See how he navigates this one. Daniel asking what the min cash is. We don't have the prize pool just yet. So once I have that, I will give it to you, I promise. $88 who says some guys can play different on a featured table, right? Yeah, I have no doubt. I would imagine that if it's your first time playing under the lights,
Definitely.
You know that your friends and your family are going to see the live stream. I think it would affect some people. Alex is now down to 341,000 chips. He's still fine. But compared to where he was earlier on when he was the chip leader at this table, I think he had close to 500,000 at one point.
Yeah, he's doing all right though. Like doesn't seem like he's panicking or like he's been playing pretty solid.
No, I think he's been really good. XL Blizzard, one of the great tournament series on 888 Poker. Check it out. February 6th, just a few days away. February 6th to the 16th. 34 tournaments. The overall guarantee is nearly $1.5 million, and the buy-ins range from just $5.50 up to $320. Make sure you circle February 16th on your calendar. That's the main event. It's a $500,000 guarantee. And the buy-in is just $250. There are satellites running for that one as well.
Great value in those series.
Vass hasn't played many hands. The one hand he did play tripled up. He's up over 200,000. He's going to play the ace-6 suited. Luke Mason asking, does anybody know when the World Series of Poker satellites are starting on 888? I know they're starting very shortly. And, of course, you're referencing the mega package that is worth $15,000. You get a buy-in to the Crazy Eights event, the WSOP main event. You get flights, 12 nights accommodations. And those online qualifiers will start soon, and they are only on 888 Poker. I don't know the exact date, though. Jack 8-4, 2 diamonds. Let me show you a chip leaderboard. Obviously, that is just for this table. We have 306 players left in the field, so many other tables. And as we know, there are many larger stacks out there. My guess would be at this point there's definitely a stack or two that are a million.
Yeah, if you're joining us late, we got way more entrants than we were anticipating, which is obviously really good, but it's created a little bit of a cluster situation. And they're going to have to play really late tonight. Is that right? That's how we're handling it? Great flop for John, obviously. Just a limp pot in the blinds here.
And John's going to play this as, I assume, a check raise if he can get some action from Alex. We'll see. Pot's 24,000. This was just a limp check, and it goes check, check. And then John gets there. John desperately trying to figure out how he can get paid. Might check it one more time. Quick fold there from Alex, and we continue on. Blind should pop up fairly shortly, I would think. Blinds right now still 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. So it costs 20,000 to play an orbit. Action folds around to the button. And John limps in on the button with ace-10.
So he has 17 big blinds?
Yeah, it's right around there.
Interesting he chooses to limp. Like shoving would be completely fine. Limping obviously an option as well with a weird stack.
This is a really good flop for Vassal. Look at this flop. Oh my gosh.
This like the second time we've seen someone.
That is just a monster flop for Vassal.
Still behind, but not in equity terms.
No, and this is a perfect opportunity to check raise if you're a Vassal and just play for it all. You just have no issue whatsoever. You're like, cool, you want to gamble? Let's go. And he's going to raise to 33,000, and this hand will be over. John G thinking, why didn't I raise? Why did I let him see a flop for free? Wow, John called. That's surprising on this board. Wow, okay, get there both ways.
Yeah.
I don't understand this play from John. I'm not going to lie. I think there are some hands that you're going to want to bet call the check raise with. You're just going to have a lot better hands than ace-10 spades. on a queen 4-3, 2 club, 1 heart board. And now Vas moves all in.
Pablo, 2-5 Texas. Pablo, 2-5.
He won. That's what I can say about that.
Yeah, I love the check raise. But once you get there, it's like, cool, try to get some value now, right?
He won.
Sorry, my bad.
Come on.
I don't get the call from John there, though, on the flop. Ace-10 of spades.
Well,
I mean, if you had ace-10 of hearts and you've got backdoor hearts at least, there's something going on there. Happens to me sometimes. I think it happens to the best of us. We just get stubborn. We just get it in our mind that our opponent's bluffing, and I'm going to call because ace-high is the best hand. We don't really think past that moment. And cool, you have the best hand right now. What are you going to do? What are you going to do on the turn? Oscar picks up ace-queen into the gun. Oscar now at 414,000 chips.
2-5 Texas. Solís, 2-5 Texas. Solís, 2-5 Texas. Irán, 2-5 Texas. Vicente, 2-5 Texas. Castel, 2-5 Texas.
Alex with a little bit over 200,000 in lifetime earnings, plus a lot of smaller tournaments in the UK.
Vasil, who's been short stacked almost the entire stream, now has a few chips.
He's on about 40 big blinds now.
Club jugadores del main event tenemos Camille Nivel, Cia Bien, 5.000, García de Gil con Big Liante. Lines up for the main event, 5,000, 10,000 Big Liante, please.
This is a fairly trivial fold for Francisco. As I say it, this is a fairly trivial fold for Francisco as he puts his calling chips in there.
Very trivial call.
Right, my bad. What was I thinking? I actually think people make the mistake of...
Hey, he has the best hand, all right?
I'm sorry.
So
I think
you can't read shit, buddy.
Stupid. I think people make the mistake of the big blind of thinking when the small blind calls, they're like, oh, I have a better price now. When in fact, actually, when the small blind calls, you should actually tighten up your calling range in the big blinds. Because...
just because
it's just gonna be, well,
they have a playable hand.
They have a playable hand. You're going to flop maybe bottom pair a lot of the time. It's just going to be much harder to get the showdown against two players than it would be against one. And this is actually a reasonable example of it. I mean, you might see Vasil actually float with a gut shot, backdoor clubs, and then Fran's probably going to fold the best hand. So what do you do if you're Fran? You've got 78,000 chips. You just move all in with a pair of nines? I mean, this is pretty much one of the better flops for his hand, right? When you call pre-flop with 9-4 offsuit. This is pretty much it, right? Well, cool. I got a pair. And case in point, thank you for proving my point, Francisco. He folded the best hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just because it's so hard. And by the way, I don't... Oh, this is going to just kill him. That is going to kill him. And by the way, I don't fault him for folding the flop, but that's one of the reasons why we fold pre-flop the hand like 9-4 offsuit when the small blind is in there. Just getting to showdown with that hand, even when you flop a good hand, is very, very difficult.
Oscar finally hit something on the river.
I was curious to see if Vassal was going to bluff at it if a blank had come off on the river. Ace clearly not a blank.
So Vassal called the flop.
Yeah, he took one off with a gut shot and backdoor clubs.
Yeah, I'm just thinking from Oscar's perspective, how much can he value bet here?
Vassal called out of the small blind. You start putting him on hands like, maybe King Jack.
He'd definitely have a king.
Yeah.
I think I'd be betting to get called by a king. Yeah, he does. Like 65k is a really good bet.
He doesn't have two pair very often here.
No. And if he does have King Jack or whatever, he's probably going to pay that off, or it's going to be hard for him not to.
Another hand for Oscar. He's at the 475,000 chips. But that was something that I learned from a couple of good players, and obviously from watching a lot of poker. My first thought was, hey, there's more money in the pot when the small blind calls. I'm in the big blind. Great, I'm getting a better price even. Now I'm getting 5.5 to 1. I have to call. When in fact, what I learned from some very good players was that you should actually be tightening your range at that point. Oscar pacing our feature table with 59 big blinds, 475,000 chips. Francisco now down to 78,000 chips, or just 9 big blinds. We're down to 279 players. Have we gotten a Kara update lately? Or was she boring us, did you think? Did she think she thought she was boring us and she's just waiting until she hits 1 million now?
I'll wait till I get to 2 million, then I'll tell the guys. Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
Chris Moorman under the gun +1 with Queen 10. Bump it up. By the way, blinds have moved up 5,000, 10,000. Players will take a short break at the end of this level, which will be in 40 minutes.
Ooh, there's break right at kickoff time. That's considerate. That might mean you don't get the live sweat of the anthem, as my first bet crashes in flames, but I'm sure literally no one
Maybe we
cares.
can delay it for you. Carlos with a 3-bet. Decides not to move all in, which certainly would have been fine. Oscar very quickly folds the ace-jack.
Ferrante 2-5 Texas. Ferrante 2-5 Texas.
I do have in my hot little hands the payouts for the event, David.
Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Please. First, how many people cash?
Well, we will be paying 125 people here in 888 Live Madrid. The min cash will be 1840 euros.
1,840.
840 euros.
So you'll basically double. You'll more than double your money.
Double your money.
That's a pretty big pay
So
bubble.
Big cash.
Yeah.
If you make the final table, you'll be locking up 11,000 euros.
So guaranteed 5 figures.
And up top, 150,000 euros.
150,000
for first place.
Just keep in mind, everybody at home, the buy-in for this is less than 1,000.
Yeah.
The buy-in for this tournament was just 888 euros. First place is 150,000. That is astonishing. That is really, really good money. Get a raise here from Vassal. Edwards makes the call. Now that is actually Edwards Rakas from Estonia. His biggest live score, 50,000 euros.
Mm-hmm.
He has lifetime earnings of 350,000 euros.
I love that he's greater than 99% to win this. How is he not 100%?
Running fives.
No, running... Oh, yeah, running fives and running straight flush.
Yes, running straight. Running 7-4 of spades.
The spades, yeah. But most of the time, he's probably going to win this hand. It's actually a good flop for fives. That's the hilarious thing.
Yeah, you're a little bit, wary that a 6 could come off, obviously, and counterfeit you.
Right.
But yeah, you think, I probably have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
There's our new player, by the way. Again, from Estonia. He wants to say hi to his wife, Leonella. He has one child named Dominic, who's 12 years old. So if Dominic and Leonella are watching,
unfortunately.
Hello. What?
You ruined your joke. He wants to say hi to his wife, but unfortunately we don't do shout-outs. I mean...
Oh, no, that's not a shout-out. That's him saying hi to his wife.
Oh, I don't understand the joke.
If somebody's playing...
Yeah.
And they want me to say hi to their wife and their kid,
You'll
that's
do
fine.
that. Oh, well, I don't know the rules.
Oh, yeah. If somebody just tweets in and says, hey, my buddy John is watching at home. Will you give us a shout-out? And I'm like, no, man, we don't do shout-outs.
Yeah, and that's your joke. But I thought you were going to do that.
It's not a joke. It's serious.
Yeah. But you've already... Yeah. Yeah. Vassal worried he got bluffed. He didn't.
Yeah, no.
He got crushed.
Welcome to the table, our Estonian friend. 350,000 in lifetime earnings. That's pretty good. Yeah, I believe he came to the table with about 230,000 chips. Alex with a nice, very pretty hand. King Queen suited to me is one of the prettiest hands.
I agree. It looks so pretty, and you just really rarely win a big pot with it. They always look so good.
It's one of the hands that I have the toughest time folding when it starts getting like 3-bet, 4-bet, and I'm like, no, I got King Queen suited. Can't fold this. I so badly want to see a flop with that hand. Chris Moorman's going to defend his big blind with ace-3. Chris still with the best hand here. Plus, he's got a wheel draw. Don't anticipate him check folding this. And he doesn't have to. It goes check, check. Chris now open-ended. Neither player has a club in their hand.
Luca, 5-10 Texas. Luca, 5-10 Texas.
Chris's bet 35,000. Alex just gives up. Chris approaching the 300,000 chip mark. He's got 29 big blinds. Take a look at our leaderboard. Oscar on 450,000. We are at the very commentator-friendly blind level.
I love me a base 10 blind level. We've had a little dry period of interesting hands, I think. We've seen some big flops and stuff, but
Yeah, it's more often than not been an interesting hand for one player in the table and not the other one. I mean, the 6-3 of clubs hand was kind of a cool little check raise, but it didn't have the staying power that you might want. Francisco's all in from the hijack. We do not know what he has. 7 big blinds. What's the worst hand you're calling with, Nick? Out of the big blind. No, not 10-6, but...
Out of the big blind, you're getting 1.5 to 1.
You close the action.
You close the action. 10-6 is not quite there, but it's probably not a massive mistake.
10-8.
Definitely suited.
Jack 8.
I'm not very good at these games.
Me neither, but it can't be.
I can quickly go on software and tell
Yeah,
you.
no, I actually have like the push shove charts in my. I would imagine that when you're this far away from the money, so there's not huge ICM implications at this point.
It's just it's a pure math calculation.
Yeah, I would think that you're calling pretty wide. Like Jack 7 suited, Jack 8 for sure. Pocket kings, definitely. John G has gotten himself really short. He's down to 10 big blinds, and he picks up kings, and he has moved all in.
Sorry, guys, we had a little interruption there, but obviously this is an interesting spot for Vasil.
Yeah, and the only reason it's really a decision, obviously, is because it's an under-the-gun open and he doesn't close the action. He has to worry about all the players behind him still. And he's going to let that one go. Wow. I thought he might call there. I think I'm probably maybe it's a mistake. I think I'm probably calling nines. For a 10 big blind shove?
That's an easy call.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's a reshove, no? How deep was he?
He had 27 bigs.
I think he should shove.
Yeah.
Shouldn't he?
I mean, it was an early position, and he's also an early position as to where to play.
10 bigs.
Nine's a really strong hand.
Yeah, and just miles ahead of his.
I mean, John G actually got pretty unlucky there that he did not get action. A lot of fun here. Thanks for joining us, guys. I see you. Dead Shot, 88 Dog Search in, Fernando, Lu Yu, AC Racing. You guys have been with us from the start. We'll be here tomorrow as well. Still have another 4.5 levels of live stream action tonight. And then tomorrow we will pick it up again. Don't know the exact start time yet. It'll depend on how many players we have left. But I do expect tomorrow to be a long day. Alex M raises to 22,000. Action on Fernando on the button with ace-jack. And these are those decisions that just haunt players, you know? Ace-jack, it's a good hand. This is the hand you've been waiting for. What do I do here? And he decides to call. Nobody else in there. Alex wants to know exactly how many chips Fernando has. King 7 deuce. That's not a bad flop for eights at all. I mean, in fact, Alex, he should know Fernando really shouldn't have very many kings in his range when he calls. I mean, he will have the occasional king, queen, and king, jack suited. Ace, king is going to be a 3-bet. And I would imagine king 10 and below would be mucked. So only one overcard to your eights. Alex, very much aware of the fact that he is going to have the best hand here more often than not. And Fernando just forced to fold. A little smile from Alex. It's been a grind for him the last couple of hours, but he's still holding steady at 383,000 chips or 38 big blinds. And I have very exciting news for all of you at home. If you are worried about our health, we have somehow figured out a way to get a fan.
Yeah.
Shout out to the wonderful casino here, who is they stepped up for us and they found a fan so they can blow the smoke away from us at least.
Easier to find a mechanical fan than an actual fan of the commentary, but
right.
We have achieved. My cancer risk has plummeted from quite high to negligible. Thank goodness.
Francisco's picked up 10s, and with just about 10 big blinds, good timing. As the action starts folding around to the blinds, that's when it gets interesting. Does somebody have a strong enough hand to call? John does not. Alex does not either. As we officially pass midnight, Groundhog Day is over. We've gotten through it.
I thought you were going to do the open again.
I should.
That would have been funny. Because then it's like, because that's what happens to him in the film. Do you remember?
Right. Well, he goes to bed, right? Goes to bed and wakes up, and then
Yeah.
it's the Bob Dylan song. It's an underrated film.
Is it underrated, really? I thought everybody
Maybe
loves it.
everybody loves it,
Yeah,
and
I
maybe
think
it's not
everybody
underrated.
loves it. It's a freaking awesome film. It's almost
I think it's-
perfect.
yeah,
for
I think
Groundhog Day.
it's great. So we do have the prize pool. Once again, 125 players will cash. A min cash is more than double the buy-in. Pretty exciting. First place, a whopping 150,000 euros. Oscar has raised it up with sixes. Action on Vassal in the big blind with ace-queen. Looks like he has opted just to call. Nice flop for ace-queen. It's got the queen of clubs to boot. I wonder if Oscar double barrels this. Player in the big blind, he's going to have a lot of tens in his range. Oscar's going to have all the big aces in his range. Does he try to get Vassal to fold a 10 on the turn? We obviously see that Vassal's going nowhere, but
I think I'd be firing again. There's like so much stuff Oscar can call the Vassal can call the flop with there, right?
they can't call the turn.
Yeah, just the power of the double barrel as well. Like, what are you going to do with the 10? Or like suddenly your queen jack is hard to call with, and especially if he doesn't have a club. And
All the gut shots are folding, and if they don't have a club. I think a lot of the tens are folding if they don't have a club.
for sure,
Certainly pair of fives are folding if you get called with like 5-6 or something like that.
all the pocket pairs. As it is, his check is a good read. So
Yeah, I mean, results oriented, it's a perfect check. I'm surprised, though. I'm with you. I thought Oscar actually would double barrel that, knowing that there's no way his sixes had any showdown value. Vassal's going to bet 34,000 with top two pair. Oscar Hollywood's for a moment before folding. We'll continue on. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live Madrid. 1,067 players started this journey. We are in day 2. I mean, how many players are we going to get down to tonight?
well, they're going to play till 5 a.m.
I think that's the plan.
Probably.
I think the casino closes. I think there's a Spanish law. I think the casino closes at 6. It has to.
Okay.
Which tells you all you need to know, because that means tomorrow night we have to finish by 6. How is that going to happen?
Okay, Kara Scott update.
Oh, gosh.
She's out.
What?
She played a 1.2 million chip pot, and it did not go her way.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. True
How did that
story.
Oh, no. Do we have details of the hand?
She has not provided them.
Is she
at this
distraught?
time. She's fine. She didn't want to play till 5 a.m. and then get up and do work, I don't think.
So basically she was like, I'm going to gamble here. I'm going to get 1.2 million chips, and then I'm going to sit out.
I mean, I think, yeah. I think that's really what she was doing. But I think she just had a freaky day. I don't think she was...
Wow, she went from 80K to 700K to out.
To out.
That's how quick it happens.
No limit hold'em, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Chris picks up a big hand and gets very little action.
Yeah. And sometimes that can happen, obviously, being Chris Moorman. A blessing and a curse. Sometimes it can be hard to get action when you want it. But other times you get to pick up a lot of easy pots, which is obviously great. So 261 players remain. Of that 261, Kara Scott is not one of them. I really want to know the details of that hand. That's probably the biggest pot of the tournament right now.
It's got to be out there, right?
I mean, it's 2 top 15 stacks battling
It's definitely
in an
true.
all-in spot.
It's always been true in No Limit Hold'em that anyone that can make chips that quickly can lose chips that quickly. If you're playing fast enough to make all those chips, right?
Well, I know what the World
It's
Series
like
of
it's
Poker.
like, is Ruida Lin still in or not?
Right.
I'd say it's like there's at least a 30% chance he's out because he just plays so fast.
I mean, through the years, there have been a few exceptions since, but through the years, the chip leader of the World Series of Poker main event at the end of day 1 very rarely makes a deep run.
Very rarely cashes.
Yeah.
In fact, if you look at the record.
It's crazy.
And
Now, Jamie Gold is
Jamie
one of the...
Gold is the massive exception.
Right.
He's the only person to lead at pillar to post.
But there are lists and lists of players who were top 5 stacks. And you're thinking, during day 1, you're like, okay, well, you're a lock to cash. And you don't realize, oh, no. You play a particular style that got you all those chips.
And there's so far to go. Interesting 3-bet from Vasil here. You made the point that we haven't seen him with chips, so we don't really know how he plays. And here he is taking a 3-bet spot that not every player would take for sure. But button with an ace against a late position open. Can't be bad to 3-bet.
Yeah, it works out even better for him when he flops an ace. Not a very interesting run out.
Yeah, and he can bet pretty small, so I suppose quite connected board, but...
Yeah, he's the 3-better. I mean, he's the one who's going to have the ace-kings, the ace-queens, pocket aces, pocket jacks.
Mm-hmm.
There's very little reason for him not to bet this. Vassal now up to 358,000 chips, changing gears. About half the players that remain will cash. The other half will just remember this as another fun day of poker where they made no money. So I can't confirm this, but 88 Dogster is suggesting in the chat that it was Ruida who flopped the nuts against Kara.
The only thing she told me is that it was a guy who was bluffing in that spot a lot of the time. If it was Ruida, then story checks out.
Yeah. And
So
by the way, if
she
she was at
called-
Ruida's table, it also checks out why she had a lot of chips.
Yeah, for sure. So there you go.
Kind of goes back to what you and I were talking about with Ruida. Like, would you rather play at a table with a bunch of average players, or would you rather play with Ruida and live by the sword, die by the sword? I suppose. Yeah, you get chips quickly, but you can lose them all very quickly. Well, 88 Dogster, thanks for that that little bit there.
I mean, if so, that's a really tough spot for Kara. If he did have the nuts and it's in a spot where he's polarized, because he's totally capable of bluffing all in, she probably should call. Right? If he's polarized and it's him, she's probably right to call.
Probably, yeah. I don't know. I mean, in a vacuum, it's impossible to
Well, listen to my words. Here's what I'm saying. If he's polarized and there's a shitload of dead money in the pot, and it's him, so he's polarized, so he's heavily weighted towards bluffing, because we've seen him play.
Right.
You can't really lay down. I mean, I don't know what she had.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
but
in theory,
I suspect
yes.
I suspect it's going to be a justifiable call.
Fernando picks up aces. Started this hand on 15 big blinds. Hoping to get action, obviously. No, this is going to be tough for Fernando. Pick up aces with 15 big blinds and get no action whatsoever. Mormon in the big blind does not call.
Gilly, 2-5 Texas. Gilly, 2-5 Texas.
Francisco picks up a pot up to 123,000 chips with 12 big blinds. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. 1,067 players whittled down to 261, 125 of whom will cash. Oscar on 383,000. And suddenly our featured table just has very few chips.
Super short stacked.
Yeah.
Are we going to change it up in the break or not?
I don't know.
Because it really is short stacked, unfortunately, guys. You have had the definite positive experience, if you're into poker and you want to improve, of watching Chris Moorman play for about 3-4 hours. Doesn't get much better in terms of free learning than that, frankly.
Edwards raises from the cutoff with ace deuce. Good enough to take it down. And I think because of the stack sizes at this particular table, it has definitely slowed down the action a little bit.
Yeah, of course, because now you've got stacks where anyone can bust anyone else. Your opening race can get shoved on and so on.
It's hard to 3-bet. You know, it's hard to call and take it to the streets and really go more than one street or two streets. Hand 81 of today's action. Got about 5 minutes left before the players will go on a break. It'll just be a 15-minute break. When we get back, we'll play 4 more levels. No, pardon me, 3 more levels, and then call it a night. Oscar's going to raise under the gun +3 with 8-7 suited. And we are officially in the raise and take it portion of this tournament with regard to this table. It's like 4 out of the last 5 hands.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm sorry, I can't make it exciting. But we're closing in on the national anthem in the Super Bowl, so stay tuned for some red hot Nick misery. I can't believe I'm on the wrong side of it. I did my research and everything. Like, she did go over, though, the last time she performed it in public.
So maybe...
So I'm not giving up.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what her rehearsal times were then?
The line in the US moved like 7 seconds down.
7 seconds?
I know, right?
Wait, it went from 204 to 157?
That kind of thing, yeah. It was 204.
Oh, you're drawing dead.
Well, it was 204 in the UK. I don't know what it was in the US. It might have been higher.
But if it's
in the
157 right now, they know something.
Yeah, right, exactly. I think I'm...
You're drawing dead.
Don't say that.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. The line is...
Yeah,
I mean,
all right, yeah.
It's not like a football game where, you know, hey, anything can happen. It's a song. That means somebody heard her during rehearsal.
All right, David.
And it was like 158.
Yes. You're probably right. Very disappointing.
Sorry. Well, listen, I mean, I've set you up now to full disappointment. Now, if you somehow you get surprised and you win, you've already... It's lost money now. It's like a lottery ticket.
I tell you what, it must be weird about the Super Bowl. Like, the team or the Kansas City Chiefs have already come out. This thing won't kick off for like another nearly half an hour.
Oh, yeah. You know how these games are.
I never understand how pro athletes keep themselves like ready to go, you know?
They're 22 years old. They're like the best in the world at what they do. Think about us for commentary.
Oh, that.
We sit here and we just wait for a hand to happen. And when a hand happens, are we ready to pounce? We are, because we're professionals, Nick.
Unless the national anthem's happening at the same time. In which case, I'm incredibly unprofessional. Guys, I don't like to encourage people to wager unless it's appropriate. But if you like gambling at all responsibly, then you want to bet money on the Super Bowl. It's the most fun thing to bet on all year.
Words Up says the commentary's echo is somewhat distracting, I find. We do apologize for that. We are in a staircase of sorts.
And I'll tell you why you've got an echo. It's because literally the casino's full. You cannot move between the poker tables because we had so many people for this tournament. Right?
So that's why they found us. They had to actually put us. If you want to, you can go to @Tuck on Sports. I posted a video of it. There's a video of where we're at. We're literally in this staircase. And it's got high ceiling, so there's an echo. We do apologize. 7-5-3. Pair of threes here for Alex out of the small blind. A little blind on blind violence here. Vassal with top pair. AC Racing asking for any tips in the Super Bowl. Yeah, don't bet over 204 on the national anthem.
So this is a great one to bet a few dollars or a few euros or a few pounds because it's genuinely a 50-50 game. So you can pick based on anything you like, and you're not going to be far wrong.
No, yeah, I mean, the information is out there, and the information is what generally sets the lines. If the information is incorrect, then the sharp money, the professional sports bettors out there, will very quickly correct the market.
Yeah.
Which is what happened with the national anthem, apparently. So,
Shut up.
sorry. So, yeah, it is one of those things. Like, if you just want to have fun and,
Yeah.
enjoy some buffalo wings, have some beer, and
And the great thing about the Super Bowl is they have so many 50-50 bets.
yeah,
So, like, so many where they, unlike a lot of sports, they'll set a line for each player's what they're going to do in the game, and it'll be roughly 50-50. So you literally can bet as a complete novice, have 4 or 5 bets for no reason, watch the game, and
or 19 like Nick has.
Or 19 like I have. And you probably, because David said the lines are so efficient, you will have an interest in whatever you bet.
Yeah. In lesser known games, the lines will be less efficient because there's
Right.
less information out there. But with the Super Bowl, obviously, it's all out there.
And yeah, you can bet a small amount but have an awful lot of fun. And you can bet on the coin toss. And only degenerates bet on the coin toss. It's 50-50, and they pay 11 to 10 or 10 to 11.
No, you get a much better price than that. Usually you get minus 103 on the coin toss because because people realize that it's,
Yeah, but I mean, only an idiot bets on the coin toss. Anyway,
I haven't missed the coin toss bet in 12 years. What are you talking about? What are you suggesting?
Neither have I. Who doesn't bet on the coin toss? It's the whole point.
It's so much fun.
What have you got? I've got heads.
I have tails.
Oh, excellent. One of us is going to win, one's going to lose. This is the big... Whoa. We're closing in on the anthem.
Nick is really excited.
I'm seriously excited.
We're going to go on a break in just 1 minute.
Even though I
believe this is the last... Hold on a second. I believe this is the last hand before...
There's the sign language performer.
This is the last hand before break. Fernando, with his 129,000 chips, is going to raise with ace-3 suited. Again, the players will go on a 15-minute break. We will as well. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a beer. Watch the anthem.
This is not the anthem. This is Oh Beautiful America or whatever it is.
Players of the main event, after the hand, we are in 15 minutes break.
New table for you after the break.
Wow, there you go.
Plus, you'll come back and I'll either be perky and jumping around or I'll be crying and David will be trying to cheer me up.
Either way, it's fantastic. We don't want apathetic Nick. We want Nick to either be tilted or really excited.
That's right. And maybe we'll see the exact same thing from our new set of players.
Can you tease us? Can you tease us who's going to be at the new table? Anybody big? Big name, maybe?
The one, the only, Ms. Vivian Saliba.
Oh,
Saliba.
Brazil is in the house when we get back.
Saliba.
I love it. Vivian Saliba when we get back. So the players are going on a 15-minute break. We will as well. Don't go anywhere. More action from Madrid right after this. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would probably be fair to say that if you're never shoving there, or if you're always shoving there, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but I'd rather make the second one. If you're never shoving there, then you're definitely playing too tight, I think. It's like so at our training site, we get kind of questions from players about, I keep going card dead and I keep kind of dwindling down in tournaments and I end up with 11 big blinds. Well, if you're playing tournaments and you're often getting down to kind of 10, 11, 12 big blinds, you want to go back through these tournaments and make sure you're not missing spots like that or spots where you can shove over an opening raise with kind of, 15, 16 up to 25 big blinds. Because those are the spots that you can take that stop you ever getting short stacked.
This is an interesting shove here from Carlos. It's Francisco was the opener. And it goes around to Carlos with King 8 suited. 10 seconds. One of the reasons why I think this is interesting is because while Carlos doesn't have a lot of chips, he has about 10 big blinds, it does represent a fairly large portion of Francisco's chip stack. So it does put him in a tough spot. I'm going to have to read this 3-bet book that you got me. I'm really excited. I'm actually quite excited about it.
It's a really good book. Let's not talk about it too much on the stream. I don't want everybody reading it.
No, I understand, of course. But I've got a 13-hour flight home. So.
Oh, it's perfect for that. And he writes poker theory in a really conversational way. It's really good.
Lou Who says, easy call, Francisco. Quit Hollywooding. He does eventually make the call. I don't know if it was an easy call with ace-5.
Yeah, it's for 60% of his stack or something.
But he does eventually make this call. Pot is 170,000, and it is Carlos who is at risk. That is not a good start for him. Wow. 2 pair here. Carlos looking for running cards.
This is going to take all his skill.
Jack of clubs. That's what he needs. Wow.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. He's now looking for a 10 or a club, and he gets it running clubs.
When he picks
Sit back down.
When he picks up the trophy, he'll remember that hand.
Wow. Yeah, look at Francisco. Just cannot believe it. Get hit by a truck.
That really sucks. The best hand all the way through until it mattered. Coaster. Do we have those? We should have T-shirts to give away or something.
We should. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. During the break, when the players go on a dinner break, I'm going to talk to
your man,
our bosses, and see if we can get some 888 swag to give away.
If we're going to keep people's attention during the Super Bowl,
I think we need something like that.
We're going to need bribes.
This is a bad flop for Chris Moorman. This is a 3-bet pot, so it went raise 3-bet. Chris decided to call flops top pair. 2 diamonds out there, and unfortunately, both Chris and Carlos have a diamond. So I say unfortunate. It's unfortunate if you're a Chris Moorman fan. Quite fortunate for Carlos. Chris is going to almost definitely lose at least 1 more street of value here, and possibly 2. Check call. Pretty standard. Moorman looking for a queen. That is not a queen. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs. You see the Queen of Clubs is somewhat shaded out. That is because we know it's dead. So Chris probably thinks he has 3 outs. We know he actually only has 2.
Yeah, the odds we showed do take account of folded cards. And Kara's got his up to 265k, so she'll probably have this thing won by the time...
10 seconds.
Well, she gets tired at about 10 o'clock, so she needs to win this before then.
She's a young mother.
I know.
And she has media production duties. I said to her she should absolutely not play the last 3 levels and just bag what she has for optimum.
It might. I mean, if she were up to 600,000-700,000, it actually would be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if the last 3 levels. It's only 40-minute levels today.
Imagine being a young mum and having to play poker till 5 a.m. That's kind of tough.
Oh, well, it's tough for anybody, but yeah, especially if you're a young mum. Look at this fold. That's just a great fold from Chris. Chris called a 3-bet. Had to pay off 1 street. I think a lot of players are losing 2 streets there. But Chris finds a fold on the turn, and that is a heck of a laydown by him. Lost about 37,000 chips, but it certainly could have been worse. But no, I do get your point. I would not be sitting at a table with that. When I'm sitting down, I don't want to. I also would take my backpack off.
Right. He must be comfortable. I mean.
Yeah. He looks like he's fine.
Yeah.
Chris is going to raise here. He likes raising the cutoff. Belemno says, Alex is a great player. He plays at my local casino. Some great results recently.
He has a really good track record in live tournaments, no question. And he hasn't really made a mistake in the time we've watched. That ace-jack was the only question mark we had, which was an interesting hand.
Chris is the pre-flop raiser here. Sean has defended. See how Chris decides to play this. He's going to check it back. And the perfect turn card. I was going to say, wow, if a 9 comes off, does he get himself in trouble? And what does he do when he misses? You know, what happens when the king falls or a jack falls? You know, how about the 4? Not only a 4, but the 4 of hearts.
I mean, what can you say? The only thing is obviously he's not going to win a lot of money, but
This kid gets one bet out of John.
yeah.
And by the way, he might actually get a second bet. I mean, John should have way more fives in his range than Chris from the big blind, and it wouldn't shock me if John actually double-barreled this, depending on what Chris does. And Chris does just call. I don't think this is a bad, like, double bluff card.
Yeah, Chris
check back the flop.
Yeah,
He's
Chris
gonna have
can't, he can't be super strong on the flop.
You wouldn't think.
He's capped on the flop because it's such a draw-heavy board that if he has a strong hand, he can't check it back.
I mean, unless he has some sort of a 5 in his hand doesn't make a ton of sense, and he's going to go for it. I kind of like this bluff. I mean, obviously it's not going to work. It's really bad timing, but
No, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we try not to be results-oriented, and I think this is a pretty good play.
And he makes a bet he would make with like 2 pair or a straight or something. Like he makes a nice meaty value bet.
Well, and once Chris checks it back, I mean, you would be betting 2 pair for value, right?
Yeah.
Chris did not raise?
No.
Okay.
And he doesn't raise because what worse hands is he called by when he raises? Not too many.
It's one street. And then he's like, I don't think this is good now, I fold.
He's using that old trick of being incredibly good at poker. It's a really good trick. If you can use that, I recommend it.
Right.
It's really going to help your game.
Just count on the fact that other people aren't incredibly good.
Incredibly good, yeah. And weirdly, you win $20 million.
I think for a lot of amateurs out there, when they watch the best players in the world, they assume there's a lot more trickiness than just...
Of course they do.
The 3 to 5% of trickiness there is.
I really don't think YouTube helps too much either.
No.
Because like you look at the hands that get huge views on YouTube, they're like massive bluffs or soul reads or whatever.
Right.
You don't get
He called him with queen high. What?
Solid 2 streets of value with top pairs, not making the YouTube playlist, you know?
Right, or just check fold queen jack on a jack high board.
Right.
To a barrel on the turn. That's a pretty solid flop for ace deuce.
I can honestly say I have never flopped that with ace deuce.
Well, I don't know if... We know Stephen Fitzpatrick does not get hangovers. We do not know whether or not he drinks. But if the cards keep falling the way they are so far, he might be driven to it.
Yeah, for real.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Thanks so much for joining us. I know many of you are watching this on Facebook. Many of you, of course, on YouTube. But if you want to join the chat, we are closely monitoring the YouTube chat, and I see you in there. Dimik, Mitch, Jason Frey. What's up, Mitch Hecht? Philippe Nielsen. Once again, the password is Madrid. That free roll in 46 minutes. Please let us know how you did. I'm going to check on the turn, I think. Steven probably realizing I'm not going to get an ace to fold. Probably not going to get much to fold at all. And frankly, Steven is actually kind of in this situation of he doesn't have that many chips anymore. Vasil going to take that one down.
However, the word on the street is coin toss this year. The sharp money is on heads. You don't have to act. You don't have to act on that. I'm just saying that's where.
We're going to have a couple. We have to have a couple of friendly bets, don't we? On like the dumb thing, on the dumb things.
Okay, yeah, for sure, sure.
We've got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. So Carlos has been very active. He's picked up some hands. He raises with jacks. Oscar calls out of the small blind with tens after John G calls as well. 3 very strong hands. And
Bingo.
yeah, that's a tough flop for Carlos and Oscar to get away from. Not just one queen, but 2 of them.
Just an insane flop. It's the perfect flop for ace queen.
Yeah.
With tens and jacks, I suppose.
I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Carlos and Oscar to both think they have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, most of the time they do. Like, almost all the time they do.
Carlos is going to check. John is going to bet. I imagine this is going to be weird. So Oscar probably calls. And then what is it? Does Carlos overcall? Does Carlos then get rid of the jacks? I mean, by checking the jacks, he might actually save himself a street.
I'm trying to think what I'd do. I think it's too tight just to fold, isn't it?
I do, too.
Like, you could definitely have the best hand.
I mean, what the player in position bet means nothing.
No, right, exactly.
And Oscar could have any pair.
A lot of fun turn card potential.
Or not at all.
It's fun from a poker analysis point of view, I suppose, because it's like, what
Nothing
would you do with
changed.
what would you do with your tens or your jacks here?
As crazy as it might seem, I don't think it's a terrible play to do like a check call lead type play if you're Carlos. But I mean, there's just not much out there you're worried about. Way ahead, way behind.
Yeah,
scenario.
you're way ahead, way behind, of course.
So, I mean, I'm more likely to just check it again if I decided to take that line, but this is a fun little spot. John G, once again here, just in the driver's seat. He's got to realize that, you know, there's a decent chance one of his opponents has a queen, right? We know they don't, but... Hello, 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 and welcome back to Madrid. We're here for 888 Live. We've got a new featured table. You might recognize Vivian Saliba in seat number 4 with a bunch of chips. I'll see exactly how much he has in just a moment.
Saliba.
Yes. Yeah. Nick Wealthall alongside me, and we are getting tilty, very...
right. Let's just clear this up right now. I've been hosed. So...
You were getting close.
It was a massacre. That's the fastest national anthem I've ever heard in all my years of losing money.
She finished it in like 40 seconds.
She was so fast. She was ahead of the music, genuinely. She must have had a cab with the meter running or something.
She had something to do.
She's like, I get paid the same, however long this takes, I'm just going to get out of here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, she finished in that, 149?
It's literally the fastest. And she was only 149 because she milked the end. She was like, she got to the end in about 30 seconds.
So
I don't even know who she was.
You bet 204.
I don't want to know. So David was absolutely right. I knew I was dead because the line moved after the rehearsal. The reason I bet 204 is that at the Conor McGregor fight, she took 2 minutes 9 seconds. She set me up.
Yeah, that was definitely a setup. Antonio, all in here. We'll learn a little bit more about these players as we move on. But for right now, it's just Antonio S. moving all in from the cutoff with 94,000 chips. Action folds around to the big blind. Attila has heaps. Look at Attila. He may call this. 10-9 suited actually doesn't play that poorly against an all-in shove. And this all-in shove, I believe, is only for about 8 big blinds. But he is going to let that one go. And Antonio picks that up, picks up the blinds and antes. So blinds now 6,000, 12,000. William Kassouf has busted. Kara Scott has also busted. Chris Moorman still in. And there's a look at our chip count. And how about Alvaro? Wow. 1.3 million chips. Attila, 680,000.
This is good. We needed some chips at our feature table.
Yeah, Vivian Saliba on just 213,000 or 17 big blinds.
And we need to get Vivian some chips.
Yeah. I had a great time, actually, after the stream ended last night. Vivian went out for drinks with Ebony Kinney and my wife last night.
Okay.
And I joined up with them after the fact.
Okay.
And it was
wild.
lovely.
Was it wild?
No, it wasn't wild at all. It was just, but it was great to hang out with them. Two just genuinely wonderful people in Ebony and Vivian Saliba.
And
my wife, on the other hand, no.
Oh, the wife is excellent in every way. But do we know how Ebony's done? Because she had monster chips after day one.
And we can see if we can get some updates from about some of the invited guests.
I'll ask our man on the ground.
So Tuckman is 1 for 1 in Super Bowl prop bets with my tail bet. You are 0 for 2.
Not quite, my friend, because my wife.
Your wife bet heads?
No, unbeknownst to me, bet that Demi Lovato would sing the microphone with a mic stand. I'm not making this up.
So you're 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well done. What we do have here is a huge hand developing, and because of Malcolm's stack, I mean, regardless of what Malcolm's stack was going to be, we used to see chips in, but
absolutely.
The fact that he only has 78,000, this becomes a no-brainer. Whoa, wait a second. Did he just call? He did just call. He is slow playing the queens. I mean, I hope it's not to fold to an ace or a king flop.
He's a genius.
I mean, is he going to check fold? By the way, Nick Bosa, who's just an absolute beast, was drafted second overall last year by the 49ers. He's a rookie. My New York Jets, of course, were drafted third overall. So you just wonder, it's like, really, you couldn't lose one more game? So you slow play the queens, you hit the ace. I mean, this was going to happen no matter what, so I actually think it would have been a bigger catastrophe to fold the queens.
Yeah.
I mean, he started this hand with 6 big blinds. Just unlucky for Malcolm. Liangas?
Liangsi? I don't know.
Liansi?
Don't know. He's happy, though.
He is happy. Ace, king versus queens, and he won. Man, this is awesome. We got great poker.
Yes.
We've got the Super Bowl. This is just an awesome Sunday.
God bless Sunday. Literally.
Well, thank you for joining us here. 888 Poker, alive and well. And we know poker is alive and well in Madrid. Barcelona is always one of our biggest stops. And Madrid kind of laying claim to this. This is pretty amazing. $1,067 entries. Again, 125 will cash. We still have over 200 left, though, so I don't think we'll hit the money tonight. I mean, we.
You don't?
I think the players will. I don't think we will.
Oh, right. Yeah.
We're gonna stop streaming in 4 levels. The players are gonna play for another 4 levels after that.
3 more levels we're doing.
Casey Elizabeth is asking, so can we get split screen going with the Super Bowl? It's really hard to watch both on 2 different screens.
I'm finding it incredibly easy.
Yeah, Dogster is saying, call with the queen, that's nuts. I mean, it's not terrible as long as you don't fold to any flop. I mean, if you're doing it because you think your shove might get folds and you're like, well, I can get a C-bet this way and I really want to try to double up, I'm willing.
Yeah, you're right, as long as you don't actually fold. Because you have no pre-flop fold equity. Ebony Kenny update from our man Christian on
Fantastic.
the ground.
What is that?
She has 400k. Doing
So
very
just-
nicely.
yeah, just
Doing very
steady.
nicely.
Strong and steady wins the race. In poker tournaments, that is more often the case. You know, I mean, being the chip leader early on in day one, day two, I mean, obviously it feels good, but a lot of these tournaments, it's about survival. You have to survive. Ilya, ace-10 under the gun. Wow, that's a tight laydown. Liangxi. Just going to let that one go.
No, he's going to raise, I think.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the ace-10, the ace-jack.
Right.
Something.
He has 50 bigs. I can do 600 divided by 12, no problem.
Raise 25.
Stacy Husky is asking if Gary Miller is still on. I don't know. We have some great eyes on the floor that do help us out, but don't know about that particular player.
Alvaro with a lot of chips. Look at all those chips. How much fun would that be? And a massive hand to go with them.
We saw an ace-10 fold from under the gun, ace-jack under the gun +1 raising, and Alvaro, our chip leader with 1.3 million, picks up ace-king.
80,000. Do you have 10 bucks or not?
Brad Owen is not still in. Last I spoke to Brad Owen about 6 minutes ago during the break. He is at a TGIF Fridays in Madrid watching the Super Bowl.
Getting some authentic Spanish food and enjoying the Super Bowl.
I think this is a fairly easy fold.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where you're like, yeah, maybe the chip leader's up to something, but who cares? He's going to let that one go, and I think that's a good fold. I mean, I think it's tough sometimes because you always think maybe the chip leader is taking advantage of you. He's leveraging his stack.
But even if he is, what can you do?
Yeah, and it's just,
like,
you've got to be patient.
There aren't too many great options with that hand in that spot.
And as we get closer and closer to the money, you know, you've got to be cognizant of that. Trying to get a little bit of information about these particular players. Attila Kazitsky in seat number 1 on the left side of your screen. He's from Hungary. Live score is just about 30,000. He's a former triathlon, though, athlete. Loves his wife, and he has a new baby girl, 8 months old. So congratulations to Attila over in seat 1.
She's going to be proud when she grows up and watches the video. Right now, less interested, I would think.
Well, I mean, it's like 3 in the morning in Hungary right now, or 2 in the morning in Hungary.
Let's hope for her mum's sake she's asleep.
Yeah. Wow, Sergey just moved all in with 7-4? No. Somebody moved all in, and I don't know who it was. But he might get called by Alberto. That is Alberto Delgado from Spain. Just 10,000 in live tournament earnings. Proud supporter of Atletico Madrid Football Club, who lost yesterday 1-0.
I watched them lose the derby, unfortunately. He has moved in with his 9s, which seems pretty mandatory.
It looks like 10s versus 9s.
Yep.
Antonio. A little bit about Antonio. We can find Antonio Smeraglia from Italy. Over 200K in live cashes. And he has flopped a set of 10s in great shape to double up. It is his tournament life on the line.
4% left.
70,000 euros.
12% now.
I'm looking for a jack on the river.
1,000 euros.
No.
And the winner
Antonio does double up to 278,000. Alberto down to 356.
Madrid will get 150,000
So as I was saying, Antonio,
plus a package for
his biggest cash, 140,000. Third place in the Italian Poker Open back in 2014.
Good luck to all of you. De hacer información a los jugadores, vamos a pagar los últimos 125 jugadores. El mini cash va a ser de 1.840 euros.
A little bit of a cooler there for Alberto. Not much he could do with nines.
He did the right thing.
Segundo, 105.000 euros. Y el campeón del 888 Poker Live aquí en Madrid se va a llevar 150.000 euros más un paquete para las World Series 2020 del Main Event, valorado en unos...
Of course, Vivian Saliba, the 888 Poker Ambassador, our most notable scorer just this past summer. Fourth place in the 888 Crazy Eights event. Won over 300,000 in that.
Now you're probably thinking, I wish I could do that.
I
Well,
too.
it just so happens another one's coming up this summer.
What? Yeah,
Oh,
but I
yeah.
mean, but what if I don't have that much kind of money? I mean, how could I possibly get in there for cheaper?
What you're going to want to do, David told me, is you're going to want to jump on 888 Poker and play satellites where you can qualify for a tiny amount of money for either the 888s, the Crazy Eights tournament and package, or the mega package, which is the 888s bind and WSOP bind.
I mean,
Those
when you say
satellites will run very soon.
when you say a tiny amount of money, what are you saying? Like $100, $200?
I'm saying like for as little as $1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sergio, all in. What do we know about Sergio, you ask? Sergio's from Spain. That's Sergio Alonso, a professional poker player. 250,000 in cashes. His biggest score is actually 88,000 for winning the 888 Live Barcelona in 2018.
Wow.
Do you remember Sergio Alonso from not last year, but 2 years ago? He won 888.
Did I do it 2 years ago?
Yeah, you were there.
Was I?
Weren't you? Or no, was it? Did I do that one with Jesse Sylvia?
Oh, did he wear a leather jacket with a scarf? Was that him?
That might have been him, yeah. I don't know. Either way, he won the 888 Live Barcelona event back in 2018. That's not him, but that gentleman right there did. A lot of professionals at this table. If you're wondering about the free roll, we have another one tomorrow.
This just in from Doyle Brunson. I keep pressing my bet on the 49ers. I'm up to 175,000 now. I should bet 26k more, and then it would be my biggest Super Bowl play ever.
Wow.
So.
Doyle really liking the Niners.
Doyle likes the Niners, yeah.
They did win the coin toss and then defer, right? Which I like.
And they're winning
3-0.
3-0. So.
You would have liked to see us get a touchdown out of that drive, though.
I just don't know how you can have such a strong feeling on this game. Like, I've got a small bet on the 49ers, but I don't have a strong... Like, and if the 49ers were up 17 points at the half, you still wouldn't be thinking they're definitely going to win.
No, but I like that. I'll take that every time.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying that the Chiefs are so dangerous, like...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we saw that versus the Houston Texans. I mean, they were down 24-0 and won that game.
Went crazy.
So, Leong saying the small blind. This is a blind-on-blind confrontation. Leong say with the ace. There he is. Leonce, by the way, is from Spain. And the bio I have is nothing at all about him, but I'm sure he's a great guy.
Solid call.
Yeah.
He seems nice. He's smiley, enjoying himself.
I like him.
30,000.
He's going to make a pretty thin value bet here.
Yeah, well, he waited just long enough for Antonio to get a piece of it.
I mean, like he has the best hand. It's just his only reason it's a thin value bet is I don't know what he gets called by. The way this went down.
I mean, maybe he gets called by a king high. Maybe he gets called by a pair of sevens. We'll see. I mean, at this point, there's a lot. He can get called by a queen. I mean, I think the bet is mandatory. I like it. Antonio is thinking about it. Antonio does not make the call. He folds. Again, average stack, just under 400,000. 125 players will make the money. Vivian Saliba now starting to get a little bit short with just 189,000 chips.
Definitely short.
15 bigs for the Brazilian.
Several well-known players, including 888 ambassadors, still in here in Madrid. Some notables for you. Ebony Kenny and Ana Marquez both have 400k.
Ooh, Anna. She's a dangerous player.
She is for sure. Fernando Pons has 385k. Dominic Nietzsche still in the main event with 240k. Vivi Saliba we can see on stream a little bit short, and Chris Moorman also a little bit short with 200k.
So apparently Sophia, I would imagine, is she out?
Yep, seems so. I think she'd have been on our list.
And possibly Martin Jakobsen.
We're down to, yeah, he must also be gone. We're down to enough players that the guys can see the floor now pretty well, I would have thought. So I imagine they've got most of the notables, if not all.
Action folds around to Leonce once again with an ace, this time on the button.
Raise 30,000.
He's got the monster chip stack in the big blind, right? Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's under the gun. In fact, it's the previous 888 Live winner who shoves. He has pocket threes, and he gets called by ace three, so
wow,
he's a pretty decent favorite.
Yeah, Sergio in great shape here. Again, Sergio has already won an 888 Live event, so can he go back-to-back? And so far, so good. He's got to fade an ace or a 9 now. Nobody has a club in their hand. An ace, a 9, or a queen will eliminate him. But he does double up, and now he's up to 308,000.
Yeah, finds a nice spot there.
Good job, Sergio. Once again, I want to welcome you to the broadcast, 888 Live. We're in Madrid. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here on Super Bowl Sunday. Watching some great poker. This is day 2 action. Started with 1,067 players. We're down to just over 200. Somebody asked, Big Pun asked if Madrid was expensive. I mean, it's interesting. It's a big city, so depending on what your perspective is and where you're from, I think it certainly can be considered expensive. But I think if you compare Madrid to other major cities in the world, it's probably on the cheaper side.
I mean, if you're from most places in North America or Western Europe, I would say it's on the cheaper side.
I mean, compared to London, Manhattan, San Francisco.
I mean, it's like way cheaper.
Right. But I mean, if you compare it to a small town in Estonia, it's quite expensive. So it all depends on your perspective. But like I said, as far as like visiting major cities go, it's pretty cool. I mean, I'll tell you that we came one extra day this particular time.
Yeah.
And I stayed in a hotel with my wife before we came here. That would have been easily 3 times as expensive or more if it were in Manhattan or London. Alberto with the raise to 30,000. Vivian, a bad time to get card dead. Possibly starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, this is when live tournaments are not fun, when you just have to be patient. Like you don't get to play many pots, and you just have to keep your patience.
They're so much fun when you have a lot of chips.
Right, exactly.
So much fun.
And when you're short, they're like
they suck
really hard.
Yeah.
They just have to sit here and do nothing
for 3 hours. I want to thank you for joining us, guys. 88 Dogster, Deadshot, all you in the chat there. Thank you so much. Look at all those chips for that gentleman. Right?
Yeah,
Alvaro.
1.4 million. And those aren't actually dirty stacks, are they? We're using 2 different colors. And I think it's because there were so many entrants to this tournament, the casino actually struggled to have the chips.
Is that what happened? Okay.
I think that's right.
Either that or he has so many chips they actually gave him some 100,000s.
Yeah, but I don't think he could have them dirty like that.
Both players the gut shot here. Queen Jack is the best hand right now. I don't think Alvaro is going to fold right away, but we'll see. Alvaro, by the way, professional cash game player. Just 20K in live cashes, but again, if he's a cash game player, that doesn't tell us much. There's a lot of really amazing cash game players out there who don't have, many cashes to their name.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have no idea they're just immensely talented poker players. And Alvaro actually folds that hand. I thought he would call there with a gut shot to Broadway. No pair. So we lost, apparently, Hakeem Zoufri, by the way, was at this table. Kind of disappointing because it looks like he's either been moved or got knocked out before we started.
Sounds like we actually lost him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
If anyone has seen him,
Hakeem Zoufri.
Here's the number.
Please
call it in.
Let us know where he is. No, this is a gentleman who's a professional poker player with, over 1.3 million in lifetime earnings. So it would have been fun to see him at the table. I've heard of him as well.
He's clearly been moved.
Alberto going to raise again, this time with King Queen. If you like what you see here at 888's YouTube channel, you can hit that subscribe button. We've got a lot of fun content that comes out. I do 888 rides over the summer where I'll drive around some poker pros. And I've pretty much driven, I mean, Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, The Grinder, some of the biggest names in poker. I've had the privilege of being able to drive around, and we just have fun with them. I'll ask them some questions. We'll do an interview. Sometimes we'll play a game. So those are over there. Nick's done some fantastic content. We had a scavenger hunt in Barcelona.
Oh, yeah. That was really fun.
We filmed a...
Today we were doing fun games.
Yeah, like a truth or dare type game Nick
right.
and I did. You can look for that on the 888 YouTube channel.
Race 25.
Yeah, Casey Elizabeth is having trouble, though. My OCD is kicking in with those dirty stacks.
Yeah, it's kind of weird looking. You don't see it really.
Sergio is raising it up. Attila in the small blind, deciding what he wants to do. And he is going to re-raise here. Again, this is the former triathlon athlete. Has a new baby girl, 8 months old. And he has 3-bet this.
Why are we seeing the flop cam as Sergio called? No, he's thinking. I presume this is a fold, yeah.
One of the downsides, I think, of the most recent trend in the Super Bowl is one of the things that I used to look forward to was the first, the commercials. But now, like, the commercials will get released beforehand now.
Oh,
they're online. Yeah, they're online now. Yeah, so it's not nearly as exciting.
I didn't know that.
I don't think they all get released, but certainly a few do. Action folds around to Sergio. Look at this, Queen Jack in the hijack, and he folds. I do remember him now from Barcelona. Sergio is incredibly tight. Like, he just folded Queen Jack from the hijack, and I remember that now.
And he won a main event.
He won it.
Wow. It's quite hard to win a big poker tournament if you're tight.
Raise from Attila, staying aggressive with 673,000 chips. He's in a good spot because while there is a player at the table with more chips than him, that player is on his right, which is always a good thing. Liverpool fan here. Are you cheering for him?
100%. He's a good man. Great man. Good taste. Solid citizen. Knows his football, I'd say.
That is Ilya. Ilya is from Russia. Biggest live score, just 8,000. Loves to travel. Loves to play and travel. Doesn't really care if he wants to play or travel first, but he loves it both.
And my yearly Super Bowl bet of shortest touchdown under 1.5 yards hits, and I'd only have to wait half the first quarter.
Look at you. So you're 2-2 now on your prop bets.
No, because I lost. I didn't have first touchdown scorer.
2-3.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you happy you didn't bet the under now?
I did bet the under.
Oh, you did bet the under.
I feel okay about it.
Okay.
10 points in the first quarter. That's okay.
Oh, actually, wow, that's a quick first quarter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. Alberto raising to 30,000 with pocket threes. And Vivian just waiting for something to play. Give that poor girl something to play.
What are your tips for staying patient at the poker table, David? Like, especially when you feel that kind of frustration rising, that like, that guy's so juicy in seat 4 and I can't get any hands to play a pot with him, or I'm in this tournament and I was doing good and now I've only got 15 big blinds and it's going against me.
I kind of remind myself that, you know, you're a professional. Be a professional. This is what professionals do. You know, this is part of the job. Now, obviously, it's incredibly difficult if you're not a professional, but still, it's part of the game. Being patient and waiting. It's hard. I wish I had just like an easy yep, just do it. But that's basically what it is. You just have to. I mean, you can remind yourself of how many times you weren't patient and how upset you were at yourself for being, you know, walking to your car or walking to public transport as you left the casino because you weren't patient.
Yeah, I think another thing that you should try and think about, especially for tournament poker, is try and think of every hand as a new problem. So like try and get your head out of like the overall narrative and where you were with your stack and where you are in the tournament. And just try and see every 2 cards you deal as, okay, what have I got this hand? What are the decisions I can make this hand? And it's obviously difficult, but I think that's what really good poker players do. They don't worry too much. They understand what you just said, which is that there's going to be good days, good sessions, bad sessions, good orbits, bad orbits, and just try and focus on each hand and disconnect from what's gone beforehand. Easier said than done, but that's... No Limit Hold'em really demands that, doesn't it?
It does, for sure. It's an interesting little flop here. Leongse in the big blind with a pair of jacks. Alberto was the pre-flop raiser. He has been one of the more active players at this table. And he's got a pair of 9s. This is going to go check, bet, call in all likelihood, unless Leongse wants to raise, and he can. I think top pair, top kicker on a board like this, I think you could theoretically raise. Question really is, can you get value from worse? And I think on a wet board like this, you can. He's just going to call, though, and I think it's certainly reasonable. Seven of diamonds. Alberto now picks up a straight draw to go along with a pair of 9s. I mean, the Leongse hand is like just way undervalued. Wow, Alberto's going to bet again here.
And you don't like that because?
I just don't know what you're getting value from at this point. I mean, I guess specifically...
It is one of those, what is that bet type bets. And also, like, what are you folding out? I don't know, if you're trying to get the hands to fold, what folds on that turn that would have on the floor? If you're trying to get value, you're trying to get value from some very specific stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, I know some players that will bet the turn on what is a wet board to check back the river, figuring, okay, maybe I can get 2 streets, but instead of giving my opponent a free turn card, I'll charge him here, kind of name my price, and then... Alberto actually just bet 70,000 on the river. So at this point, is he turning his hand into a bluff?
Yeah, he is at this point.
Well, let's go back to what you had said yesterday.
Yeah.
By betting the turn, you do leave yourself with the option of then later on turning your hand into a bluff if you want to. If he checks back the turn, it's really hard to then like bluff the river.
That is true. In this specific circumstance, I'm still not sure what the turn bet was, which always makes me confused. Like, always makes me question whether it's a good bet.
Right, of course.
But it's the ultimate bluffing card, the King of Spades.
That's
as a pre-flop
really
raiser, like it.
Straight got there, the flush got there, Ace King got there.
Right.
And look at that, and he no, Leongse called.
Nice read.
María o Maja 5-10. José María o Maja 5-10.
Well, he left his option to bluff and did bluff, and it did not work.
Kind of an interesting hand, but yeah, it was an interesting hand.
Well, yeah, that was I think that was a hand that really could have been played in numerous different ways by both players. I mean, with ace-jack on a wet board, Leonce actually could have played that as a check raise on the flop. He could have built that pot up a little bit more. Obviously, once the turn comes around, you can't really do much but call. But I think on the flop, though, he could have theoretically check raised.
Oh, the ace-jack?
He could have.
Right.
Pocket kings here for Leonce now after Alberto opens. So this is a kind of interesting dynamic. These two players just got involved in a hand, and now they're going to play another hand together.
Mm-hmm.
And Alberto, by the way, is now down to 224,000 chips, just does not have many chips at all. Yeah, I think there was a trend in poker, and maybe it's still here, where players check raising the flop basically had bluffs in their range or two pair plus. And I think if you only ever have two pair plus or bluffs in your range, you probably, I feel like you occasionally you can stick some top pair, top kicker type hands there as well.
I definitely agree. Like, players should definitely check raise more than they do. It really doesn't happen very often at all. And in the book I've gifted you, you'll see some data on just how rare check raising is.
Good, I like it.
Super rare in No Limit Hold'em.
And I just think that it's like when the board is not coordinated so that you don't have many two-pair combinations. So let's say, example, like king 8-3. You know, people don't play king 3, 8-3. It's really, really difficult to ever check raise a board like that because nobody gives you credit.
Right.
And it just limits your choices of what you might want to do and what you can do. Anyway, Leonce does 3-bet here out of the small blind. Pretty standard. Alberto lets it go, despite losing that last hand. Alvaro on 110 big blinds, 1.3 million chips. Attila, very healthy, 60 big blinds. Vivian Saliba really the story right now with just 13 bigs, 159,000. Can she pick up a hand?
Yeah, she's unlikely to sit through another orbit without moving with something, so we wish her luck.
Remco asking for the payouts. I can tell you that 125 players will... cash. And if you cash, you will at least double your money. So there's the good news. You will at least double your money if you cash. First place, 150,000 euros. If you make the final table, you're guaranteed 5 figures. .88 Dogster says, wouldn't a check raise spell a set on such a board with a king 8-3? And that's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, yeah.
And my point is basically, it almost becomes impossible to check raise bluff in those situations because most players aren't check raising with a set on a dry board. So you get into this weird, like, okay, I guess I'll just check call. Then sometimes the turn goes check, check. It's hard to build pots, which is kind of what I'm getting at. It's like if you...
I mean, part of the reason there isn't as much flop check raising is that there's not as much continuation betting as there used to be. So these dynamics do move in poker.
Yes.
But even still, there's still quite a lot of continuation betting, and check raising is still pretty profitable.
Well, we saw it earlier on with Chris Moorman on that Queen 4-4 rainbow board.
Yeah.
He realized that his opponent was going to be putting a continuation bet out almost 100% of the time on that particular texture. And if your opponent's, c-betting that often, he's just not going to have a good hand enough of the time. 9s and 5s for Antonio. Trip 5s for Sergio.
7 check.
Jean Carlos goes Brazil. Go Vivian.
35,000.
Echo Brazil.
Antonio's going to call him at least one street. This went check bet call on the flop, and then check bet call on the turn. And I think like all the draws missed. I mean, Queen Jack missed, Jack 8 missed, Spades missed. Do you pay him off?
And it's blind versus blind and stuff. It depends if you played with Sergio before,
Yeah.
right?
If you know Sergio, I think you can probably find the fold. But without that history, every draw missed.
That's 58.
Sergio bets 58,000, and Antonio does make the call, and I don't hate it. I really don't. Like I said, if you don't know Sergio, if you don't have history with this particular player, I mean, look at every draw: 7-8, Jack 8, Queen Jack, Spades. They all missed.
Yeah,
and if you don't think your opponent's betting a 10 for value, and Sergio, and a lot of players don't, unless they have a really strong 10. If you don't think your opponent's betting all their 10s for 3 streets, then it becomes like, okay, well, this guy's got a 5 or nothing.
And especially when blind versus blind, his range is supposed to be really wide. Like you said, if he hasn't played with the player before, it's a completely understandable call.
Yeah. Once again, thank you for joining us here. Vivian Saliba has picked up a 6 under the gun +2. Trying to decide, is this the hand I want to go with?
So she has 10 big blinds.
She's got, 12. Blinds are 6-12, right?
I think they went up.
Already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
So-
it was 16K to call was on the screen.
Okay, yeah, so 8-16, so it's 10 big blinds. Just hope to get through. I don't know what Leong says thinking. That's the kind of stalling I just don't understand. I don't get it.
No, it's strange, isn't it?
Like in the cutoff seat, like with 5 high. Like, what are you doing?
She'll be very happy to get this through and pay
Oh,
for another
thrilled.
order. Like, I'd rather not see her run out with A6. This is
does get
bad. This is bad.
And this is going to get chopped up at least some of the time. As you can see, their percentages won't add up to, well, they do because we
we
do
don't
it,
count chops on the percentages. There are some chops, though. You're right.
A lot of
obviously,
chops.
Obviously. So possible.
Yep, certainly possible. 2 cards over the 7.
We should point out Antonio's all in, by the way.
That is a terrible turn card.
So
Yeah,
Vivian
shockingly, this is
won't
actually
be out.
for Antonio's tournament life. And a 5 of diamonds and the 7 does play.
That's so boring for Vivi.
That's real.
Just like a boring setup. That's her. This is so boring face.
That 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, that's really going to put Vivian in a tough spot there. Big hand for Antonio. And that's just, A7 versus A6. It's just how poker happens. Obviously, certainly a perfectly reasonable shove by Vivian, a perfectly reasonable call.
The reason those situations are boring is that it plays itself. You have to shove. You can't not shove.
Yeah.
And then Antonio has to put his chips in because he has like 6 big blinds left. And yeah, she just loses. And so now she's even shorter.
Yeah, he had about 88,000, so she's probably on somewhere in the neighborhood of about 5 big blinds right now. Marius, new to the table, pocket jacks, and he's got 966,000 chips. Hello.
I think he's also quite an interesting player. Let's refer to my notes. Yeah, he has over $1 million in live tournament earnings.
Oh, wow.
Including a 440k cash. He wants us commentators to give a shout out to his girlfriend.
No, we don't do shout outs.
He doesn't provide her name. He just like a shout out to him. But unfortunately, as David points out, we don't do shout outs.
Vivian is going to gamble a little bit. She's hoping she's up against ace king or ace queen, and she figures she has no fold equity. Unfortunately for her, she's in a really bad shape right now. She's facing the overcards, the overpair, sorry. And this is one of the worst matchups you can have for 10-9 of diamonds. I mean, he blocks her straights. He's got the overcards.
Taken away one of her diamonds.
Yeah, it's short of him having actually tens.
And she still has 19. She still has 19%.
Yeah. She's looking for low cards or diamonds. Well, it's a good start. Okay. It could be worse.
Yeah, a pair and back doors, 2 back doors.
Yeah. I mean, like 8 of diamonds would be kind of a cool little turn card. How about a 9? Are you kidding me?
Hello, darling.
Has to fade a deuce, a 7, or a jack. And she does just that. King of clubs on the river and a full double up. That's her, oops. Yay.
I'm so lucky. She says she doesn't feel bad. What a beautiful person.
Well, do you want her to lie and say I feel bad?
No.
Well, the crowd is happy.
Absolutely. We're all happy.
I mean, and it's a small, it's like a mosquito bite to Marius.
It's a win-win-win. We get to see Vivi play more. We're all rooting for Vivian. And he's fine. He's got tons of chips.
Of course, we've got our eye on the Super Bowl while we commentate on this fantastic day, too. And I'm going to tell you, that was an enormous stop by the San Francisco 49ers.
Their defense is awesome, but so far their offense has been horrible. So
yes, but that's which is why I was pointing out that was a huge stop. If they don't stop them there, and force a field goal, this could be a runaway game very quickly.
So a nice stop for the underbetters, whoever they are.
Whoever they might be.
Whoever they might
out
be.
There.
Me.
A horrific throw by Jimmy Garoppolo. Just a horrific decision. What are you doing? I might suggest that decision by Jimmy Garoppolo is only slightly worse than the decision by Vivian Saliba. Unfortunately for unfortunately for Jimmy, he did not get away with it, but Vivian did. Full double up to 180,000 chips.
Are you suggesting that her 10-9
call off all in wasn't optimal?
Was a little bit. I think it's just a little bit tilty after that ace-6 situation. But, you know, sometimes a little bit tilty works out. What can you say?
Yeah. Hey, I think she realized that, I have no fold equity. I'm gonna have to beat somebody in an all-in pot. So, why not with 10-9? And
to be honest, once you get to like 6 big blinds, you're going to need a little bit of luck to get back into things.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if you do everything right. So
Alvaro raises to 38,000. Marius is in the big blind with King Queen. I think he has 2 options here. Folding is not one of them. I think he can call, and I think he can 3-bet this. And it looks like he is opting for the 3-bet. No, is that just a call? I'm sorry. Again, the chip colors are different colors because we did run out of chips.
Yeah.
So it can be a little bit difficult here. And we have an interesting flop here. This is kind of an intriguing one. Jack, Jack 10, 2 clubs out there. Alvaro with the best hand right now, plus he has the flush draw. Marius with overcards plus the straight draw. We're almost certainly going to see a turn card. Alvaro's going to bet 30,000 into 130. Marius makes the call. So far, fairly standard, 160,000 in there. Another jack out there. Ace high, still the best hand.
Sadly, that card reduces the chances of seeing a 2 million chip pot, which is what I was rooting for.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. And it also eliminates some of Marius's outs, obviously, as an ace would no longer be good for him. He now needs specifically a 9, a king, or a queen to win this. And it can't be a club. Well, the king or the queen can be a club, pardon me, because that would give him a full house. But the 9 cannot be a club. Now, Barrow's going to double barrel this. This is an interesting bet from him because I don't think he thinks he's ever getting a 10 to fold, right? So what is he getting to fold here, right? I mean, a lot of players will check this back with the ace, figuring, well, I'm not getting a better hand to fold. I've got ace high. I also have a flush draw.
Yeah, that is quite interesting.
Right? Whenever I'm doing commentary,
another ace.
Yeah,
I suppose that's the only.
Yeah, whenever I'm doing commentary, I always, if a player, especially if somebody who I perceive as a good player, does something different than I would do, I'm kind of okay. Why did he do that? What hands is he trying to get value from here? Is he trying to put pressure on like pocket fours?
And Marius folds.
And I guess, you know what, listen, many years ago, I remember talking to Scott Seaver about this, and...
He's very good at poker.
Yeah, he's quite good. So if he listens, if he talks, you listen.
Agree.
And he mentioned, he said, you know, if you break down poker very simplistically, he said, when you check, you are basically, if your opponent has equity in the pot, and almost always your opponent has some equity in the pot, he goes, when you check, you're basically giving your opponent that percentage of the pot. So I'll simplify it. If there's $10 in the pot, and your opponent has 30% equity, if you check, you're basically giving him $3.
Right.
And I guess there's a situation like here where you realize that even with the ace high and the flush draw, that your opponent has some equity. You have no pair, and you can deny your opponent that equity by betting. Get him to fold a king-queen. Get him to fold a queen-9.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a very specific spot where it was really hard to think of a hand it was really hard to think of a hand that justified, like, hands in his opponent's range that you either get value from or forced to fold with that bet. Because, like, everything that's beating you is going to call.
A raise here from Alvaro. Just won the last hand. This time he's got queen 4. Alberto's got pocket jacks, and I've got to imagine this is just a Hollywood before he says all in. Alvaro will not call this.
Speaking of calls, Shanahan's not going to call another pass play for the rest of the game.
That's the one thing I will say about Shanahan. I mean, obviously they did that in Denver. His dad did that in Denver, where it was one of those weird situations where you knew they were going to run, but they have so many. They have such a unique blocking scheme, and they run out of so many different formations.
So much variety.
That even if you know they're running,
Yeah.
it still becomes very difficult to stop it. All that said, I still like my Emmanuel Sanders over. I mean, look at this. I mean, they're just.
I don't anymore.
San Fran is running at like 20 yards a clip.
They're just never going to throw it. Like,
well, why would they?
They're massacring them with the run, and Jimmy G threw one of the worst interceptions in Super Bowl history.
That was an awful decision. What was he thinking? Leong say, Jack 10, offsuit, plus under the gun, +1.
You're allowed to fold this.
At this point, I just know he tanks. He takes 6 or 7 seconds, and then he decides what to do.
This is clear.
So he folds. Antonio definitely going to play the ace-queen offsuit. And remember, Antonio was 5 cards away from being eliminated. Ace-7 versus ace-6, doubled up there. Now at 216,000 chips. So. And he has decided to move all of his chips in the pot. He's wagering them all. I keep thinking he's deep, but he's not. I mean, the blinds are 8-16, so.
Antonio's all in.
Nick, you make me laugh.
You make me feel young, David. Even at 1:40 in the morning. Vivian Saliba, who's still here, despite the odds in that last all-in situation.
This is an easy fold.
And Jimmy Garoppolo just threw for a touchdown. So in your face, Nick Wealthall, says Carl Shanahan.
There you go. And by the way, one of the best bets they had out there, Kyle Juszczyk, over 10.5 receiving yards. He got I want to say he got like 10 or 12 right there. That was a juicy bet. A lot of sharps were on that one. The Kyle Juszczyk over receiving bet.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't tell me that. You tell me this now.
Because the line moved up. It was over 10.5, then it moved to 12, and I liked it then, but then it moved up to like 14.5, and I don't like it anymore because he's a fullback.
Ah, so he won't have hit it yet then.
No, that's well, it hit, depending on when you bet on it, he hit it. Like I said, it opened at like 10.5, then it went to 12, and I still like the over.
Maybe he did hit it. I don't know how far.
But then it went to 14, and I no longer I was like 14. I thought it was stretching a little bit.
I don't know how far that play was. He might have hit it even at 14. I'm not sure how far it was.
We move on there. Antonio's all in, does get through.
Tied game in the Super Bowl.
You know, like I said, that stop by
that
stop by San Fran was huge. I mean, if you go down 14-3, you put a lot of pressure. Suddenly it's 10-3 or one score. Now it's tied up.
Although having seen how easily they just moved the ball, maybe they would have been able to. It's an even Super Bowl. Like everyone said it coming in. It's exciting.
Well, I mean, if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't make one of the worst decisions I've ever seen a quarterback make, it's like just take the sack. What are you doing?
Jimmy G's drunk on money and women. He can't think straight in the Super Bowl.
What's going on here?
Leong opens.
Yeah, he picked up a big hand here. Pocket 10's under the gun.
Just have to remind you all, because I don't want you to miss it, there's a great poker festival coming up on 888, the XL Blizzard.
Oh, yes.
Runs for 10 days, 34 tournaments, nearly 1.5 in guaranteed money. Very affordable buy-ins. Million? Yeah.
Wow.
Over the festival. Very affordable buy-ins starting at $5. This kicks off in just a few days' time. And we've got a little bit of a cooler.
You know what I'm actually considering doing at some point? I gotta kind of gauge the public and see if there's anybody that's interested or not. I'm actually considering, because I live in LA where I can't play on 888. It's terrible. I live in California.
So
but I'm considering actually like renting a house in a place where I can, or renting an apartment in a place where I can play and then play and stream at the same time. Would anybody watch? You guys at home? You guys in the chat? Let me know.
I mean, you should talk to 888.
Well, I want to find out if the people in the chat would actually watch.
Of course they would watch.
Well,
These are your people.
Would you guys watch? If I played, you know, a series of tournaments. Let's say I played the entire XL Blizzard series.
And you stream it.
And I stream it.
And you can introduce some other fun features to the idea.
By the way, Attila decided to just call. And under the gun open is going to be more often than not strong. Why not 3-bet there and get more value so a flop like this doesn't come out and kill your action?
You're asking? I don't know. I just 3-bet with aces. I'm kind of I'm kind of predictable.
I mean, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You have aces. You have the best hand possible. Let's get more chips in the pot, right?
I think like you shouldn't always do anything, all joking aside. And I think flatting with aces should definitely be part of your arsenal. But you want certain conditions to be true when you do it. And I'm quite sure I see why it would be advantageous in that spot. He's now raising this flop, which I think just gets Liangzi to play perfectly. I mean, unless he's got exactly ace-queen.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there's a time where maybe I don't 3-bet. Let's say
ace-queen or kings, everything else just plays perfectly.
Let's say a player in the cutoff opens.
Yeah.
And he will open a lot. You know, maybe I don't 3-bet him as much from the button simply because he's going to have a pretty wide range and I'm just going to get a lot of folds. So maybe I flat. Maybe somebody in the blinds kind of, tries to squeeze play if I flat. But when somebody opens from under the gun, they're just going to have a stronger range. They're going to have better hands, and they're more likely when they open from under the gun to call your 3-bet. Not always, but more likely. So let's see. Deadshot Gaming said yes. 88 Dogster said why not.
So you got 2 viewers.
Yeah, it seems like a few.
I mean,
Cigar Gupti said I won't watch.
Okay, so he's out.
I appreciate the honesty.
So he's out. He's out.
You know what, Cigar? I don't want you to watch anyway, okay, man? No, I'm kidding, dude.
You've still got nearly 7 billion people to go at, so we can take that hit. We can take that hit.
Raise from Sergio with 6s.
Oh, wow. Back to back.
Yeah, he picks up aces. Now he picks up kings.
Does he 3-bet kings?
Again, this is a situation where he's going to get a fold here if he 3-bets, but I'm definitely folding. I'm definitely going to 3-bet Sergio. I just think Sergio's...
Yeah.
He usually has a strong hand when he's opening from an early position.
Yeah, I mean, like, against early position raises, like, 3-betting kings and aces should be... Like, you'd need some very specific reason not to, put it that way.
Right.
Like, maybe you've got a maniac behind you.
We love squeezing, right.
Yeah. But in general... Oh, wow. Vivi's... Vivi's going to get cooler out this tournament.
Look how excited she looked, too.
I know. Well, it's such a great... She's in a great position.
She really want to give it all away, though. I mean, I guess there's no, tell. I mean, she's moving all in a spot where she has no fold equity.
Yeah.
Fairly easy fold for Sergio,
She's going to have to
obviously.
run really good to still be in this tournament. Although she'll have, nearly 20% equity. Oh, she got exactly the same suits, actually. So, yeah, she'll have, 18%, right?
If somehow she wins this one also, she's winning this tournament.
Yeah, this is tough. Amazing for Attila, of course.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for Vivian. Really, this is, again, one of those boring spots where there's nothing she could do.
She's genuinely, like me and you are supposed to spend time with her. She's genuinely such an upbeat person, Vivian.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
Like, I would be a little bit disappointed to see kings there.
It's just poker. I mean, what are you going to do? And by the way, even if she was deeper, I mean, I guess it's a little bit less painful because if she's super deep, it still goes in.
She needs to play Find the Lady on the River. No lady.
No, she needs to play that game better.
Bye, Vivian Saliba.
So the great Brazilian poker player will have to wait another day to make a deep run in this tournament. There's 180 players left, 179 now. We're one closer to the money, and unfortunately, Vivian Saliba no longer with us. Attila now up to 1 million, though.
Yeah. Aces and kings back-to-back pays, it turns out.
Yeah, it's nice when they hold up.
Yeah. Literally the most profitable hands in poker.
Funny thing is, he actually could have made more off those if he 3-bet with the aces.
Yeah, that's true.
Dr.662 says, I am sad now. I hear you, man.
Yeah.
I will tell you that Vivian is just an absolutely lovely person. It's the one thing that's really nice about 888 Poker, as Nick and I have traveled with this team over the past couple of years. We've gotten to know the poker ambassadors pretty well. And it's fun. Sometimes they'll joke around and we'll do these fun games where we're like, oh, who's the worst one? They're genuinely all good people.
Yeah, a very nice group of ambassadors, no doubt about that.
I mean, I know there are other sites out there that I won't mention. Some of their ambassadors are just pure shit.
Just the worst.
They are. Well, and it just makes sense. I mean, when you work for a site like that, you expect it. What do you think about the beard here? I like the mustache. I feel like if he's going to go with that mustache, he needs to clean shave around it.
Yeah, that would be better. Maybe he just got a little bit lazy this weekend. It's the weekend. He's playing
busy
poker.
playing poker.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that fold by Liangzi. It's a tempting hand, but it's not going to play great in that spot.
Is it more painful to lose queens versus kings if she was like 50 big blinds deep?
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
Like losing, like if she had lost like a 1.2 million chip pot.
Yeah, because you're comfortable in the tournament. You're thinking about a deep run and all the glory. Whereas you're not really thinking about that with a short stack. You're just thinking about surviving. And it's just like, what can I do?
Right, and she's looking at a situation where she's like, I'm going to play this hand this way every single time.
Yeah.
$180 players remain out of 1,067. Again, 125 will cash. So I imagine we'll probably see Marius, who we're seeing right here. I imagine we'll probably see him in Bucharest. He's from Romania, professional poker player.
Yeah, I would guess so. Bucharest is just in, I don't know, what, 7 weeks' time or something?
Yeah, just March 23rd, I want to say.
7 weeks, I've hit it. Nice.
Yeah, March 23rd to March 29th. Beautiful Romanian city. The venue we play there is also just beautiful.
Yeah, I honestly am not saying this. They have a great slate of venues for these live events.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. And you can qualify online for not very much money.
Well, whoever was being tilted by the dirty stacks from before, look at that.
Yeah, just to explain again, literally the casino ran out of chips because we had so many entries. We were not expecting nearly 1,100 entries.
Nick was up late last night building chips.
Yeah, we had the ceramic press going at the back. It's dirty work.
Take a look at a chip count here. 8,000, 16,000 blinds. Antonio, our short stack, with 216,000. Alvaro, our chip leader, with 1.4 million. He's got a couple of big stacks behind him, though. Attila on his left with 1 million. Marius on his left with 803,000. As we watch the Super Bowl, a huge stop by the 49ers, by the way. That's a huge stop by the 49ers. Under 2 minutes left in the...
Just their defense is so fast.
Why aren't they calling any timeouts, though?
Who?
49ers.
Well, because they're going to get it with over a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, they probably should have called the timeout, yeah. You're right. You're right.
I mean, wouldn't you rather have a minute 40?
Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, maybe their thought process is, maybe we don't want to give them the ball back.
The one thing about the NFL, which I don't understand, is that I don't understand why they let the head coaches manage the clock. Because the head coaches have got so much to think about. Why not have a coach that just manages the clock and is a specialist?
Yeah. I think every Kansas City fan and every Philadelphia Eagle fan is probably thinking that with Andy Reid.
Is that not
who's just atrocious?
But is that not a great point?
I'll tell you about that in a second. Antonio all in with 216,000. Alberto frustrated, tosses his cards in the muck, and Antonio is going to pick that one up.
Antonio gets a better hand to fold. That's
brilliant. That's
nice, great. Nice move.
Huge win for him on that one. In fact, most of the teams now have like analytics guys who will teach the coaches.
The head coaches ignore.
Right, who will teach the coaches what is, from a mathematical perspective, what is correct to do, when to go for two, when not to go for two, when to go for it on fourth down, when not to go for it on fourth down. And the NFL is so old school and so ridiculous that they have them on staff and then just don't listen to them.
I know.
It's just idiotic.
I know.
And then you still have like guys like Andy Reid who have no clue how to manage a clock. It's just like, what are you doing?
I've watched Andy Reid for a few years. I think he's a genius in terms of the offenses he puts together. But in the moment, he's horrible.
His in-game management has been criticized for the last 15 years, and it hasn't improved at all.
But I think in sport, you just have these massive egos.
Well, you have like old school, new school. You've got guys who sit there and think, that's how it used to be done. This analytics stuff, what, you're a bunch of nerds are going to tell me how to coach?
Yes, that's correct. That's exactly what's going to happen.
By the way, it kind of came to poker, didn't it? I mean, think about like the old school of poker, which was like, the live field guys, right? Mm-hmm. Now, at this point in poker, the live field guys, quote unquote, they don't have anything. They can't make an argument against the GTO, the people who are using math. They just can't make an argument against those guys anymore. But it used to be the case where it would be like, I don't care. I can just look across the table and tell if you have it or not.
I mean, I think poker's just reached a happy balance where the analytics dominates, but it's not the entire answer. So Charlie Carroll's a really interesting player.
Yeah, he is.
He plays a lot based on live reads, even though he is a very smart, analytical online wizard. He uses live reads a lot, and he says the live game should be a blend of the two.
I don't think there's any doubt in that. Look at Daniel Negreanu.
Right, exactly.
I mean, he's been successful for years, and he'll admittedly come out and say, like, when it comes to the GTO aspect, I'm not in that league.
Over time, as poker has played forever, the GTO guys are going to win the money because they're just going to make more consistent decisions, whereas live reads are going to be more variable in terms of how reliable they are. But in sports, it happens much slower. Like, take the NFL, there are only 32 teams, right? So there's just like, whereas in poker, there's an infinite number of poker players. You see the point I'm making?
Yeah.
So the right answer will emerge faster. Whereas in sport, these numbnuts can do this stupid stuff forever.
But I guess I was using the comparison of just like you have the old school kind of holding on to their ways.
Yeah.
And that happens in sport. It happened in poker for a long time.
But in sport, my point, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just making a second point,
you're right.
Which is in sport, it takes much longer to disprove the old ways.
Baseball, American baseball, has gone a long way in being because of Moneyball.
Because of Moneyball, but also because they played 162 games a year, so there's a way bigger sample size.
There's so much. Yeah, there's stats just dominate that game, and you have so much to pour through to kind of realize, wait a second.
So the Niners have
this
really
is far more effective.
The Niners have really just taken this tie at half-time. They just haven't been aggressive at all here. And that's because he's not going to let him throw it. He's going to let him throw it 1 to 2 times every quarter.
Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, they had a minute and a half to possibly get in field goal range and go up 13-10. And by the way, the 49ers are getting the ball at the start of the second half. I don't get this play at all. Get a raise here from Antonio. It's Sergio's turn to act, and I imagine Sergio's going to 3-bet.
You meant the Chiefs there.
Say it again?
You meant the Chiefs are getting the ball.
No, the Niners are.
Oh, then it makes sense.
No, why? It still doesn't make sense. Think about it. If the Niners could have gotten a field goal there and then got the ball back at the start of the second half, gone up by 10 then, all in here for Sergio.
Well,
with a minute and a half left.
That's not a process argument. That's just saying this could happen, then this would be the case.
Well, it could, but I guess my point is with a minute and a half left, I don't know why you would never not go for it. It doesn't make any sense to me, unless you have no confidence at all in your quarterback.
There you go. I mean, Carl Shanahan is an extremely smart person.
He is. So clearly he just does not trust his quarterback.
I think that's been established now.
Yeah, right.
I loved all the guys that are all talking like, yeah, sure, he only let him pass 8 times. So I'm just assuming this is going to be a fold.
I would assume
that's
so.
why I'm talking over it.
Please do.
I can't see how this is just he's going to fold. I loved all the arguments. I had a lot of these arguments this week about how Shanahan does trust Garoppolo. It's just the game conditions in the championship game. He called 8 pass plays. 8. Like, he doesn't trust him.
Since I have a small tidbit of money on the 49ers, I will tell you that this worries me because while as good as the 49ers defense is, the Chiefs are going to get theirs. They're going to score. Garoppolo is going to have to. If the 49ers are going to win this game, Garoppolo is going to have to throw the ball. I don't like giving up an opportunity to possibly get a score at any point when you're playing the Chiefs. This is not.
Or even if you take the Chiefs out of it, just when you're playing a tight game where it's a tight game going in, like, that was a little curious.
I mean, you're going to the locker room, and I mean, now everybody in the locker room knows, okay, well, he doesn't trust Garoppolo. I guess we're going to win this game with defense and running or nothing.
David, they knew that already.
I suppose so.
But the only person that doesn't know that is Jimmy.
Yeah.
Just standing there with his slick back hair going, I am the quarterback of the Super Bowl. Yeah, all right, Jimmy. All right. Someone fetch him 2 more girls. Good and bad news from the tournament floor. Ebony Kennedy has busted.
Oh, Ebony's out.
Chris Moorman, though, easing the pain, is up to 550k.
Nice.
Having been short-stacked a lot of today.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, we're all here for a Moorman deep run, no doubt about that.
I would love that. Like I said, I mean, well, we still have, and Anna Marquez is still there too, and she is phenomenal. Race from Alvaro. Attila not going to get involved. I don't think Marius will get involved either. Goes to the big blind. Alberto should probably just fold this, and he does. So the 49ers, with 14 seconds left, get to mid.
This just in. Garoppolo completes pass.
Yeah, but okay. So with 14 seconds left, they get to midfield. Gosh, it would be really nice if they had 40 seconds, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it, though?
Imagine they had 40 seconds left. They might get in field goal range. It's just idiotic.
They just took their first time out.
Well,
David's losing his shit.
They have the ball on the 45-yard line, and they're going to go to halftime with timeouts in their pocket. What are you doing?
It's not a great look. I'll give you that. Oh, wow, what a play. Oh, my goodness. They planned this all along. He's so much smarter than you.
No, it's offensive pass interference, I believe.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that's a shame only because it made you look bad.
Kittle pitched off. No, it still doesn't make me look good because they would have scored a touchdown then. They could have gotten a touchdown out of that.
Oh, I can't believe they called that. There's almost nothing in that. That's like a...
He extended his arm. Look at Nick. Action on Leong say he likes to take his time when he folds or calls or does anything. And he does finally find the fold.
I've watched all season. That is a really.
By the way, whether that was
really
whether that was complete
flag.
or not, that would have been.
I agree. I'm winding you up. I agree.
I just don't understand.
Just chill out.
How do you go to tie? Oh,
chill out. It would have just been funny if you'd been proven wrong.
Yeah. If they scored a touchdown anyway.
I know. Yeah.
With like 2 seconds.
2 seconds, it would have been funny. That is a soft call for me.
Kyle just goes into the locker room. It's just looking like a genius. And now look at this. Oh. I now hate my 49er bet now.
Well, it's a 50-50 game still. It was a 50-50 game before the start. And you got plus 1.5, so have I. Could be worse.
But it can't end it as a tie. They don't end these games in ties. Get a raise from Marius, the Romanian superstar. Ilya's been quite quiet. Russian, Liverpool fan.
Good man, top man. Knows his sport.
Headshot Gaming says the guy with the glasses looks like a hangover guy. Yeah, I imagine this gentleman gets hangovers.
Oh yeah, we had the guy who claimed he doesn't get hangovers.
What?
Before, if you were not with us earlier.
Just a magician.
One of our players, yeah. That's quite a good superpower. You know, you play superpowers with your son.
Yes.
That's quite a good superpower. I
don't get hangovers.
Especially between the ages of like 19 and 58.
Although I feel like at night, see, I don't need that power from like 19 to like 28.
So this is like, I really feel like I've had a blessed life. I have no complaints in life whatsoever. But I never had the period that everybody talks about. I have always got hangovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like you know, when everybody was like 19, they go, yeah, let's drink again. I'd be like, I'm really struggling from last night, guys.
Wow.
I always got hangovers.
I mean, I got hangovers, but
horrible
you like
hangovers.
You have another beer and you're fine. No?
See, I never experienced that.
Fair enough. D Soul says Marius is a tough player. Yeah, we talked about him earlier. Professional poker player out of Romania, more than $1 million in lifetime earnings. And something Nick touched on yesterday, and it seems to hold true in every tournament we cover. As the field narrows, a lot of pros fall by the wayside, but more amateurs fall by the wayside, and we see better players throughout. So where you might get 2 or 3 really tough players at the beginning, by now you're seeing 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good structured tournament, and the players have to make plenty of good decisions. Yes, luck has a part to play, but like David said, you are going to see a tougher field as the event goes on.
Lawrence Bren, nice little shout here. He says, I could never afford enough booze to get a hangover. Well, good news that you have cashed in the free roll then.
Put it in the booze kitty.
Yeah. Or if you come to any of our 888 events and you come say hi to me, I will buy you a beer.
He will as well.
Probably won't be enough to get you a hangover, but although if you've never had alcohol, it might be.
Yeah. How much longer do we have, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, I've lost track. Do you think everyone else has gone home and we're just here on our own in our staircase?
We're not even streaming.
Just 2 men talking in a staircase.
$162 players remain.
Now, you may think, oh, it's the halftime of the Super Bowl. Surely they'll stop talking about the Super Bowl for a bit. But you don't have my wife, which means you don't have 5 bets on the halftime show.
You have 5 bets on the what bets could you possibly have on the halftime show?
Glad you asked, David Tuckman.
Our audience is sitting here riveted. They want to know. What bets do you have?
I may have been exaggerating for comic effect. We have got bets on J-Lo's first song and Shakira's first song. So we've only got 2 bets.
Do you have any bets on exposed nipples?
You can bet on wardrobe malfunctions, but we didn't.
You didn't bet on that?
Bet on that.
Okay.
The amount that America freaked out about that is one of the funniest things I've seen in my adult lifetime. Like, it was a part of the human anatomy. And people were just like... This is what the one cultural thing that I can never get to grips with America is, like, the contrasting attitudes between, like, nudity and sex and violence. Like, totally different polar extremes.
The Liverpool fan, Ilya, has moved all in on the button for 313,000 chips. Takes that down. No action for him. Well, thank you for joining us. Absolute crusher of a day. This has been a lot of fun. Great poker here at 888 Poker. 888 live in Madrid. Our next stop, Bucharest. Make sure you join us. And, of course, before that, make sure you play on 888 Poker. You can get in on the XL Blizzard. That's right, XL Blizzard starts February 6th, just in a couple of days. 34 tournaments, nearly $1.5 million overall guaranteed. Buy-ins range from just $5.50 to $320. The main event, once again, February 16th. Just $250, and you get your piece of what is going to be $500,000 guaranteed. Lawrence Brent says, when are you going to have an 888 event in Ontario, Canada? When you do, I'm there.
Me and David have campaigned relentlessly for a Canada 888 live event. I think it would be huge.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a legal gray area when it comes to online poker.
Well, can someone work on that?
I think they are. It's above our pay grade, of course. But
okay.
I can tell you this. I've talked to a few people at 888. They would love nothing more than to have 888 events
because it would be
in Canada.
Huge.
Oh, enormous. If we could put an event in Vancouver, Montreal, enormous, especially at this price point.
Well, that's a dream, something to hope for.
Yeah, unfortunately, the online poker sites, they're at 888 is at the mercy of the legislation of different countries. But I promise you that they are everywhere they can be.
Yeah.
Ace, King, 9. Pair of kings for Liangse and the button. Sergio defended his big blind with a pair of 9s. Check, check. That's okay. I like it. Seven of diamonds. I think you can go for a little bit of value here now. Pete Liangse is going to check it one more time. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe Sergio puts out a little bet, and you can call with the king. I really like the way Liangse played this hand. Very simple. I mean, nothing kind of crazy, but you've got second pair, no kicker. Pretty much a good enough hand to get one street of value at most. And that's exactly what he got.
Yep. And he's really been on a hot streak here. Like when he first came to the feature table, he won a pretty small all-in with Ace-King against,
right.
And that put him to about 170k, and now he's on 720. So he's been on a,
yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Heater.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Alvaro still crushing at 1.4 million. Attila on 971. Marius on 813. As you mentioned, Liangse on 720,000 chips right now. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000. This will be the last level of our live stream tonight. So we've got this full level. Then we'll call it a night. We're back at it tomorrow for a full day of action.
Now, I know that you as viewers want to hear what the first song is.
Wait, did you bet on the first song?
Of course.
Raised from Attila to 45,000 from under the gun. Marius under the gun +1 with ace jack. Trying to decide whether he wants to play this one or not. He's just going to give it up. Congratulations, 88 Dogster. Who's singing the song?
It's Shakira, and I can report that my wife's exhaustive research has nailed the first song.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Did you get a good price? Was it like odds? Or was it the favorite?
I think it was the favorite, but it was odds against slightly. And we have to wait now for J-Lo's first song to see if we've done the double.
Wow, that would be pretty impressive.
That would be amazing.
I didn't realize Shakira still sang songs. She's still putting out new music, or is this an old song?
I have absolutely no idea. All I know is hips don't lie. That's the only Shakira song I know.
Can you sing a little?
Do you know?
Can you sing a?
Shakira, Shakira. Shakira, Shakira. That's it, isn't it? That's literally my entire Shakira repertoire.
That's it. But and you know what? Listen, you don't need to do any more. Drop the mic and walk out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nick Wealthall, folks.
A grateful world.
Ace King 9. This seems like a familiar flop. We just saw this flop, Ace King 9. And once again, one player has a king, one player has a 9. Alvaro in a lot worse shape, though, obviously, as if a jack came out, both players would have 2 pair.
She's doing a hips thing live.
I mean, hips don't lie. Isn't it like 10 years old at this point?
I would guess more.
Right, more? I mean, it's amazing, too, because I'm she's on the screen. I'm looking at her. How old is she? I mean, because she's been around forever, right? And she looks like she's like 23.
They have very good lighting and makeup.
I'm saying she looks like she's 23, and I know she's not, obviously, because she's been around forever.
2005, hips don't lie.
That's 15 years old.
Yeah. So she must be at least 60.
I mean, she's got to be 35 years old, right?
Why are you so, what's...
I'm just amazed, because she looks like she's 22.
Yeah, but seriously, man, they're she's got, the best makeup artist and lighting on the planet. It's the Super Bowl halftime show.
Fair enough. Okay, whatever.
Come on.
I've got a good makeup artist. I don't look 22 anymore. 88 Dogster says she's 36.
Okay.
His research is better than your research, Nick.
Well, my research is based entirely around did I bet on it or not. So, and there's Pitbull. We put £1 on a Pitbull appearance at 20-1 on.
Nice job.
It obviously leaked. So we've won 5 pence.
You should have put more on that.
Yeah, they have a limit.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Why are you offering the bet?
Raise here from Sergio to 44,000. Ilya deciding what he wants to do. This is a different Sergio, obviously, as you can see at the table. So it's 680,000, a raise from under the gun +2. Ilya next to act. What do you do in a situation like this? I mean, it's an early-ish position open, but not that early. Mm-hmm. Ace-9, you got ace-jack. You don't have a ton of chips. Do you fold? Do you shove? What? I mean,
it matters. Everything matters in that spot.
But that's a brand-new player, so you know nothing about the guy who just sat down on your right.
And he's got 360, so he's got... I still think you can shove. But I don't blame you if you don't, you know. I still don't think it could be bad to shove with that.
Is
stack
calling
depth.
the worst?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you think with that stack?
I don't know.
Depth?
I'm lost in those situations.
I don't think I'm a big fan of calling. If you call, so many things can go wrong. You can end up folding the best hand and stuff like that if you call.
Oh, wait a second. Apparently she's not 36. Apparently she's 43.
That would make more sense, seeing as how hips don't lie was. And she actually looks a bit tired out now. She just tongued the camera. I'm not making this up. For you, those of you not watching the Super Bowl, Shakira tongued the camera. It was like having a drunk auntie coming at you at the Christmas drinks.
I gotta tell you, does your drunk auntie look like that?
I don't have any aunties. If I did, it would
be
a very...
Can you hook me up with your drunk auntie?
It would be a very easy answer to the question I asked you in Truth or Dare earlier.
Right. Leongse under the gun +3 with the ace-8. Alvaro raising to 42,000. Attila in the small blind with queen 8 of diamonds. See how he reacts to this aggressive play from the chip leader.
J-Lo performing in a outfit that is a wardrobe malfunction from the start, therefore getting around the wardrobe malfunction problem.
There you go.
That gusset is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Did you win that bet? First J-Lo song.
No.
Not bad though. You were 1-1 for first songs, but you got the bonus because of Pitbull.
Yeah.
So you did pretty well.
That's the margin.
Considering how your day started, considering that you got butchered on the
coin toss
and the anthem, you're doing pretty well.
I'm also happy with my read of the game, which is like a under everything type.
What
game.
a great flop for Attila here.
Well,
unfortunately,
it's not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's sitting there thinking, "Wow, what a great flop for him! I've got a gut shot, I've got an overcard, I've got the flush draw, I've got everything." Little does he know that he is up against a bigger flush draw. Now, if a diamond were to come off, and that is not a diamond, it's an 8. Super interesting hand here. Alvaro, by the way, open-ended now with the flush draw. Attila with a flush draw and a pair of 8s. Marius with just a pair of 7s. If a diamond comes off on the river and it does not pair the board, we could see the biggest pot of the day. Attila bets 100,000. I imagine Alvaro is at least calling this. Does he want to do more than that? Kind of a tough texture to raise on, as Attila is going to have some 9s in his range. Alvaro does make the call. Pot is 346,000 chips. Here's the river. It's a diamond! And it's the king of diamonds. Are you kidding me? There's 346,000 in there.
How big does this get is the question.
I mean, look how many chips. They have 2 million chips behind between the two of them. There's
Also,
only 346 in there.
I really enjoyed Attila's Hollywood. Did you see his Hollywood head rub? He was like, oh, geez. Oh, this is so tough. Oh, he checks?
Now you're going to get a check raise all in. Depending on the sizing, you should get the check raise all in.
We need fireworks.
I mean, if you're Alvaro, do you bet, say, 175, somewhere in that range? Attila moves all in?
10 seconds.
Oh. I mean, is there a scenario where Attila can just check call this?
175,000.
I mean, depending on Alvaro's sizing, at 135, you have to check raise this, right? That sizing, you have to check raise.
Yeah, because he can have so many other hands he's betting this with.
So
like he's
many.
got the second nuts, for goodness sakes.
It's 175, pardon me. So it's 175. Attila does raise. It's a min raise. It's like a little baby raise. Well, can Attila get away from it now when Alvaro moves all in?
Should he get away from it?
Well, I mean, this is now a check, bet, check raise, 3-bet all in. At that point, I don't know. Can you get away from it? You might. There's the all in. This pot is 1.9,500,000 to call.
It's definitely the biggest pot on stream. It's got to be one of the
He
biggest.
just called.
He just called.
He didn't even take that long. He didn't even take that long. Wow. I mean, the fact that it was the king of diamonds as well, and there's his face. What a hand.
He leaves with a story.
Not a particularly good story, but it's a story.
It's a horror story.
Yeah. He can tell his 8-month-old daughter about that. Oh, that is unfortunate for him, but what a spot.
Easily the biggest pot on stream, maybe the biggest pot in the tournament so far. It's over a 2 million chip pot.
2.1 million in there. And Alvaro now with 2.4 million chips.
Able to start to buy all the 1K chip. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Once he decided to check and Alvaro didn't go for like over pot,
Por lo que pediría al
it was kind of the wheels were in motion. I just didn't see how you couldn't check raise there. Now, it was a small enough check raise that I thought maybe he could get away from it. He didn't even think about it, though. He's like, I got a queen high flush. You got the ace, you got the ace. I'm not folding this hand. Now, I know people at home can probably be thinking, like, Dave, you can't fold the queen high flush in that situation. It's just exploitable. The only thing I'll say to you is, yeah, I know it's exploitable. You can't fold the second nuts, right? Okay. The question I have is any player really bluffing in that situation? Is he ever, after getting check raised, then moving all in with a worse flush? No. He's got the ace of diamonds.
So you think you fold in the moment?
I don't know if I fold or not. I'll put it this way. I think Alvaro never has a smaller flush in that moment. I think he either has ace X of diamonds, so he has the ace high flush, or he has just the ace of diamonds, and he's actually bluffing. And I just I wonder if he's bluffing enough of the time that you can call that off. I don't know. Let me know at home, guys. What do you think? I mean, it's an incredible cooler, an unfortunate situation for.
I'm the one thing that I would say is I'm amazed he didn't think about it for longer. Like he instantly called.
I mean, I'll put it this way.
You've got to think about it when the betting line has gone as it has. You've got to at least think. I'm not saying you can fold, but you've got to be thinking there.
I mean, let me ask you this: with the action that as we saw it, is the queen high flush just a bluff catcher at that point?
I think he does it with smaller flushes, doesn't he? Because
players, you get check raised in the river, and then you're going to 3-bet all in with a jack high flush. Really?
I think a lot of players do.
I mean, if you think that's the case, then no, you can never fold in a million years.
It's very hard to know. I think a lot of players do, though. Players don't play perfectly, you know.
No, I understand that. I'll just put it this way: if somebody checks, I bet, and they check raise me on the river. Unless I have some really crazy information or history about that particular player, if I put a 3-bet in on the river, I'm either bluffing or I've got the nuts, more often than not. I'm certainly not doing it with, like, the 4th nuts, I'll put it that way. But who knows? Nonetheless, though, Alvaro, just absolute heaps of chips. He now has 2.4 million. Just incredible.
It's a super cooler. It's obviously hard to fault anyone going out with second nuts on that kind of board. It's only how deep they were and the way the betting went on the end that means that you could argue he should have got away from it. I think in the heat of the moment, not that many players fold there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm folding. I think I might call. I'm probably thinking about it a little longer, like you said. But, I mean, then again, keep in mind, by the way, he has an 8-month-old baby. He's not sleeping much at home. I mean, the fact that he did as well as he did is just an accomplishment. A little bit more about Alvaro. Alvaro Pucol from Spain, professional cash game player with just 20K in live cashes. So not a tournament guy at all. He's a cash game player. He's a professional poker player. There's another professional poker player, Marius.
I mean, from Alvaro's point of view, it's obviously like one of the easier hands he'll ever have to play.
I mean, he also played the hand a little bit deceptively because he checked back the flop. And you might be thinking, well, this guy checked back an ace-high flush draw on the flop? And then just call the turn with an ace-high flush draw?
That's true.
So that might have added to some of the deception.
The problem with those kinds of decisions, like when, and you know, people can watch from the sidelines and think, oh, I should have got away from it. The problem is that you've got to be so sure to fold the second nuts with so much dead money in the middle. Like when he comes to make that final decision, I think it's like 550K to call.
2.1 million.
And there's like 2 million in the middle.
He's getting 4 to 1.
Like he's getting 3 or 4 to 1. Not quite sure if we've got our numbers exactly right, but he's getting a huge price. And you've got the second nuts. So you've got to be absolutely certain, because if you fold and you're wrong, that is a effing catastrophe. It is a catastrophe to fold and be wrong. It's far better to call and sometimes be wrong than to fold and ever be wrong.
Now that was a really interesting, a really, really interesting hand, and it's certainly a situation we could talk about for hours on end. To me, if you think your opponent is ever shoving the river with a worse flush than the queen high flush, then it's obviously an easy call. If you think he's only doing that with the ace of diamonds in his hand, and it's basically a bluff, or he has the ace high flush, then it becomes a little bit closer, because then suddenly, even if you're getting 4-1, I go, is my opponent really bluffing with just the ace of diamonds that often? Like, is he really like calling 100,000 on the turn, and then like, cool, the ace of diamonds came out, I'm going to now bluff?
You're assuming he's never, but he has to have a worse hand than you so rarely for a call to be right.
No, like I said, if he happens to have, if he's ever doing that with the jack high flush, a 10 high flush, then it's a, cool, let's play. Like if he's value owning himself, and he's, 3-betting a worse flush, then sure. If you don't think he's doing that, then maybe you find a hero fold. I don't know.
Yeah, I just think hero folding is something that players love to do, actually. And it's something that you should super rarely do.
Let's see what the chat says about this one.
Just because of the simple maths of the dead money in the middle, it just means that you have to be right nearly every time you hero fold.
Let's see what everybody...
10 seconds.
It was a fun hand, though. Easily the hand of the day.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
The hand of the tournament so far.
Got about 10 minutes left in today's action. And again, the players will continue. So by the time we get into tomorrow, we will be in the money. But it will be an incredibly long day tomorrow, so giving the crew a little bit of a break before our marathon performance tomorrow. A lot of Spanish in the chat. I apologize. My Spanish is pretty bad. Un poquito español. I know a little bit of Spanish. I can get by, but not enough to chat in it, especially not on a live stream. King high flop. Nothing there for either player, really. Can you imagine? When that is the case, this is going to go to the pre-flop raiser more often than not.
We have two Sergios now.
Yeah, we've got tight Sergio, who won the 888 live event in Barcelona, and we have this Sergio, who we don't know a ton about right now.
A new friend.
But he kind of looks like the spin-off of the world's most interesting man. Dos Equis guy? Have you not seen those commercials ever?
No.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the world's most interesting man.
Yeah, but he looks like he just doesn't have enough time to do his makeup.
But, I mean, a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
Like, if the world's most interesting men didn't have a makeup artist.
Right.
Sorry, they can't all be Shakira.
No, that's what J-Lo's thinking. Sorry, guys, I can't. I'm just not Shakira. I mean, Shakira's, like, really hot. And J-Lo's...
I can't believe
like,
Shakira's 43.
And, like, clearly would be amazing in bed. And J-Lo
Nick.
J-Lo would clearly be awful in bed. Like, J-Lo would clearly be looking in the mirror in bed.
I'm not going to go there.
Why?
But I will tell you...
Why? It's 2:30 in the morning.
Fair enough. I will say, though, Shakira, though, she is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
I mean, she's absolutely stunning if she was 22.
Yeah.
The fact that she's 43 is just mind-boggling.
Do you know what plastic surgery is? I mean, you're American.
No, please. I've seen plastic surgery. Nobody looks good after plastic surgery. They look terrible.
Oh, you're so naive. They
Have
like,
you?
like every celebrity woman in their 40s has had Botox now.
Yeah, and they usually look like they usually look half plastic. They look terrible.
Up close, she probably does. I don't think you.
They had a camera right in her face.
And
Remember the tongue?
And she looked a bit plasticky.
No, are you kidding me? That tongue wasn't plastic.
No.
There's nothing plastic about her tongue.
It was a real tongue.
Thank you.
I grant you that.
Totally real tongue.
I'm not saying she's not. I'm saying.
Are you suggesting she had tongue surgery? Tongue plastic surgery?
I'm saying that she's hot. I'm not denying it for a second.
She's 43.
On the other hand, J-Lo is a very good-looking woman who I feel like is like probably just a tremendous amount of hard work. Like I feel like every 10 minutes would be like, yeah, all right, yeah, okay, yeah. Yes, you look great at the halftime show, yeah. Why are we still talking about the halftime show? It's July. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like that forever with J-Lo.
Oh, yes. It's 2:34 in the morning here.
No, she wasn't better than you at the halftime show. Yes, it's September. Why are we still talking about this?
Our conversation has clearly digressed. Thanks for sticking with us, Chin Fernando, Deadshot.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody else there. Dogster. King 5-5, 2 diamonds out there. You've got 2.3 million chips. This is your pot. For the record, by the way, for those of you who are interested whether we're going to win our Emmanuel Sanders over-under bet, I think Emmanuel Sanders has like 35 yards receiving already.
I think he probably needs one more catch.
38. He has 3 receptions for 38 yards.
This is going to be grim. This is going to be
Are
horrible.
you kidding me? Is he going to finish with 38 yards, really?
I actually might cry. He just needs one more catch of any length.
They got the whole game left. They have a whole half. It's going to like pull a hamstring in the next play, right?
They got to sell him the yellows.
So
why do you say things like that? Just like thinking of all the ways we
You're
can
the one who
lose.
just said it's going to be grim. If there's anybody, hey, you're British, I'm American. If there's anybody who's a little bit negative here and pessimistic, it is you.
That is true.
Take a look at our leaderboard, and it's Alvaro and then everybody else. Look at this.
That's crazy. 2.5 million is monstrous at this stage.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, we're not even in the money, and I think he has like a top 15 stack. I mean, like top 15, like at the average stack might be that when we're at that many players left.
Right. I understand what you meant. Okay. We got 140 players left, so 125 cash. So we really are closing in on the money bubble now. We won't quite make it during our coverage, but if you see players tighten up a little bit in the last 10 minutes here, that's why.
I mean, by the way, if you're Alvaro right now.
Open.
I mean, the next biggest player at your table, the next biggest stack is 42 big blinds. You have a min bubble. Your bubble here is more than 2x to buy in. That's a big bubble.
Certainly in about 15, 20 minutes' time, when there's just a few off the money, he can probably open every pot.
Lawrence Bren points out that it's only 8 p.m. in my part of Ontario right now. Well, then you appreciate this. It is currently 2:37 in the morning here. 88 Dogster says Marius has a good poker record. He does. Really good poker player. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings from Romania. We'll probably hear from him again next month in Bucharest. He is raised up with the ace-queen. He's another player, by the way. He happens to have a strong hand here, but I wouldn't necessarily give him credit for having a big hand because anytime the chip leader folds, he is in a great position to kind of steal the next pot.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Turns out, though, he happens to have the goods here with ace-queen. Sergio is probably going to defend here. Or not. Yeah, he's just not interested in playing a hand this close to the money bubble. And by the way, if you're Marius and you saw that, if you're Alvarez and you saw that, you're just like, okay, cool. This is... I'm raising every hand.
Yeah,
he just
right,
folded Jack 9. He was getting 4.5 to 1 out of the big blind that he folded. Jack 9 suited.
But he only had, 14 bigs, and he just doesn't want to get involved. He just wants to cruise to the money.
And frankly, if you call with Jack 9, you flop a Jack, you flop a 9, you got to go with it.
Yeah. That's not how Sergio rolls.
No. Not at all. You asked me earlier, how do you stay patient in moments like this? And I think a player like Sergio can kind of, he can pull back from his experience. He knows how patient he was in Barcelona, and it worked well for him.
Yeah, right, exactly.
If you've had success doing something, it's a lot easier to continue doing it. All in here from Alberto. Pocket threes. I don't think you can call this if you're Ilya. I mean, I know it's only like an 8 big blind shove, but it represents half his stack. What do you think? Ace 8, under the gun +1. He still has all the players behind him to act.
Yeah, it's just a little too weak. If it was ace 10, I think I'd call.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's pretty close with ace 10. But it's probably a call with ace 10.
I mean, if I'm the big blind, I'm probably calling.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like he's going to.
All right, maiden players and dealers, this was the last game. 20 minutes break.
Kyle Jusic over, whether you got 14, 12.5, or 10.5.
That was a win.
That was a win. Yeah, the sharps were all over that.
He folded in the end with his ace 8.
Yeah, Leong say we'll consider what he wants to do here. We are nearing our end. Players will go on a break. We will go on a break for the night and come back tomorrow.
Me and David are going to go to a bar and...
Yeah, we're going to come back tomorrow.
And just shout at the 49ers as they refuse to pass to Emmanuel Sanders for just 3 more yards for the next 2 quarters.
49ers are driving right now. Imagine they had gotten points at the end of the first half and used some of their timeouts.
You're not going to let it go. Wow.
I just don't understand that. By the way, we are going to start tomorrow when they have 2 tables left. I'll try to keep everybody abreast on that on Twitter and stuff like that. The players are coming back at 2 p.m.
It'll be the early evening our time at a guess.
I would imagine so.
Somewhere around.
But obviously, you can follow 888. You can follow us on Twitter, and we will let you know. That is going to do it for us, though. And what a show by Alvarez. 2.4 million in front of him. It's his world. We just live in it. For everybody here at 888poker, for everybody at the Casino Gran Via, for Nick Wealthall, I'm David Tuckman. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. Happy Poker Day. Good night.